What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia, and I'm just going to be honest. If you're driving, keep driving your car. But if you're at home, if you're listening to us and you have access to a television, if you put on NFL Network right now, is Redskins, Bills, Super Bowl 24, I think? 26, pardon me. January of 1992, the 91 season in which B-Mitch is playing, is on NFL Network right now. And Jeff in the hallway was like, yo, look, they got the Redskins on. I was like, oh, wow. He's like, oh, they're playing the Bills. He's like, I don't know what game this is. I was like, Jeff, you should know what game that is. That is facts.
Stop it.
No, heard the whole thing.
It did not go. JP always twisting something around. I looked up. I just said, oh, the Redskins are playing. It was only a helmet showing. Like they were getting information.
Oh, they're playing the Bills.
And you said, what game is that? And then I said, oh, they're playing the Bills. And before I could say anything else, you said, that's the Super Bowl.
Because you should have quick recall with Super
I basically heard the whole conversation because y'all talk loud as hell.
I believe you did. Whose version is more accurate?
It was a combination of both of them.
Oh, my God.
First off, it says Super Bowl on the field. Secondly, why would they show a Redskins-Bills game that's clearly old?
Yeah.
Or at least
older than Jeff. Jeff wasn't born yet.
Wasn't.
That's fair.
Yeah,
Jeff wasn't born yet.
Hey, you got to chill on my age. I'm a big boy now.
White Mike had no idea either, but he also didn't tell me that the Redskins were on TV. So if you're at home, Skins, Bills, Super Bowl, I've asked you this a million times, but just because it just happened and it's late May and there's something to talk about, what's it like for you when you see that game pop up?
I'm not going to lie.
Not you, Jeff. Brian, the guy that played in it. Oh, my God.
You start reliving things from that moment, and I think of all kind of stuff from the days hanging out prior to the game and the actual game. I keep telling you, the first 5-10 minutes of the game, I wasn't there.
You don't remember?
I don't remember, but I didn't. Now I remember everything because I've seen it. Because I hadn't seen a replay of the game for like years after the game was over. And when I saw it, that's when I realized that they had to keep the ball off. I didn't know that at first.
It's just so cool to be able to think back to something that was so monumental. Like I remember my mom took me out of school for the parade. So cold, but it was so cool.
I wasn't cold. I had a lot of antifreeze in my system that day.
Yeah, I was 8 or whatever, so I did not have any antifreeze. Landfill, do you remember when I was like, oh my God, the Super Bowl's on? What an incredible feeling. What must it have been like for you? Obviously talking to Brian, and then Jeff just answered.
I do remember that. That was wild.
Hey, the fact that he was answering that he wasn't bored, that means he didn't hear the question.
No. All right, so look. Let me explain myself.
B, did you return punts in this game?
Huh?
Did you return punts in this game?
Yeah.
All right. We're about to see B-Mitch here.
About to see B.
I think it was a fair catch.
We'll see. I couldn't tell you what quarter it is because they don't
play-by-play.
have the time on it.
Give us live. Bills are punting from where? I can't see the TV right now.
Yeah, that was a fair catch. B-Mitch fair caught it at the 12.
Yo, his helmet was huge.
Have you seen his head?
Your head is huge, Jeff.
Oh, but back to explaining myself.
Ear almighty over here talking about.
When you was talking about my age at first, I thought you was just going into the question, how do you feel seeing the Super Bowl on the TV right now?
But I was talking about your age.
Yeah, so I
thought
the question was coming towards me instead of you.
Oh, okay.
But to answer that question that I thought I was asked, hey, it feels good, man. I can't wait till I can see this live, man.
So the game gets pretty good. Brad Edwards balls out. Art Monk catches a touchdown that replay overturns. There's a lot's about to happen, Jeff. You're going to enjoy this. I tell you what.
Yeah, Thurman Thomas didn't even have his helmet.
Thurman Thomas couldn't find his helmet for like the first quarter.
Yeah. And Darryl Talley was basically crying on the side of, you're not that good. Yes, we are, dude. Yes, we are.
Jeff, here's what I'd like to do throughout the show. I have no idea. My guess is they boiled the Super Bowl down to a 1-hour program, is my guess. I don't know. Jeff, just give us live updates. Whenever you happen to look up there, score, sack, whatever happens.
Got you.
All right, perfect.
And when Jumpy Gathers knocks out, he going to use the offensive lineman to knock out the quarterback.
We're off and running early this morning. B, as we always do, just got a press release from the Washington Commanders.
Yeah.
Washington Commanders announced 2024 Bill Walsh NFL Diversity Coaching Fellows for the offseason program. This is a program the NFL instituted a few years back to get minority coaching candidates into their programs for the offseason.
Mm-hmm.
They've announced the 5 names. I will share them with you. Anthony Davis will work with the defensive backs and is currently an assistant.
The unibrow?
No, I think
I'm
a different
joking,
guy. An assistant recruiting coordinator and offensive analyst tight ends coach at Alabama State.
All right, cool.
Arthur Ray will be assigned to the offensive line and is currently the O-line coach at Howard.
I know I heard that name before.
Well, you might have heard it from here. Prior to his role at Howard, he held the position of offensive line analyst quality control at the University of Arkansas. I know you roll with a bunch of hogs.
Like some of them.
I told you, Raven went to Arkansas, right?
Yeah.
Dude, I don't know when this happened. This is probably 2 seasons ago, maybe last season. We were in the press box during a Commanders game, and it's always Ricky and Raven sitting at the end. So if folks don't understand, Ricky Irvins and Raven Caldwell serve as the NFL. I don't know how to describe their role.
They're the uniform police.
They're the uniform narcs. Basically, the NFL has I think people are aware of this, that the NFL has strict guidelines for what can and cannot be worn on game day for players. And they employ former players to walk around and just make sure everybody is, according to code.
Adhering to the rules.
And so Ricky and Raven do most, if not all, of the home games. And they're just so cool and so funny because Raven's this huge monster and Ricky's a smaller but jacked dude. It's a fun pairing. And they're chatting during the games and stuff. But a lot of times, especially pregame, we're just kind of BSing about college football the day before, like the whole press box is. And I know who it was, but I'm not going to name names. I'll tell you when we're not on the air. Somebody just made fun of University of Arkansas. And Ricky and Raven rarely kind of engage with the rest of the press box because they have like a different functionality. And you just heard this, what'd you say about Arkansas? And the dude he was nervous. All right. I continue. I've told you about
beat him up next time, Raven.
Anthony Davis and Arthur Ray. What about Anthony Johnson? Anthony Johnson will assist the running backs and is currently the running backs coach, academic coordinator at Lafayette College.
All right.
Prior to his role at Lafayette, he held the role of run game coordinator.
Lafayette up there in Indiana?
I believe Lafayette's in Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania?
I believe Lafayette is where Gary Williams got his first college coaching job, and they also made him coach soccer. Remember he tells that story?
Yeah.
I believe that's Lafayette.
That's Lafayette, Pennsylvania. Ugh.
Look that up for me, Jeff. Lafayette College, Lafayette University. I want to say Lehigh and Lafayette are big rivals, and they're both in Pennsylvania. I could be wrong. Prior to that, he was at Shippensburg University, which is definitely in Pennsylvania because my sister went there for a year. And then he was at Salisbury, which is a little bit of a tie back to Dan Quinn. I got 2 more names for you.
Eastern Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Jeff. I'm gonna do my best with this pronunciation, so bear with me. Andrew Siumalo, Seumalo. Siumalo will work with the special teams and is currently the outside linebackers coach, recruiting coordinator at Lafayette College. Prior to his current role at Lafayette, Siumalo held the position of graduate assistant at Nebraska, where he worked with the D-line. 2 Lafayette guys. What is the mascot? I want to say it's the Panthers. You look that up, Jeff? We're going deep on Lafayette College today.
Close. It's not a panther, but it is a cat.
Cougar.
Big cat.
No. Lion.
No.
Tiger.
No.
Jaguar.
Nope.
Puma.
No.
Wildcat.
Bobcat.
Lafayette. Just
Lafayette is a French general during the U.S. Revolutionary War.
Think Lafayette. It's a cat that will roll right off the tongue with Lafayette. It's an L word.
Leopard.
Yes.
All right. That was
That's a
fun.
terrible mascot.
There's one more Bill Walsh coaching fellow that I haven't mentioned yet that we all know and have recently talked about on the program for other coaching news. Ooh. Any guesses? We just got Leopard. Took us a minute, but we got there. Somebody we all know. Maybe not Jeff, but definitely
Kedrick Golston.
Kedrick Golston. Boom.
B. Mitch is in there. Bam.
Boom. The new coach at Stonebridge
How you gonna do
High
that
School.
and coach high school?
Don't know, but I read now from the press release. Kedrick Golston will work with the defensive line and is currently the head coach at Stonebridge High School. Golston played for the Washington Commanders for 11 seasons. He was drafted by Washington in the 6th round in the 2006 NFL draft out of the University of Georgia. I added that parenthetically. Prior to his role as head coach at Stonebridge, he was an assistant coach at Gonzaga High School in Washington, D.C. While at Gonzaga, he contributed to a staff that oversaw a program ranked in the top 25 in the country. He also served as a defensive staff intern at Virginia Tech in 2021. He held a similar fellowship in Pittsburgh last year where he worked with the D-line. And I would add, is a friend of the B. Mitchell Finley radio program and a guy that we all root for. Yeah. Kid's just all class all the time.
Good dude. Bulldog.
He's a bulldog, indeed.
Oh, yeah. Doc gives him pure hell.
It's tough to give the Bulldogs hell right now.
Yeah,
they've been pretty good.
When they lost this year, he gave him hell.
Yeah, yeah.
And UCLA haven't been there in how long?
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean,
when you start asking him about that athletic program, he'll say, "Oh, we're an academic program."
So that is your Commanders 2024 Bill Walsh NFL Diversity Coaching Fellows. That'll be cool to see those guys out there probably next week. So the Commanders get this week off from OTAs. They're back. They're back next week, and then the following week's mini camp, and then they get that big.
I plan to go hang out with them a little bit.
Good. Yeah, I got the wireless is working. You could make a call to maybe there's a room available, but they got so much construction going on. I'm in the parking lot.
Well, I probably won't be going over there to hang out with them next week.
Dude, if the weather's not bad, it's really not bad out there. I'll bring you a chair.
You could keep trying to prove it and make me feel a certain way. Nah.
I'm not trying to. I'm just telling you, it's not that bad. All right, do what you want
with an air conditioner. I'll go.
I don't have a mobile air conditioner. Maybe Greg could come up with that.
Anybody out there? I'm gonna do a Tony Cornhusker here. Anybody have a portable air conditioner that we can use next week for the OTAs? Bring it here.
Seriously, what if somebody has an RV?
Somebody got an RV. We doing it.
Yo, oh, what do we got, Jeff?
Touchdown. Hey, yo, he was actually.
Was that the corner of the end zone?
Yeah.
It's about to get overturned.
Oh, he stepped on the line.
I
told you. Dude, but he was
having if somebody has an RV, we working with that because you know what? They also have internet.
Yeah, dude. If somebody has it, all right. If somebody's got an RV, hit up, call the show. Let Jeff know.
By the way, he was in. Like, that might be overturned, but his heel was clearly down before
Greg,
the line.
Was on the white.
Greg, we know you got a lot of people and you got a lot of things happening. We need an Ethernet line.
No, the wireless is working.
We need an RV.
The connection the other. Do you even know what I did last week? Have we told B the story?
No.
Oh man.
The connection was great when I was on the air.
Yeah, I know what happened.
When I was on
you forgot
the air,
the damn
I was good the whole
power.
time. I did forget the power.
Yeah.
And you know what, Brian? Nobody can blame
Jeff
but me.
Did text me that.
Jeff, why are you narking, dude?
No, Jeff say
what happened?
JP forgot the power.
Forever.
Because I asked something. I asked him a question and he said, JP forgot the power cord.
Yo,
hold on. Why are you narking me out, Jeff?
No, I wasn't.
Well, hell, you nark out Jeff all the time. Jeff at least can get you once.
Oh man,
yeah, but you weren't even working.
But I was asking questions about the show
because everybody was like tweeting. They were texting. They was like, "Yo, y'all not on the show today? No stream, no show." So I text me. I'm like, "Dude, if people text you, it's like JP left the power cord, so we're not on the air right now."
But once I got the power cord, shout out to Jason Bishop, Bishbucks, saved the day, drove it out there. Once I got the power cord, landfill, we were cooking with gas. The wireless was strong.
How long into the show was that?
About an hour.
We know why Jason ain't had no problem taking power cords.
Yes. Special connection.
Special connection. Oh, righty. Did you watch Hoops last night?
Yes. That at one point, I said they were gonna give it away because they were up by like 6-8. Then they just started heaving up 3-pointers, boom off the net, and they'll go down. They'll get
got in a little bit of foul trouble too.
And then all of a sudden, Anthony hit a big 3, and they got their mojo back.
I was glad for Edwards. He had a good game because he really hasn't been good in this series. Good to his level of good, I guess, is more fair to say. If you, like me, think the Mavericks are going to win it all, last night was a good result if you're looking to put a future bet in, because it went from yesterday, it was about plus 190 for them to win. Now it's up to plus 230. Maybe we could shop that around and try to find the best number. So they play again when? Last night was Tuesday. Do they play Thursday, or is the next game not till Friday? You know how they space it out sometimes?
Probably Thursday.
I would hope it's Thursday because I will be able to lock in and watch that. All right, they play tomorrow night, 8:30 in Minnesota. Now, B, I want to get a future in on the Mavs. But do you think the T-Wolves win Thursday night?
It's a possibility. But do I think they win? I'm going to go yes, because they're back in Minnesota.
So do you think this is a classic risk-reward where I usually make a mistake?
Put your bet in now.
You think I should put the bet in now?
Yeah, because if they lose, that bet's going to drop.
No, if they lose, it's going to go way up.
You think for Minnesota, for Dallas to win it all?
If Dallas loses again, the odds for them get much longer to win it all, because then it's 3-2. And they've given Minnesota
if it's 3-2,
real life.
they're going to start thinking that Minnesota may end up winning. And then all of a sudden, you may not have a bet.
They'll still, I mean, dude, you could bet Minnesota to win it all right now, plus 1,300.
I want to see you just do it how you do it then.
It's risk reward. It's why it's gambling.
Yeah.
I mean, the odds are overwhelming that Boston's going to win regardless.
Yeah.
But to help us break down the basketball from last night and throughout these playoffs, Maryland legend, NBA player, just an awesome dude, Lonnie Baxter, Big LB, joins the program next.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. The NBA playoffs have tipped off, but it's not too late to get in on the action with FanDuel. Because right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $150 to use on championship futures, live bets, same game parlays, and so much more. There's no better place to bet all the playoff action than America's #1 sportsbook. Just go to FanDuel.com/Brian to get started. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 18 years old and present in D.C. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-426-2537.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Right now, I am very excited to welcome into the program Mr. Lonnie Baxter, national champion at the University of Maryland, one of the all-time good dudes, one of the all-time good Terps. Lonnie, what up, man? How are you, buddy?
Hey, what's going on? How you doing?
Good, man.
We are doing great, dude. How are you?
Oh, I'm good. Just working as usual.
Just grinding.
Yes, sir.
You been enjoying these playoffs, dude?
Oh, yeah. It's been very interesting, just to see, new teams emerging like the Timberwolves, what Anthony Edwards is doing. I was super proud of Jalen Brunson this year. I was really rooting for the Knicks, but they fell short. But, yeah, it's been very interesting this year.
So when you start looking forward, like right now, Boston has handled their business. If Minnesota gets the next game, how much pressure jumps into the Mavericks' lap?
It's going to be tough. No team has ever came back, from being 3-0 down. But, it would put some pressure on them, but it'll be interesting to see what happens, this next game in Minnesota.
What do you think of the emergence of Anthony Edwards? I mean, people are throwing around a lot of crazy comparisons with that dude.
I've always loved Anthony Edwards. His energy, his interviews, his charisma. He's just a very likable guy. And just to see him and the way he's handled everything, and the way he just, improves his game and just continues to get better and better every year, I couldn't be more proud of him.
Talking with Lonnie Baxter here on the BetQL guest line. Sports betting has come to the DMV. Don't place that first bet without checking with BetQL. BetQL analyzes every game to find you the most profitable betting opportunities. If you want to follow Lonnie on Instagram, it's at Lonnie, LONNY _Baxter 35. Of course, he made that 35 very famous in College Park, and I believe that 35 is up in the rafters in College Park. Lonnie, for Boston, with this level of a layoff, dude, they're not going to play for 2 weeks, I think. You think does that impact them?
It does. I think it's gonna, mess with their rhythm a little bit. But they're super talented. They know what they have to do. They've been here before, so I don't think it's gonna affect them too much. But yeah, this layoff, it could have some, depending on how this next game goes. I mean, we'll see.
Rust over rest.
Yeah, man. It's funny.
Which one is it?
Yeah, right. Looking at Dallas. Let's go big pictures. There's 3 teams left: Minnesota, Dallas, Boston. Who is the best player left in the playoffs?
The best player left in the playoffs, I would definitely say, is Luka Doncic. I mean, he's just been amazing. Almost a triple-double every single night. And, just the way you see him, like, he's not super fast, he's not super athletic, but he just gets it done. And the things he does night in and night out are just amazing. He definitely does that,
Listen,
so he backs it up. That's the thing.
Yeah, read his lips on that game when he hit the game winner. Go home, as Doc would say, Yachis.
Yeah. What would you do, like a dude like Luka that kind of plays like a pretty flashy brand of hoops but can back it up? What would you try to do to get him off his game?
I would think you would just try to get the ball out of his hands as much as possible. Just double team him when you can. Because when he has the ball, I mean, you saw what he did. The last shot he hit against Gobert. I mean, he's just a threat with the basketball. I mean, he has so many offensive weapons. It's just amazing to see what he does every night.
You say Luka's the best player left in the draft, but they make it to the final. Do you think they win the final, or is that Boston's?
Boston is very talented, but it's hard to say because I don't think Boston has really been tested this year. They've had a really cakewalk to the finals. So they beat Indiana, pretty easily. They lost one game to Cleveland. I want to say they lost one to Miami, but Dallas has been battling. They've been playing really well, and they have 2 of the best closers in the game. So, it's going to be a very interesting. Like I say, if Minnesota, doesn't come back from this, we'll see.
I like Dallas. They just seem more battle tested, as you mentioned, that Boston's had a relative walk to the finals, whereas Dallas has been underseeded, and I think Dallas is coming off the disappointment of last year. You in a situation like this where Boston also has like a super young and inexperienced coach in Missoula, they've won a ton of games. You think that matters for them in this kind of setting?
Most definitely. Jason Kidd has been proven. He gets the best out of his players. He's gotten the best out of Kyrie Irving this year. Somebody who's been a role model to him, probably his whole life growing up in New Jersey. Dallas, they have good role players as well. Gafford is emerging, Washington, Jones.
Washington just hits big three after big three, dude. Like every time they need one, it just seems like he's in the corner.
Yeah, they're just playing inspiring basketball right now. Just to see those guys coming to their own is really great.
Well, and a few things that have stood out to me is that like Kyrie and Luka have seemed to figure out their flow with one another much better. And Luka's playing a little bit of D all of a sudden.
Yeah, he is. Like I say, he's not super fast, not super athletic, but his will to win is just amazing. The things he does. Kyrie has been there before. We all know about the shot he hit in Cleveland, to win a championship with LeBron. These guys, like I say, they just have it right now, and they're putting it on full display.
I did want to switch gears, talking with Lonnie Baxter here, drafted by the Bulls back in 2002 after winning a title at the University of Maryland. You can check him out on Instagram at Lonnie, LONNY _Baxter35, where he's always selling dope cars. Seriously, like Lonnie's Instagram is just him thanking a family for buying some like sick Maserati all the time. That's what it seems like. But the basketball world lost a legend over the weekend in Bill Walton. Mm-hmm. I'm guessing maybe your paths had crossed, maybe not, but just what was your reaction when you saw the news?
It was surprising. I didn't even know he had cancer. That was the first I heard of it. And then, just a legend like Bill Walton who's done so much. UCLA great. Just one of the better guys. You never heard anything bad about Bill Walton. Everybody who's, encountered him or met him always had great things to say about him. And it was just a devastating loss to the basketball community.
Yeah, it was just such a sad thing. And it's interesting, dude. When you and I were in college, Maryland was in the ACC and had these ACC battles. The world Maryland is in now, UCLA is their Big Ten opponent.
Yeah.
That's still odd to me, but
hey, that green talks.
It sure does.
We can talk. We can cheer for any color we want.
LB,
green makes it all go.
What do you think of college sports in the NIL? Everything is crazy. Transfer portal.
He wants 4 more years of eligibility.
It's definitely a different world than when I played back from '98 to 2002. But things change, things evolve. You have the transfer portal. There's just so many different elements that's involved in today's NCAA game. Is just a different, it seems like eons ago from when I played. The game has changed. The style of play has changed. It's just evolved into a new element that, which is today's and, 2024 environment.
Who has the biggest bag?
I don't know what group it would have been, but I know in College Park in 2000, 2001, 2002, that gentlemen by the names of Baxter and Dixon would have had a nice NIL deal, man. Hell, I remember
I'm starting to wonder why we can't get that.
Were you driving that Escalade then?
Nah, that wasn't until after we won.
Okay.
So that would have been a violation.
Right. That may be classified too. So we'll keep that off the airwaves. So, dude, what's your prediction for? Give me your prediction for the Minnesota-Dallas series, and then who wins it all?
I think Dallas is going to close it out, and then for the finals, like I say, I believe Boston has just had it so easy that hasn't really been tested. I believe that, if Dallas and, Boston meet, I think Dallas will win.
Wow. All right. Me and Lonnie on the same side of things. LB, I appreciate you making time for us, man.
You, Lonnie.
Seriously.
Of course. Thanks for having me.
All right. That's Lonnie Baxter. Give him a follow at Lonnie_Baxter35. Lonnie, just such a great dude. You know where I ran into him was the Touchdown Club dinner where you were getting honored.
Oh, yeah.
Because Gary was getting honored.
Which Congo.
Yeah. Because Gary got honored that night. There were a bunch of old former Terps around. That was a
the dude's old, man. What's up with that?
I said former.
You said oh.
And then I corrected myself. Mm-hmm. But I suppose you're never when it's your alma mater, you're not former.
You're
right?
Former player, but it's always your
you're still a raging Cajun.
Yeah, but when you start talking about him as a player, they're former.
Former player.
Yeah.
I'm looking it up.
Always a Terp.
Always a Terp. J-Dogs forever. Here's one thing you can actually count on in the world. My buddy Parker Williams, his brother-in-law needed to redo their windows. We were talking about him, and his name is George. And George got a quote from a window manufacturer. I'm not going to name names.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy had no idea what he was doing, and the number was astronomical.
Oh, yeah.
And I said, dude, no pressure. You should legit reach out to Paul Henry because he redid my house. And one of the most impressive things he did is in different parts of my house, he dialed back what I needed to actually save me money because he's like, dude, you don't need the super window there, but you need it to keep your living room warm where your kids are. It's the service like that differentiates Paul Henry. Because here's the other thing, Landfill. You know who comes to your house when you call Paul Henry? Paul Henry. Yeah. It's a different level of service. You're working with a family-owned company, and they just make it perfect. They show up early. They get the jobs done ahead of time. There's not a lot of places that do those sorts of things. I'm serious about this. If you call right now, all month long, you get $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and up to $500 off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation B. I know you've had a similar experience.
I did. And when he came over, the thing I loved was the personal touch. When Paul showed up, that was something that was shocking to me. Most times they send a representative. And then Paul's son was the person that came in to install them. I think right now, if you have a friend, Leslie Shepard. Shep needs some windows. So I'm going to reach him, hook him up with Paul. And I'm sure Paul will take care of him just like he did you, me, and Parker. So you call Paul right now to receive $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door. Contact Paul Henry's Window Installation today and tell him B. Mitch and Finley sent you. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice.
Lonnie Baxter, who just joined the show. If you missed any of that, he's got the Mavs winning, man. When I was in high school at BCC, I don't know how Lonnie, being from Anacostia, ended up at Richard Montgomery High School for a year, but he was. And when RM came to play us at BCC, you remember the old hoops that used to get like wheeled down from the roof at like high school gyms? He dunked so hard that the whole hoop connected to the roof was just shaking, and I legitimately thought the ceiling might collapse. It was like it was.
Wait. Were you playing?
Nah, I was there.
You didn't get dunked on, Jay?
Nah.
We got to find a picture of that.
I didn't play to get dunked on. Had I been on the court, I would have been dunked on. Certainly. I'm not trying to like pretend here. My basketball, I don't know which of my careers is less decorated, but neither of my sports activities were very decorated. This came across my eye and I found it fascinating. Nevada, state of Nevada has gaming everywhere, right?
Yeah.
Gambling everywhere. Every month, the casinos have to disclose their net winnings. So this isn't gross how much is being gambled. This is how much the casinos won just for the month of April.
How much?
What do you think is the most profitable for the casinos?
The most profitable for casinos, the gambling has to be.
Among the gambling, I mean.
I'm going to go blackjack or poker.
B's in blackjack or poker. Lamphill, you got a guess?
Actually, I'm stop machines.
Slots, baby.
Yeah, I'm also going to go slots.
That's why Jay was in that.
Slots.
Big
slots,
J.
Slots.
Well, you remember Cody Shook claims he has a strategy for slots, which
Is he still going to work every day?
Indeed he is.
The casino also has a strategy for slots.
That strategy is not working.
Just in April in the state of Nevada, how much money do you think they made profit on slots?
Wait, you mean all the casinos?
The whole state.
Oh, man.
Just for April.
Just for April, 9 figures.
Yes.
I'm bad at adding up the figures.
I'm going to guess
million.
216 million.
If you go on 216, he saw it.
He clearly just saw the same tweet I saw.
Lamp is an ass, man.
$216 million in April.
Hold on. But you know how many people say, man, I killed Vegas. No, you didn't. They let you kill them so they can kill everybody else.
How much you think they made in blackjack?
Blackjack is probably down off of that. 100 million.
$110 million.
Wow.
In April in blackjack. Now, one that I find really...
So that's 300 and something million already.
They're at 325 in two things.
Yeah. Then they have Pagao poker. They have regular poker.
So I want to ask you this. Because, craps is 30 mil. Roulette is 35 mil.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever noticed that really rich people, I've never played it, really rich people like to play Baccarat.
Yeah.
They claim that's the best odds in the casino.
Yeah.
But there's very few Baccarat tables. You know what I mean? It's usually kind of high limit area.
You know why? Why would I have the smart, richer people playing all the games when I got everybody else that think they're going to get rich playing the other games?
Jeff, how much you think the state of Nevada made from Baccarat, which not a lot of people play, in April? Now, let me add, craps was 30 mil, roulette was 36 mil.
I was about to say 50.
$76 million off Baccarat.
And guess what?
Some rich-ass dudes losing their
What
shirt.
happens in Baccarat?
I have no idea. There's a dealer, there's a banker.
The per hand is way more than the other. You go find you a $10 table. You gonna find a $10 Baccarat table. I promise you that. Start way up. So when you lose way more. Say one hand lost in Baccarat, maybe $10,000.
Don't you literally do nothing in Baccarat? Do you just place a bet? Like there's no actual strategy
There's a
to it.
banker involved.
Yeah.
I know that.
But think about
the
that.
banker.
In Baccarat, you may have a guy lose 10 grand on his hand. In blackjack, the whole table lost $250. Think about that.
But have you ever watch the movie Narcos, the show Narcos? When this is a morbid example of this, but these are the drug cartels as Mexico takes over the importing business of drugs. And at first they're just importing cocaine. And then somebody gets to them and introduces the concept of crack. And they're like, you sell a lot more Toyotas than you do Cadillacs. It was a very good line.
Hey.
All right, last one. Blackjack, 110 million. Craps, 30. Roulette, 36. Baccarat, 76 million, which is just staggering. Slots, 216 million. How much do you think the casinos in Nevada made in April on sports betting?
They might have made more. But they got the apps. And apps, people use apps all over the place.
Well, less people have to go to Nevada to bet on sports.
Yeah, yeah. So I'm gonna go with.
But
I'm still gonna go with 50 to 75.
Think about. There's not that much action though. I think if it was a football season, it might be the higher.
How much they made in April then?
30.
30 million.
30.8
That
million.
was all at the beginning of the month.
For the Masters.
You said April.
April, yes.
Beginning of the month was what?
The end of March Madness. Yeah. I wonder what March is.
Yeah.
Because I think the title game was like April 3rd.
And how much you said it made?
30.8 million.
30.8 million.
But also, I don't think the house has as big of an advantage in sports betting because they try to keep the action even on both sides and just take the juice. You know what I mean?
If they're keeping it even and they still netted 30 million in 1 month, again, as I said, everybody that think that they're killing Vegas, you're not.
No.
They want you to do that to go brag.
Do we find that news about how much money Vegas casinos are making encouraging?
Well, I learned a long time ago.
I mean, if you're a shareholder, sure.
Listen, man, I learned a long time ago. We played this thing called CeeLo.
Sure.
And when you are the house in CeeLo, you normally win a lot of money. Guess who's the house when you go to Vegas?
The house.
Vegas. So they're making way, and the money that's being bet in CeeLo is nice, but it's not what they're betting in Vegas. So there are guys that made 6 figures, okay, playing on a Thursday night. Vegas probably makes 9 figures on a Thursday night when you got really everything going.
It's
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Hey.
It's a wild world, man. Wild world. Neil Greenberg joins us next.
To the devil.
No, it's Ozzy.
It's just Ozzy solo. But he was in Black Sabbath, correct?
Mhm.
Okay.
What's the name of the song?
Mr. Crowley.
Mr. Crowley?
It sounds like the old dude that lives on your block that gets mad when you throw
Yeah,
the football
get off
on the
my
street.
lawn.
Yeah. Maybe that's what the song's about. Ozzy was playing soccer in his yard. Before I forget, something cool next week. Next Monday, they have U.S. Open qualifying at Woodmont Country Club in Rockville, and it's free. It's open to the public. If you're interested, it's pretty damn cool. These guys
If
are
you
trying
want
to
to
get
see
into the
good
US
golf,
Open.
Jeff, go check it out.
Yeah, Jeff. Honestly, you should go, Jeff. You might really enjoy that, dude. All right, joining us right now is our friend.
Now, Jeff's gonna be at the other one.
Yeah, he's gonna be with us drinking, trying to meet girls, DJ, get gigs. That's also smart too. Joining us right now is our friend from the Washington Post, Mr. Neil Greenberg. Greenberg, you gonna go watch some U.S. Open qualify?
Sure, why not? It depends on my kid's schedule, but why not?
Much of life depends
But
on.
if it depends on your
schedule.
kid's schedule, Greenberg, you're gonna be at home.
You know what you know what my kids had me do yesterday? I had to leave Monumental and get out to Bethesda Potomac by 5:30. You know how daunting it is when you have to pick children up? Like, it's not a moving target when you got to deal with DC traffic, get way the hell out there. And then we had daddy-daughter McDonald's night, which was banging.
Oh, man.
Lucky. My kid had a fishing trip at school. He caught 3 fish.
That's awesome.
Oh, there you go.
3 more than his dad.
Hey, that's the happiest thing Jeff heard all day. He's clapping and everything. See, my
He
kids
was
got
so proud
jobs,
of
but they
himself,
won't.
he's also like his dad, so like there's no living with him.
Hey, my
for
kids
the
have
rest of
jobs,
the day.
and they still won't go out unless I'm buying.
I am among the world's worst fishermen, Greenberg. I thought I should tell you that.
Oh, no, you're not, because I'm on the call. I wanted to fish. I bought a fishing kayak, got the lures and everything, went out, first cast, lure got caught in the tree. It took me a half hour to get it down. It was a mess.
Well, I'm going to teach you a way to do it, Greenberg.
All right, I love that.
Go to the grocery store, say, give me that, and go home and fry it up.
Look at this.
Listen, me and my buddy playing for 6 months. Me and Gil, JB.
Okay.
We playing 6
I had to
months.
put bait on a hook. You know what it's like for a kid from Queens to put bait on a hook in front of your 5-year-old and make it seem like it's the most normal thing in the world?
You were the one all squirmy or whatever you call it.
Oh my God! My kid's like, "Look at this one, Dad. This one's really big," and I'm just like, "Oh my goodness."
Jeff is judging all of us right now.
Look, I went with my buddy. We playing for 6 months to go fishing. We got in the water. And I think within 15 minutes, the weather started to change. And I'm like, dude, did you check the weather? We were stuck for 3.5 hours.
Tides?
Yeah.
And the tides, the weather dropped like 15, 20 degrees.
Yeesh.
Wind started blowing. This guy
Miserable.
rescues us, takes us to his house. He goes, oh, man, what y'all trying to catch? We like, redfish. He said, I got 3 bagfuls. Y'all can have them. He gave us 3 bagfuls of filet fish. From now on, when I'm going fishing in Louisiana, I'm going to that dude's house.
Well, you went fishing,
seriously.
you got fish. You achieved your mission.
But Gil, he ratted me out. I said, we caught all of them, we cut it up. He told him what happened for real.
My favorite kind of fishing is Chesapeake Bay, rockfish season. I want to say it's like late March, early April when they open the season up, because you go out on a boat, you drink a ton of beer. There's a captain and some first mates, and they set the lines up, and they just have them dangling in the water. And then when there's a fish on, they hand it to you, and you bring it in.
There you go.
And you feel like Captain Universe.
That's the way I
Captain
fish.
Universe, Mr. Universe, Captain America.
Captain America.
All right, Greenberg. I have a question for you.
Shoot.
I believe the Mavericks are going to win the title.
I hope so.
I could bet them right now at plus 230, I saw.
Yep.
I'd probably shop it around, maybe find something a little better, but roughly it's going to be about that. I think if they lose tomorrow night to Minnesota, that number is going to jump to like 280. What's your advice for me here?
So here's the thing. So full disclosure, I actually have a futures ticket that I purchased last June, Mavericks plus 2,200.
Damn.
Wow.
So
I'm with Greenberg. You're
What's
way
the
too
number?
late, JP.
Can we ask what you have on it?
I have a decent amount. I had as much as they would let me, put it that way.
Wow.
So here's the thing. It's obviously it's a tenth of that now. I have a better idea for you. If you truly believe that the Mavericks can win the title, Obviously, they have to get there, but if they don't get there, your future would lose anyway. So let's just look at it what the line is for Dallas, Minnesota. So Minnesota's at home. Dallas is like plus 160 right now. You'd have to think they probably at the same or better odds in your favor playing Boston. So betting them on the money line twice, right? Like betting, let's just say $100, you win 160, and you bet that 160 at plus 160 again, you're up $256, which is more than the future that they have to win for. So I think actually at this point, parlaying the money line is probably a better bet. Now you have to guess, which games they're going to win, et cetera. But I think the money line will give you a better value than the plus 2 whatever it is right now.
You're saying bet the money line every game?
Yeah, well, I'm not saying that you bet. Obviously they're not going to sweep, but my guess is if you can pick your spots, you might get more than you would if you just bet the future. Because if you think about it, even if you say to yourself, okay, Boston's going to win the first 2 at home, that means that Dallas has to win the next 2 at home. I mean, that could be your opportunity. If you think Dallas is going to take the first game, I mean, like, you need to come up with a scenario that's going to win. But I think that there's more value out there picking those spots than there is betting now when there's only 3 teams left.
Greenberg, this dude here is bad with numbers.
Yeah.
And right now, I'm looking at him, man.
I got confused.
He is confused as hell. So, listen, it's B. Mitch and Philly, not B. Mitch. Because he won't be here if you keep talking all these numbers and telling him to switch up stuff. His head's going to explode.
Again, I just think you're better off playing the Mavericks to win against Boston than you are betting them on the futures now, because I just don't think there's any value in that future right now.
Okay. I'm not sure I agree with you, because I think what do they tell you? Don't time the market. Like, I don't know which games they're going to win.
If you had put it in when Greenberg put it in, you could be talking some money right now.
If I had, yes.
But you waited until now, and that's too late.
I'm a procrastinator. I still don't have a passport.
You wanted a market analogy. This is, buying NVIDIA when they announced a 10-to-1 split, or buying it, 10 months ago when it was, a third of the price. You know what I mean? Like, everyone knows that it could be the Mavericks or the Timberwolves, most likely the Mavericks. So all the value in the future itself is gone. Now I think you have to focus more on the game-by-game dynamics and figure out your spot there.
All right. I want to switch gears. I think I understand what you're saying. I'm talking with our friend Neil Greenberg here from the Washington Post. You can follow him on X at @ngreenberg. He's a great fisherman. I had to tell 48 this last week. Now I'm gonna tell you this. I am a huge fan. I am a subscriber. I have read the Washington Post my whole life. It is the paper of record in my life. I don't know who's in charge of these polls for you, but I can save you all some money. Stop running these polls. I'll just give you the answers, because I just see this headline: most DC area sports fans dislike or hate the name Commanders. Well, Greenberg, I could have saved you the money and told you that anyway. Just have the posters listen to our callers, and boom, you got it.
That's true. I will say that our deputy poster is a very good friend of mine, Emily Gux. She does great work. And I think it's more of just getting, into the nuances of it. Just like we would never say, Boston probably wins the NBA title. Like, we go into it a step further and try to explain, where is the, where are the pain points for the name and all that other stuff. So, I get it. A lot of this stuff, a lot of stuff that I write is, like duh moments.
Yeah.
But
Be the chin with a yeah.
No, I'm not talking about his stuff. I'm talking about. I read a lot of
around.
things. I'm going, man, they could have just stopped this at the beginning.
You're right, and you're absolutely right. But yeah, I mean, I think to me it's interesting to see like where they want the name to go, right? Like, that to me is the more interesting part of this whole thing, and how unpopular is it really? I don't know if it's as unpopular as people think. I mean, also your radio show is kind of like an echo chamber of sorts, right? Because it's hyper-focused on the team, and the people that are upset are more vocal than the people that aren't. So I think giving context to stuff like that is always good.
Yeah, I agree with that for sure. And I think because of this senator kicking around this logo thing has kind of made it more relevant. Brian has a theory.
And the T-shirt at training camp didn't help either.
That's true. I forgot about that. Brian has a theory, which I tend to agree with. I think the name stinks, but I think if Jaden Daniels comes out and balls out and they go 11-6, I think opinions can change fast. Do you agree with that, or do you think it's more deep-rooted?
I do agree with that, because unless it's offensive, if the team is winning, no one really cares what it's called.
Yeah.
Right? Like you don't lament the name after a 14-3 season. Like that's not what the talking point is. So yeah, winning cures a lot of stuff. I mean, if you win, there's a lot of things that people are willing to put aside and just not care about anymore. They'll care more about getting those other 3 wins than they would what the team name is.
There you go.
So yeah, I think that the new ownership and everybody involved, can endear the team name to people. I'll be honest, the logo didn't really wow me when they came out with it, just the W, and I felt like it was. I felt like there wasn't a lot of thought put into it in terms of like the whole piece of the puzzle, the name being the least of my concerns. But again, you win, no one's going to care. They're going to be talking about Jaden Daniels and everything else that's happening. And, the focus really should be on that, not necessarily what the team is called.
There you go. Totally.
I agree with that. Yesterday I was over at Monumental recording this show, and I ended up in a weird bet discussion with Tischler about, tell me where you land on this too, B. Jahan Dotson, Luke McCaffrey. And you can let it be fairly nebulous. Who has the more successful season?
That's tough. I mean, the upside has to be with Dotson, right? So, like, if you're just, if we're just having the discussion on who it should be, it's probably Dotson, because he's got the new quarterback. He's got an offensive-minded, he's got the offensive coordinator in Kingsbury new, and maybe takes the top off the offense. I mean, who knows? I would think the upside is with Dotson, so I probably have to say that, even though the unknowns with McCaffrey. But there was a lot of hype for him coming into this organization, and we've seen
and
flashes
he had a good
of it.
rookie season.
Yeah, so I think you'd have to go with Dotson.
Yeah.
I'm on Dotson. Mitch took McCaffrey.
I would go with Dotson because I think Dotson is probably going to be a guy who you're going to have on the outside for the most part. He'll be on the field a little bit more than the slot guy is going to be on the field. And you would say he'll have more opportunities.
And I think, he's the guy that helps unlock Terry McLaurin, right? I mean, like, I don't know if McCaffrey is that guy to do that. I know if Dotson is playing well, you have to focus on him. Otherwise, the rest of the offense might be able to pick you apart, specifically McLaurin. So, yeah, I just think that there's just so much more incentives to get Dotson to where everyone thinks he should be. The ceiling's higher. I just think that that's the safer play.
But as you lean towards some of the stories coming out of the building is that Jaden Daniels and McCaffrey have this great rapport already.
Dotson, too.
Listen, I was a former quarterback, and people can say what you want. Yeah, you got your best receivers, but you got the ones that you really like a lot, and you trust them more, and you let the ball go to him a lot more often than you do the guy that's supposed to be the best.
And McCaffrey, I think it's way too early to read too much into this because they kind of just move guys around to everywhere in May. Mm-hmm. But McCaffrey has been lining up not just exclusively in the slot, which is interesting too.
Well, that's smart.
But yeah, I agree with that. And he's big. Like, you don't have to confine a dude to the slot. Greenberg, I'm going through your Twitter, and there a couple things stand out to me. Explain this Jordan Love thing to me, the Packers quarterback. And B, maybe we do a what do they got Packers next. But I'm looking at these numbers with Jordan Love. How good was he last year?
I think he was a lot better than people think. It's
Dallas,
a situation that
That's the Niners.
I'm sorry?
No, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. I think that, again, he had we didn't really know what he was going to be coming into this thing. And, he, depending on what you look at, Pro Football Focus had him as the 8th best quarterback of 2023. And that means, like, he did everything, he did a lot of things right. Like, maybe the end result wasn't great, but just from a process standpoint, he was, in the top quarter of the league starting quarterbacks. But then you look at ESPN's total quarterback rating, which is an objective rating and the actual numbers of it, and he was number 9. So to say that he was a top 10 quarterback, I think is pretty safe. Having a top 10 quarterback in the league is obviously a tremendous amount of value. I'm not sure he'd be on the list of the top 10 quarterbacks in the NFL if you ask people to kind of, rattle them off their head. I mean, C.J. Stroud was 15th in QBR. I'm sure they put him ahead of Jordan Love, Joe Burrow. So I think that that's probably the shocking point. But again, I mean, both a subjective and an objective take on his performance of the season had him as a top 10 quarterback.
That sounds like I'm hearing some fantasy value there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, as long as the rest of the rest of your league doesn't feel we're reading my timeline, I guess, or where I got it from. But yeah, that's kind of what you want to look at. I mean, you want to look at those type of situations, and for fantasy in particular, getting a guy like that obviously it paid dividends because he wasn't probably one of the top 10 quarterbacks drafted. I do think Jaden Daniels has a chance to be a fantasy upside type quarterback. Not to say he's going to be top 10, but I think unless you're in a local league, he probably won't be drafted too high. But again, the ceiling's high. We talked about the new faces and everything. Having your second quarterback have upside is really all you can ask for.
Especially running the ball. Quickly with the pucks, who you got?
Oof. This is tough. I don't think that there's been anything to happen that's taken me off my original opinion. I said Florida and Carolina were the top 2 teams coming in. A little surprised Edmonton has fallen behind, but it's only one game. But I do think that
they got to win tonight.
That Florida is probably the team we're watching here.
Edmonton's got to win tonight. I feel like if they get down 3-1, I think
they do.
Cooked.
All Canada's rooting for them.
What do you think that pressure's like, especially for the kids on the team, the guys on the team that are Canadian, when they know they're the only hope for the whole damn country?
It's like an Olympics, it's like an Olympic atmosphere when you think about it, right? Like all your hopes and dreams are resting on the team, the country's team. And right now, Edmonton is the whole country's team. And everyone knows about the drought. Obviously, hockey is big in Canada. It's got to be a tremendous amount of pressure. And, I hate to see what it might do to the legacy of Connor McDavid in some people's eyes, because he's been nothing short of one of the best players in the NHL, if not the best at times.
Dude, specifically,
could he be living the same life that Ovi led? Because Ovi was very good for a long time. They didn't win one. Then he finally won one.
Ovi wasn't considered good until he won the cup, right? By a lot of people. Like, he was considered a very one-dimensional, type of player. And obviously Connor McDavid is not that. But again, a lot of people judge players based on the titles, and getting this far and having that much pressure and not being able to produce is going to taint him in some people's eyes. But I think we're probably looking at Florida, Dallas.
There is a sick part of me, B, that wants Dallas to have the reigning World Series champion, the NBA champion, and the Stanley Cup champion, just to rub it in the Cowboys that they haven't won anything for.
God, that'd be such a hard state to live with.
It'd just be kind of funny.
I'm secretly finding out JP really like the Cowboys too. He like all the teams.
He does. Someone check under his dress shirt. See if there's like
you guys talking about? I'm saying, how funny would that be?
If you don't like Dallas, you don't like nobody there.
If Dallas wins except the Cowboys.
It'd be funny, but still, you got to dislike Dallas altogether.
You're the one that gets mad at me for disliking Philly.
I got paid
He played in Philly.
I didn't.
You go to Philly and you just mad because like the dude, I saved you in Philly. See, that's not like
JP hates liberty. This is a weird conversation.
I don't hate liberty. I don't know that you saved me. You kind of got me to a state where I needed saving at the same time.
But still, I saved you.
Listen, there is this Italian restaurant in Philadelphia that I swear by. It is so good. It's right by the Marriott, right by the convention
Man,
center.
nobody can. No, we done Maggiano's.
Maggiano's.
He's a fool.
Have you ever had it?
Maggiano's?
Yeah.
He's a fool. He's a fool.
I said Sbarro as a joke, and you counted with Maggiano's as a real thing?
Goodbye, Greenberg.
my
Thank you for the
goodness.
time, buddy.
I love you guys.
All right, brother. Take care, man.
Let's talk about this Washington Post name investigation. Nobody likes it, but how much do they not like it? You know what people do like, though? Summertime. Summer is here, and it's time to take advantage of the great outdoors. Whether you're going to host a barbecue or soak up some sun, Offenbachers has got you covered with the highest quality outdoor furniture, fire pits, hot tubs, and swim spas. Offenbachers has the largest outdoor furniture showrooms in the area and a wide variety of styles, from traditional to ultra-modern and everything in between. And now through June 3rd, Offenbachers is celebrating Memorial Day with discounts of up to 50% on a big selection of outdoor furniture. You've been thinking about a pool for your backyard? What about a swim spa instead? It's a fraction of the price of a pool, and you can swim, play, and work out year-round at the water temperature you choose. And for their Memorial Day sale, Offenbachers is offering discounts on swim spas of up to $10,000, plus free financing for qualified buyers. Visit Offenbachers.com or stop into any one of their DC area showrooms in Annapolis, Rockville, Herndon, or Gainesville, and let one of Offenbachers' outdoor specialists help you create your perfect backyard paradise. And don't forget to tell them JP Finley sent you. What's this, like an 80s song?
Big Country.
Kind of fun. Yo, I think if you regularly listen to our radio program, you're fully aware that I don't want to speak for everybody, but I think we all agree here. The NFL is king of the United States and of our show, and rarely misstep.
Yeah.
2 minutes ago, I got this email. Relive these must-see schedule release highlights.
Do what?
NFL.com, of which I suppose I'm a subscriber to their emails. Relive these must-see schedule release highlights. Talk, Jeff.
No, I was just saying I got that email too.
I mean, Doug, what are we talking about here? Who did it best? The 2024 NFL schedule has officially been released, and teams got creative on social media. See how every team participated in the unveiling. A little too far? Is this a little too much here? It's one thing that you're already making the schedule release such a big deal, and God bless you for it because you can. But left hand up, I do not need to relive schedule release highlights. I don't know. I'm going to tell you a secret. I don't believe there are any schedule release highlights. I think it's just an attempt to get people to buy tickets. Now, real highlights, real games matter. And Jeff and Landfill, is it halftime? Where are we at?
I believe it's the third quarter.
Okay. So for those unaware, right now on NFL Network, they are re-showing Super Bowl 26, the Redskins against the Bills, in which Brian Mitchell won a Super Bowl ring. Jeff kind of seems like has never seen this game. So Jeff, what do you think so far, dude?
Yo, it's making my Ashburn syndrome bubble a little bit. You know, I think we could get back to this in the next. Oh, be realistic, Jeff. Be realistic. 4 years, man. 4 years. Maybe even before that, if we move well. Yes, my Ashburn syndrome is bubbling.
Jeff, hold on. Let's do me a favor. Just enjoy watching that game and don't try to make it about now.
Honestly,
what has stood out to you watching that game?
What has stood out to me? The hit. I miss the old NFL. Like watching these players hit each other. Y'all were crazy, man. I'm glad y'all had them huge pads because y'all were striking out here.
Oh, we play real football.
Yeah. This is amazing.
Mine were huge though, Jeff.
Huh?
I made mine big.
Yours were big.
Yeah,
they were built
I don't even know
way.
how you turned the corner without moving like you're Batman or something.
What stands out for you? Have you seen that game before, Landfill?
I haven't. A couple things that stood out for me, like we were kind of mentioning there. About half of the plays, there would be a penalty today because there's the hits are just too intense. I wish I loved anything as much as Jim Kelly loves throwing interceptions. I mean, I think he's up to 3, and there's some debate amongst us as to who number 27 for the Redskins is, but he absolutely wrecked a guy.
Brad Edwards.
Brad Edwards is number 27, and Jeff thought it was Fred Stokes. Jeff was looking at that. Jeff, look back at that same line that column you were looking at. How many people are 27 on that? He was looking at the age column.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's 2 columns, and it just I just seen the number 27, and it was just right there. I was like, oh, da-da-da. And yeah.
Brad Edwards in that game had 2 interceptions. Kurt Gouveia had one. Darrell Green had one.
Kurt scored a touchdown.
Kurt's a bad dude. Remember we had him on the show at the golf tournament?
Yeah.
There was another moment that just happened during the break that I thought I should relay to you. When Jeff said, "What number is Mayhew?" I said 35. And then I could hear the wheels in Jeff's brain going. He said, "Oh, that's Martin Mayhew?" Jeff, I didn't oversell that one. That's how it went down.
Yeah, that's how. Because I was, like I said, Mayhew, that is not a common name in this area, and that's a part of my family. So I was like, yo, Mayhew, let me go make sure this is not one of my distant uncles or something.
Now, we've frequently talked on this program
about Martin Mayhew.
Yes.
Yes, and how he's involved with our organization. However, I did not know he played on a championship team with B. I didn't know that.
I feel like we've discussed that exact fact on our program.
JP.
That's the time he had left to go use the bathroom at home.
Landini, did you know that it was the same Mayhew that B played with on the Super Bowl team?
I did, yeah.
Okay.
I also knew the team president played for the team as well.
Doug Williams.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if his role is president now, but I get what you're saying. Wait, Jeff, you knew that?
Nah, I didn't know Doug Williams played
People
for
are
the
going to believe
Washington
it.
Redskins. Oh my God!
All right.
Jeff is crazy.
What's the score in the game?
They don't have like a score thing up there, so I don't actually know what it is. They only show the score when somebody actually right after they score.
They may not have had a score bug in those days.
They don't. Whenever there's a punt, they put up a hang time, but I don't know what down it is. I don't know what quarter we're in. I don't know what the score is, but I know that 27 is wrecking dudes. It's 1st and 10, by the way. They just put that up.
Brad was wrecking people all day.
Brad Stokes.
So
Brad
wrecked another dude.
Literally, as we say,
Brad
so.
and
Right
John
on
together in that game, they were hit machines, dog.
So, all right, it was 17-0 at halftime. If we are in the third quarter, it was 17-0.
The most recent thing we saw was Jim Kelly throwing an interception to Kurt Govea, and he returned it to like the 2 or something.
Did
Then
he get in I thought he got in the end zone.
No,
I think it was
Gerald
like the-
Riggs
yeah,
about to take
that's right.
it in.
yeah.
Well,
So-
Gerald probably had what 3 touchdowns, 3 touchdowns, and he averaged 1 yard a carry.
All right,
He
so
was in the end zone though.
it gets up to 24-0 with this Gerald Riggs touchdown. Then the Bills finally get on the board. Norwood knocks in a field goal. What was the biggest lead? 24-0, I assume?
Mhm.
No, because then it's 34-10, so they're matching that. It got up to 37-10. That's 27, right? Or is that 17?
27.
27. Thank you.
Bro, hey, listen. Just think it sometimes. Don't say it out loud, please. Because I don't want to have to ask. I will answer no more questions to people.
37-10, I believe, is the biggest lead.
And you better never help your kids, your daughters, with no damn homework. 'Cause I can hear your baby. I can hear, oh, you didn't get this right. Well, my dad helped me with it.
Listen, there's things I am good at, and there's things I am not good at. Math, I'm not good at.
Obviously.
But if you need advice about who you should help, who can help you buy or sell a home, there's one dude and one dude only, and his name is John Leahy.
That dude is John Leahy, just like Armando. Armando had nothing but great things to say about John. He said, I cannot speak highly enough of this guy because they have exceptional service. And from the moment I engaged their services until the successful closing of the property, they displayed an unparalleled work ethic that truly set them apart. I'm a competitive real estate in a competitive real estate market. Their dedication to clients, impressive negotiation skills, and system-oriented team approach make them a top-tier real estate professional. Armando said that, and everybody else that sold that used John to sell their homes, Risa, Jennifer, all those different people. So reach out to our friend John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. Go to johnsellsdmv.com and find out your home's value in mere seconds. It only takes a few seconds to request an instant cash offer on your home at johnsellsdmv.com. And John offers you flexible fees, customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
Well, and B, when you talk about life happens, let's be real. Sometimes the reason you have to sell your house is really, really stressful.
Yeah.
When that's the case, more than ever, you need the right agent. And this could be a divorce, death in the family. You got to fund long-term care or even impending foreclosures. John and the Fine Living Group have the options and strategies you need to take care of things quickly for the most money possible and the least amount of stress possible. You know what helps? He's got a deep bench of buyers in waiting, more than 10,000 buyers ready to rock. That's why you need to call John. That's why I would trust John. Call him today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com. Or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing. All right. We're watching the old Super Bowl, which is all we're doing today. 1992, Minneapolis, Minnesota.
January 26th.
Redskins just beating the snot out of the Buffalo Bills. It's kind of fun because I remember him as a kid, but I never covered him or anything, obviously. But I remember how good Art Monk was.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember how good Gary Clark was. But I feel like the boys don't really understand as they're watching this unfold. Yo, Landville, how good is Art Monk?
I mean, he's pretty good, catching a bunch of passes and stuff.
Art would run that 18-yard comeback, and everybody knew he was running it, and they couldn't do a damn thing about it.
Jeff, are they better than you thought watching this?
Well, I always thought they were good because I've always heard, people talk about them and things, but it's like to see it in person. I mean, well, not in person, but like live action. This is crazy. He is really having his way out there. I was talking to Landfill earlier. I was saying Gary was really shifty, boy. Like, I just seen from the moment he caught the ball to change the direction, it was just so quick. It was like the Bills. It was just so quick, dude. And it's like, seeing athletes, no shade, B, but it looks like everything is always quicker, better, like more advanced. But it looked like if Gary was like in his prime today, it looked like him and Armand would just blend in. They just need some smaller pads for real.
I got a question for you. So if you're in your car right now, the NFL Network is replaying the Skins Bills Super Bowl in which B played.
He found out that Art was a running back in Syracuse.
the 91 season, 14-2 regular season.
That's good information, though.
They dismantled the Bills in the Super Bowl. Final score is 37-24, but it was never that close. At one point, the Skins were up 27 points in the fourth quarter. Question for you, because you know both men well. I know Gary a little bit, so I have a lean on this answer, but I don't know. Art Monk finished this game 7 catches, 113 yards. Gary Clark finished this game 7 catches, 114 yards.
Mm-hmm.
Would Gary point out that he had one more yard in the Super Bowl than Art?
Yeah.
That was my guess.
Because every time he gets around Doug, he say, "You like Art more than me, didn't you? You throw the ball to him more than me." And it was always in like fun and things like that. And I think everybody know, like, Gary is joking, but he probably really means it deep down inside. Like, damn it, you would throw the ball to him if you like it more than me, or I had one more yard than you.
Right.
I mean, my per catch was a little higher.
Right. That is just, it's just
But
fun.
it was always that level of competition that the guys had, like, didn't care. I'm going to compete against you, but it wasn't no hate ever with it. So.
Yeah. I mean, I think in the modern game, the coach that is pushed that the most is Pete Carroll.
Mm-hmm.
If you go back and read about how he handled things at USC or certainly in the boom times in Seattle, it was constant competition in all capacities.
Mm-hmm.
And I do think that's what Dan Quinn's trying to create.
Yeah.
We'll find out.
But you got to have your players in the mindset that, we compete, but we're on the same team. Because you find out in this day and age, guys on the same team competing, boy, it becomes some battles going on. I'm not talking about those amicable ones.
Right.
These are those where they stop liking each other just because they play the same position.
I agree with that. I think ideally competition can happen in a positive way, but sometimes it does spill out. You hope that's not the case. Even at the stations, right? Like we do 106.7, 980. Those are our boys. We're competing against them.
Yeah.
The other shows on the air are our friends, but you compete against them. Like you can live, just as a beat reporter, which I am sort of still, you're competing constantly. Like it's just the nature of the business, but you can still be friendly as you do it.
Some people never happens.
Some people can't handle that. I agree.
But we don't compete against Chris Russell because his show starts at 2.
2 o'clock.
Yeah.
2 o'clock. Although for one day special, our show started at 11 a.m.
That's true.
That was the day I forgot the cord.
Oh. That Jupu Fembu, I tell you.
It's something else, man. Yo, I was just in the kitchen, and Mike and the Mad Dog was on with Stephen A. Mad Dog's going absolutely ballistic.
Why?
Please guess the topic.
Something with basketball.
No. Landfill, you got to guess.
He's upset that they're getting rid of the chain gang in football.
No. Jeffrey?
What isn't he upset about?
That's a fair retort.
The sun is up.
That's the best one right there.
All right. Well, he's mad. He was screaming about New Jersey State High School baseball. Aaron Schatz, Football Outsiders, joins us next.
Everyone else is just kind of off-seasoning after the draft. We're working on our book. So, and then we're promoting the book when everybody's in camp.
All right, cool.
So Aaron, I may or may not remember this right. It might not have been you guys. It might have been an ESPN deep dive before you were there. NFL Network is replaying the Redskins Bills Super Bowl 26, the 91 season. The game was played in January of 92. I know that some analytics experts have determined that to be the best team ever. Have you? Is that you?
That's me.
Okay.
Yeah, that's me. Our best team ever by DVOA, if you include the playoffs in your analysis, is 1991 Washington. Yep.
Wow, that's pretty badass, dude. So let's get
They were like the only team. Like, you know, we've got like 45 years of data or whatever, and they're the only team that's in the top 50 teams for all three phases of the game.
Wow.
Just an incredibly well-balanced team that did everything well.
Yeah. I mean, B was on it. I think you agree, Brian?
I 100% agree.
Aaron, let's get to kind of what we're looking at, expecting for this upcoming NFL season, dude. Let's start with Washington and zoom out. They've overhauled, since you last were on the program with us, they've overhauled everything. GM, coach, quarterback, about half of the roster as it currently stands. What do you make kind of big picture of the Washington overhaul?
Okay, big picture. I love it. Okay, a big fan of the new owner. Obviously, I'm an analytics guy. So I'm a big fan of the analytics bent that he has taken with his NBA team and his NHL team. I am looking forward to them taking a similar bent with the NFL team. That's great. I think Quinn as a head coach is an interesting, retread is a negative word. Obviously, the man made the Super Bowl when he was first a head coach, so retread sounds worse than it is. It's too bad Ben Johnson wouldn't take the job. I think he's a really interesting head coaching candidate. But, the Quinn has been a really good defensive coordinator for the last couple of years. And then the draft, they had the number 2 pick, and they took the guy everybody sort of felt was the second best quarterback. So you can't really go, wrong there. You got to take your shot at the quarterback.
Gotcha. So now looking at what they've put together, I think it's important for fans, especially coming off the way the Texans changed everything last year. But I think fans still need to maintain a level of honest expectations where, this team was 4-13 last year. No Pro Bowlers, but they have overhauled the staff. They have a lot of new guys in. Like, when you look at this team right now, what do you think?
Look, the possibility for rookie quarterback is a very wide range of possibilities. Okay. Houston is absolutely a possibility for what Washington's season looks like. So is Carolina.
Yeah.
Right.
And we don't know which is good. Certainly it looks like things will be better than they were in Carolina because the receivers are better, right? So what Daniels has to work with looks better than what Bryce Young had to work with. But, we don't have any idea what Jaden Daniels will be. Like, you have to take the gamble because he could turn out to be really good. He could also turn out to be pretty bad. Mm-hmm. We just have no idea.
When you start projecting and looking at things in the analytics world, how do you all do it? I know we go basically based off of what we've seen, and we go based off of our opinions. To be honest with you, what do you all do in the analytics world? You go by numbers from previous years or what?
Yeah, we're looking at numbers from the last 3 years. We're looking at personnel changes, right? Like adding certain amounts of personnel that played at a certain level last year, getting rid of certain personnel. New coaches, a new coaching staff normally means, all other things being equal, a new coaching staff normally means a little bit of a step back because you have to learn new schemes. And then, with the rookie quarterback, your projection has to be that the rookie quarterback will be bad. Because the most likely scenario is that either Daniels is bad or Daniels struggles as a rookie and then gets good after that, right? It's much less likely that he's good right away. Mm-hmm. And so you have to sort of expect that he'll be bad his first year knowing that the hope is there. Like the sentence, Washington surprised everyone and made the playoffs, is a sentence that makes a lot more sense than the sentence, the New York Giants surprised everyone and made the playoffs.
All right.
Even though my general expectations for both of those teams are similar.
Please tell me why you don't like the Giants.
I mean, they're not good. They weren't good last year. I mean, what do you want? I mean, Daniel Jones is not good. I mean, they've made some additions, and Malik Neighbors is great. And Malik Neighbors was actually the number one receiver in our playmaker score projection system.
Ahead of Marvin.
Better. He was better than Marvin, yeah, because he had to share the ball with Brian Thomas. So you have to give him some credit for the fact that he put up such great numbers, even though he had to share the ball with another first-round receiver.
Wow.
And yeah, I mean, it's nice that they have Brian Burns, but I mean, they're depending on two rookies in their secondary. And I mean, I like Brian Dable a lot and Mike Kafka, but it doesn't look good.
Let's keep going around the NFC East then. How does a person with an analytical bent explain what the hell happened to the Eagles the second half of last year?
Yeah, you never want to go full Kotite.
Wow.
That's an old pull, Jeff. You don't know about Rich Kotite.
They really fell apart at the end of the year. Here's the thing. We like to think of how teams play at the end of the year as rolling over to the following year. It actually doesn't tend to do that. The best way to predict what a team will do the following year is how well they were for the whole year. The thing is that the Eagles, because of how bad they were at the end of the year, it dragged down how good they were for the whole year. So they're not going to be that bad again, like as bad as they were in the last couple of weeks. But they certainly don't look like they're going to probably be as good as they were 2 years ago, for example. And I think that the gap between Dallas and Philadelphia is a little larger than people give it credit.
Well, Dallas team that seems to always have the right people in place. They just can't seem to get over the hump. Have you figured out anything of why do they not get to the point where they are projected to go most times?
No, man, isn't that, sort of one of the holy grails of analytics is figuring out why teams win and lose in the playoffs. So you can, trying to figure out if there's something real. Listen, the fact is the NFL is filled right now with a lot of teams that can't get over the hump, depending on what you think the hump is. That's what happens when the same team wins the Super Bowl 3 times in the last 5 years, right? So Dallas is in really the same place as Buffalo, and in some ways the same place as San Francisco and Cincinnati, even though San Francisco and Cincinnati have lost Super Bowls. So there's a lot of teams where you're like, why can't they make it happen in the playoffs? But historically, there are a lot of people who can't make it happen in the playoffs until the year that they do. There's 1 year they make it happen in the playoffs, and perhaps that will happen to Dallas. It will help if they do not go out there in the playoffs and play a defensive personnel set that is guaranteed to get killed by the specific offense that they're facing in that game. Don't do that.
I agree. So it sounds to me you think the Cowboys take the NFC East.
Yeah, listen, I will admit that our projections this year are not very different from last year. We don't have a lot of surprise teams. We have basically the same team winning the divisions. Now, we know that in reality that's not going to happen. There will be a couple of surprises. There will be a couple of teams that don't repeat. But right now, it's certainly, I think Dallas is a fairly good chance of repeating.
Do you think, is there any team that you're looking at that may shock some people? The team we looked at last year, they weren't good, but they may surprise
like Houston.
This year.
Yeah, no. Usually there is a team like that, but I don't have Chicago that high. I don't have Washington that high. The team that I have surprisingly high is New Orleans. Because New Orleans is boring and dull. And that's different from sucking. And people think New Orleans is very bad, but they're not. They're very average with a very easy schedule. And I think they're going to surprise people by being boring and dull with an easy schedule.
That's interesting. Now, does that mean you buy kind of Derek Carr, or you just think they're the team that gets in and then probably gets boat raced by a better team?
Both. I buy that Derek Carr is an average NFL quarterback. He's an average NFL starter. He's not a bad starter. He's not a great starter. He's not a top 10 quarterback.
And
But he's an average NFL quarterback. And yes, they're going to make it into the playoffs and get killed by whoever wins the 5 seed in the NFC.
All right, Tampa Bay, team that did some things last year. Do you expect them to stay the course, take a step forward, or a step back?
A little bit of a step back. Receivers are still aging. Questions about the offensive line a little, depending on a rookie center. They lost, Carlton Davis, who's an important player. And I just don't know how much I believe in Baker Mayfield being as good as he was last year on a regular basis. So I'm a little bit like a step back on them.
All
right. Going around the AFC, like I'm not smart enough to be an analytics person, but considering there's 32 teams and a three-peat's never happened, the numbers got to tell you that the Chiefs aren't going to win it all again, right? But
listen, every year we favor someone to win the Super Bowl. And what it means to favor someone before the season to win the Super Bowl means you think they have like a 15% chance of winning, which means the majority of the time they will not win. So even if Kansas City, right, we don't have Kansas City as our favorites for this year. We have San Francisco because they have an easier path through the playoffs. But if Kansas City is obviously one of the top teams, but that doesn't mean that they're more likely to win it than not. They're more likely to not win it.
Well, San Francisco, okay, now you look at them. Now, they've been consistent enough, but eventually the injury bug began to take its course in the NFL.
That is the one worry for San Francisco is that they have been pretty healthy. And if injuries hit, that they may have some problems. But I think they're a pretty deep roster. Now, here's the thing. A lot of their contracts end this year. So whether they're going to be that deep a roster in 2025, I'm not sure. They may be in a situation like Buffalo, where Buffalo on the surface is as good as they were last year, but their depth is not as good as it was last year. So if they have injuries like they did last year, they're in trouble.
Talking with Aaron Schatz here on the BetQL guest line. Sports betting has come to the DMV. Don't place that first bet without checking with BetQL. You can find all of Aaron's work at Schatz NFL, SCHATZ NFL, and check them out, ESPN Plus and FTN Fantasy. From a fantasy perspective, what are some surprises? Is it too early? Like, is there a team out there that you think people are have high expectations for that might just suck?
It's interesting. I think because of the fact that you have to assume that rookie quarterbacks will be bad, I think people are going to be overrating the Chicago receivers in fantasy football. Keenan Allen was really good last year, but he is getting older. And I also think people are going to overrate the Atlanta offense a little bit because you don't know what Kirk Cousins is going to be like at age 36 coming back from an Achilles injury.
That's true. What about New England, dude? They seem bad, and if you liked Drake May or not coming out of college, I think he's landed in a really bad spot.
We have no idea, honestly, because so much depends on Alex Van Pelt, and I don't know, if Alex Van Pelt can develop a quarterback. I think Brissett's going to be the starter. Brissett is going to surprise people. He's not as bad as you think, and
we saw it here. He can play, man.
Yeah, and Cleveland 2 years ago in Cleveland with Van Pelt, he had his best season. And their defense is going to be really good. I know they lost Belichick as the guy who runs the defense, but they're getting back 2 of their top 3 corners and their top pass rusher. So I think the Patriots are going to surprise people by winning like 6 or 7 games. I realize that that's damning with faint praise, but that defense is going to be a lot better than people give them credit for.
So who are the dregs of the league? If you don't think it's New England, maybe
our projections are really kind of down on Arizona.
Why?
Here's an interesting one. All other things being equal, this doesn't sound like this makes sense, but having a top drafted wide receiver or tight end offenses actually tend to take a little bit of a step back and then a step forward in year 2. Sometimes I think there's a little bit of that feeding the star rookie that the star rookie's not necessarily ready for the league, so they're not necessarily as efficient as you want them to be. And then once they've got some experience, they really shine. I realize there've been rookies like Jamar Chase who are like awesome as rookies, so maybe Harrison is that guy. I don't know. Carolina doesn't look like it's very good, to be honest.
No.
And New England, I mean, their offense is the dregs of the league.
Right.
Denver, the AFC West, Los Angeles Chargers. Herbert is there, but the roster is kind of a mess. And Denver is a mess unless, Nick shocks everybody as a rookie. So, I mean, that's the funny thing about the Chiefs is the Chiefs probably have the easiest path to a division title.
That's so funny. And if you'd said that 2 years ago, you'd been thrown out of the building because everybody's like, oh, the AFC West is so loaded. I wanted to circle back to one thing. Talking with Aaron Schatz, the godfather of DVOA. If you're into analytics and you don't follow Aaron, you're not into analytics. But you said earlier that you were impressed with Quinn's work as a D coordinator, especially the last stop in Dallas. And frankly, I don't know how somebody couldn't be. That said, what do you think of Cliff as the OC? What do you think of the air raid, the no huddle? What kind of offense should we be expecting here?
I mean, I'm not an expert on offensive. What's the word I'm looking for? Like
efficiency,
staidness. Yeah, I'm an expert on efficiency, but not like how creative. Like offense, I'm not an expert on offensive creativity where I can watch film and go, well, "That's pretty creative play calling right there." But the people that I trust that are experts on that do not believe that Cliff Kingsbury is a creative play caller. They believe that his offense in Arizona got staid and boring and very expected. Like they're not high on Kingsbury as the offensive coordinator. So I can't tell you that I'm particularly high on him, but I don't have statistical evidence for why I'm not high on Kingsbury. But the people who are non-stats people that I trust are not high on him as the offensive coordinator.
Can I kind of posit one theory on that? What we know out there after year 3 with Kyler, it did kind of plateau, right? They had that really good season in 21. Kyler then demands a new contract, deletes everything off his Instagram. The agent posts that wacky letter and all that. Finally gets paid. In that contract, remember they had a thing that he had to look at his iPad 10 hours a week? And then that got
then they took it out.
And then that got public and they took it out, so they were embarrassed.
Yeah.
And there was like a video game clause. Like, is it possible Kyler's
wasn't putting in the work?
No, it's possible. But I'm also thinking about things like DeAndre Hopkins always on the same side running the same 3 routes. Like that kind of like non-creativity. That has nothing to do with Kyler plays video games too much.
That's true. It's going to be interesting to find out. Aaron, we always appreciate you making time for us, brother.
Appreciate you, Aaron.
All right, man. Thanks for having me on. FTN Football Almanac will be out in mid-July. So follow me on social media to find out more.
Dude, drop a line when it's out, and we'll have you back on, and we'll promote the hell out of it.
Absolutely.
Okay.
All right, bro.
Take care, dude. Aaron Schatz, Godfather DVOA. If you are into what the smart people think about ball, that's a dude you want to talk about. Now, if you are into steak, I'm the dude you want to talk to. Here's what's coming up. Father's Day. You know what your father wants? Steak. You know what he doesn't want? Socks. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use the promo code JP at checkout, and you'll get an additional discount when you shop gourmet gift packages for Father's Day. With Omaha Steaks, the possibilities are endless. They've got the world's best beef, naturally aged for the ultimate in tenderness, juiciness, and flavor. Plus, they've got Father's Day experts at Omaha Steaks that are going to make it easy to get the right hand-selected gift packages starting at just $89. Go to omahasteaks.com and use the promo code JP, and you get an additional discount. When is Steak Day? Are we doing it Friday? I'm bringing them in. Do I need to bring in the air fryer, or how are we going to cook? Jeff, is there a grill on the roof?
You said that yesterday, too. I believe it is.
What if there's a grill on the roof and we send Jeff up there with headphones in? Landfill?
But we work here.
Jeff, sort of. Well, I guess now at the stream, Jeff can't leave.
Yeah.
All right. Well, air fryer it is. Friday will be Omaha Steaks Grilling Day here on the B. Mitchell Finley program. But every day can be your Omaha Steaks Grilling Day, especially if you want to make your Father's Day a special one. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use the promo code JP at checkout. You can save on exclusive packages starting at just $89. Omaha Steaks is America's butcher.
Something.
Big head, big ears. Well, I just tweeted out a video and I dropped that video in the text thread. Have you seen it yet?
No.
Do you know who the video is about?
I would guess Jaden Daniels because they were talking about he was a second-round pick. I mean, the number 2 pick overall. And then somebody said that people don't know who Jesus is.
Would you recognize Jaden Daniels?
If I saw him, yeah.
Jeff said he would recognize him. Lampville had no idea who it was in the video.
Fake news. Absolute lie.
Well, I would hope so because he's got a jersey on that's burgundy and gold and says Daniels.
I didn't watch the video. I said JP just texted us a picture of Jaden Daniels. At least I'm pretty sure it's Jaden Daniels. I'm not really sure what he looks like yet.
So why did Jeff start yelling at you then?
Because Jeff likes looking at pictures of dudes all day.
No, I do not. I just said
You do look at a lot of dudes, Jeff.
Bro, we work on a sports program.
No, you don't look at him. You just communicate with him all damn day.
But the thing is,
Jeff, you deserve a raise for this communication. You deal with most of these people in this. Text
I haven't looked today. How is the chat going?
Oh man, it's cool. It's just it's always one. But yeah, at this point, if you're
put him on
Washington,
probation, if he can, and then when he gets back, just be done for real, for good.
But yeah, back to the matter at hand. If you are in Washington right now and you are a fan of this team, if Jaden Daniels walked past you, you should at least be like, oh yeah, that's Jaden Daniels. Like you should know for sure, like it's Jaden Daniels. Like it just is what it is.
Yeah.
Like when Doug was walking around, if Doug Williams walked down the street during his time here, everybody would have known, oh, that's Doug Williams. He's that.
Yeah.
Now, Doug also won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, Doug Williams did win a Super Bowl.
I mean,
now
I feel like there's a
to be
slight
honest
difference.
with you, I would say this. Jaden Daniels, since he's got drafted, probably gets more press in this day and age than Doug got when he won a Super Bowl.
Let's be honest,
Am I right?
guys.
I think he should be recognizable, but I think by week 1, he absolutely has to be recognizable. He hasn't been here that much. We heard from him draft day and then rookie camp. You know what I mean? Like
every sports thing you turn on showed his face. Every news station here has something about him, or when they talk about the team, they show him every day since the draft.
And I hate to say it because we are a media medium, but to a lot of our fans, and I'm not saying this is my thoughts personally. Let me clear the air. But to a lot of our fans, this guy is the best thing since sliced bread. And I hate to put the pressure on him because, our players do listen to the media, but he has to come in here and perform because the people are looking at him as, and I know we already talked about this, JP, about how we can't look at him
got to avoid the quarterback savior.
As the savior.
Yeah.
But then
people are going to be looking at
into
it
the
anyway.
streets right now. That is how, go just listen to the average Washington fan, how they're describing the team and everything. That's what it's going to look like.
You know
this
why?
season.
Because they always say you got to find your quarterback.
Yep.
And as soon as you draft one, people think you found one.
The best thing
They don't give him a chance to even develop.
The best thing that can happen this season with Jaden, the absolute best thing is clarity.
Yeah.
Let us know he's the guy.
Yeah.
That if you know that, not if you kind of think it, not if it's like, maybe if you look in the right light or you have a couple beers, none of that. Like, boom,
But
this is the
asked
one.
this question.
Or frankly, you know what? He wouldn't even be the worst if you at least get clarity that he ain't it, because you got to just keep firing.
Jordan Love is in what year now? 3rd year, 4th year?
I believe he's going into his 4th year.
Okay. Jordan Love last year arrived. And
he didn't play before that, though.
He didn't play. But the whole thing about about the Green Bay Packers, with Aaron Rodgers making the noise they made, they never
wavered
or showed any attention to anybody who was talking about trade for him, because they knew eventually that the headache was going to have to go. As good as he is, The thing that has to happen here, if your guy is the guy, and maybe he doesn't do what some people in the media and in around town thinks, oh, he got to go to the playoffs. You got to make sure that is known. The team has to do that, not the player. So you got to show that support for him.
Yeah, I do not think at all this needs to be like a playoffs or bust season. Like, oh, they didn't accomplish enough because they didn't get to the playoffs.
I know. We don't think that way.
I think expectations should be honestly fairly minimal for both Jaden and the team and let them surpass them. I think that's the far healthier version of events, but he does look fairly badass in the video I tweeted out. That was from the NFLPA. I wonder if your daughter
she was there.
She was there for all that, right? Yeah.
She's there. What you call him? No, Luke. She said Luke is a cool dude.
Yeah, we got to talk to Luke a couple times now, and he does seem cool. And he just seems very comfortable. I don't think if your dad won 2 Super Bowls and then your brother just played in one and is considered one of the best players in football, like I just don't think there's much that rattles you,
Yeah.
And hell, his football story hasn't been seamless. I mean, he started in Nebraska, was trying to be a quarterback, ends up transferring to Rice. I think he transferred somewhere else in there and then transferred again. This was peak COVID craziness, transfer portal, whatever you want to call it. I think Luke could play though, man. Well, it's going to be fun to see. It's going to be fun to see. By the way, we got 21 Savage tickets coming up next. We're going to give them away. Is that Rooster? Grab him.
That's 21 Savage.
Grab him real quick. Just ask him his favorite 21 Savage song.
I knew it. I was about to say, you could say, I don't know who the hell that is.
Now, listen, I don't know a song, but I at least had heard the name. And I bet there are songs I know. Sing it for me, Jeff. Slowly.
I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 M's in my bank account. You never heard that song?
Maybe in a locker room.
How much money?
I know you've heard it over there.
Yeah. I know now that he has a knife tattooed on his forehead, which is quite a move. Quite a move. How about Aaron Schatz just dunking on the Giants? Well, hey, why don't you think they're good? Because they're bad. Sounded like a landfill answer, didn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It was very landfill-esque. Maybe that's why he's your favorite guest.
He's a very sensible guy. They suck. That's why that doesn't project him as being good. They're just a bad team.
I want
to bottom.
I want to agree with you, but I worry how this team performs against them.
Oh, they will still beat the Commanders at least once. Like, rest assured. But they suck.
I think Jeff is doing his best to withhold his intense Asperger's syndrome. But if we go back to the beginning of the program when the 91 Super Bowl had just kicked off with the Skins of the Giants, the Skins of the Bills, and Jeff immediately made it about like, man, I can't wait for this team to get back to the Super Bowl level. Like it happened pretty fast.
Oh yeah,
Jeff,
he's ready.
Who's not ready in Washington? Like, dude, like the people that lived through the glory days and experienced the drop off, the fans that was born in the drop off,
being ready versus expecting it is what I'm trying to delineate from.
But I'm not expecting it. I am ready. I know the terms I use getting to the Super Bowl in 4 years. Yeah, I know that's a stretch, but I'm not expecting.
But I would think that if you draft the guy you think is the guy, you should expect to be somewhere in 4 years.
Yeah, it's just I don't want to put a time out there and then get to that 4th year and
but at least the expectation. The thing about what I have not liked, the expectations is not there. You get some people that are just obnoxious and just want to be different from everybody, but the expectation has not been that of what you expect a good team to be.
Yeah, dude. If
you got to get that there.
I think I have no problem with excitement. You want to be excited and just be like, man, nobody buys into this. This team is really building. I fully support the excitement. I think expectations, though, should be rational.
For sure.
And I think by and large, you hit the right notes on that. I do. Here's what I'd like to do. When we come back, we're giving away 21 Savage tickets. Now, Landfill, I just looked something up. There's a song on Spotify, Creepin', with The Weeknd. This is a 21 Savage song. It's been streamed over 1 billion times. 1.3 billion times this song has been played.
Wow.
Can we play it?
Oh, yeah, I'll get it.
All right. Creepin' coming next. Be Mitch Finley. do the read for the giveaways, rightfully. But I was prepared to do the read for the giveaways, and Jeff was in the other studio talking to Grant about something called Little Dicky.
No, we was talking about 21 Savage, and he was looking at other artists, and then he said, "Have you ever heard of Lil Dicky?" Yes, I've heard of Lil Dicky.
B, have you heard of Little Dicky?
Yeah.
Landfill?
Not familiar.
I hate JP. Yo.
All I heard was Jeff talking to Grant about Little Dicky. That is factual information.
Read the damn thing.
Just get these tickets.
Caller number 10, right now you win 2 tickets to 21 Savage American Dream Tour, Sunday, June 2nd at Jiffy Lube Live with special guests JID, Nardo Wick, 21 Little Harold. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events, courtesy of Live Nation. Call number 10, 21 Savage tickets are yours. That'll be a lot of fun out there.
Yeah.
Here's one thing I know what's going to happen at Jiffy Lube Live for the 21 Savage concert, B. Mitch.
What's going to happen?
I promise you, we both know what it's going to smell like.
What?
Weed.
Oh,
Hot dogs.
Nah, what were you going to say, Jeff?
No, I knew you were going to say it was going to smell like that, but I said, of course it is.
So Denton Day's joining us in a minute.
Yo, all concerts smell like that.
I mean, the whole city, the Beltway smells like that now. I thought it would be fair to do this. Caitlin Clark had a big game last night for the Indiana Fever.
Scored 30.
She dropped 30. It probably hit Landfill's bet.
Landfill, he's trying to play both sides of it.
Yeah, are you a Caitlin Clark fan or a Caitlin Clark hater?
Both.
He's a believer.
I'm both. Yeah.
So next week, I believe, right? I think it's next Thursday, the Fever. Okay, so next Thursday is the Chicago. Help me here. Sky? What is it?
Yeah, I think they're Connecticut Sun, Chicago. I think they might be the Sky.
I think they're the Sky. So that's Angel Reese. Angel Reese coming to town. So I'm gonna go to their website so we can avoid this happening again. Damn, where are they? Chicago Sky. Boom. Got it. So next Thursday night, the Sky come to town, and they're having that game at Cap One, so you can get tickets. And then next Friday night, the Fever come to town. They're having that game at Cap One, so you can get tickets.
Mm-hmm.
But I just was made aware of this yesterday. I ran into to Meg over at Monumental, who does the Mystics sideline reporting for the broadcasts. Are we aware that the Mystics have started 0-6?
Yes, and every time they have lost a game, the internet has went up in flames
because they should have drafted Angel Reese.
Yes.
So here, I'm gonna be honest for a moment. Like DC United hasn't been that good. Like, you want us to cover this? You're 0-6. You know, like, this is sports. You're supposed to win.
Mm-hmm. Like
Caitlin Clark, that team probably had the number 1 pick for a reason. I think they were pretty bad.
Yeah.
She's at least finding her sea legs, but that Fever team, the Indiana Fever's 1-7.
Yeah, they were bad, and they didn't expect to be good, but they went and got the number 1 pick and the hottest person in women's basketball right now to try to change that up. And they're promoting it that way. But all these other teams, you think everybody just going to show up in the other cities to see her? No, that's not going to happen.
The other team, the players aren't.
Listen,
the
man,
fans might, but the players aren't.
To be honest with people, when the Wizards were selling this thing as the Bullets were selling it as come see the stars of the NBA, I didn't spend my money on that.
That was the Susan
When you
O'Malley
were telling
special.
me come see the tallest and the shortest person, listen, I want to go see a basketball game, not a damn circus. And that's the way they were promoting it.
When they had Muggsy and Manute.
Yeah.
Come
on, man. Like,
true.
the whole thing about it is, if you want to promote your team and you want to be honest about where you are and where you're trying to go, people support that. But when you start telling me to come spend astronomical money to watch somebody else's players, I'm not doing that, no matter what sport it is.
All right. The Mystics play tonight against Atlanta, 7 o'clock. The Atlanta Dream are 2-2 on the season. Maybe the Sticks can get their first win. Now, I'm only looking at the schedule here. Looking at the schedule, the Mystics, to me, seem like they've had a tough opening schedule because they've played 6 games, 4 of them on the road. And listen to this. They had 3 straight road games. They had a West Coast trip at LA, at Phoenix, at Seattle. And apparently the WNBA made a big deal about that they're getting charter flights for everybody. But I know at least that LA trip, the beginning, it hadn't happened yet for the Mystics, and they had to fly coach. Can you still win a game? Yeah.
Yes, you can still win a game.
Sticks tonight, 7 o'clock. You sure would like to get a win there, man. Maybe they can.
Yeah.
Do you know, I spoke to 2 men on the phone after I got out of the shower before I came upstairs this morning. Do you know who those 2 men were?
You probably talked to
Not
Biaggi.
Biaggi
And Jaime.
Nope.
The hip thruster?
Not the hip thruster. Haven't seen him in a while. Hope he's okay. I talked to Biaggi and I talked to Jaime's boss, Garv.
All right.
You know why?
Why?
Last night I made my last lease payment on my truck.
Mhm.
So by July 6th, something's got to happen. We need some new wheels in the Finley house. And you know who I always go to are the people at Oarsman Automotive of Virginia. They've got 7 locations all over Northern Virginia. They got every kind of car, truck, van. Maybe they got an RV for us to broadcast from. We should ask them about that.
There you go.
They've got great rates, even in a world of unsteady financing. All the brands you want. Kia, Ford, Lincoln, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, trucks, Chevys, Buicks, GMC, all of it. Unmatched selection, incredible deals, and financing. And Brian, I know the Oarsman Lifetime Edge stands out.
Yeah, I love the Lifetime Edge. They give you up to $1,500 in extras, including the complimentary car wash with every scheduled maintenance, loaner cars with every major maintenance, and a lifetime engine guarantee. And you know what? If you want to sell a car, just go over to Oarsman. They'll pay you up to 125% of the Kelly Blue Book value, regardless of its make, model, or year. It's simple at Oarsman. They like to keep their customers happy. And take it from JP and I, 2 beyond satisfied Oarsman customers. Let's ride together. Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here with Bike to the Beach. Since it's our National Bike Month, I want you to join me as I bike to the beach to support local autism organizations. Come out on Friday, August 2nd, and enjoy a 25, 50, 70, or 100-mile bike ride to Dewey Beach. No matter your skill level, ride with me or donate to our team to help us hit our goal. This ride is designed for all riders, not just professional or not just people that are accomplished, all riders. Bring your crew and help us raise funds to support autism and disabilities. Visit biketothebeach.org/bmitch to get involved and make an impact today. That's biketothebeach.org/bmitch.
LSU with a little more knowledge. Leader of the O, truly was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass, he is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We could feel it in the air, something big is about to happen. Success is his mission, and the ladder he keep climbing. Jaden, the city we've been waiting for a QB that can lead us back to greatness. I swear we all been patient, and it's you that we got faith in. Let me tell you something about the city about to play it. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. We about to get paid, y'all. For sure. After 2 years of college, went to LSU with a little more knowledge. Leader of the O, truly was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass, he is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We could feel it.
When you hear this song, there's only one man to think of, and his name is Denton Day. He joins us every Wednesday. He's the College Sports Insider's insider, and he loves Tom Jones. He loves What's New Pussycat. What's new, Pussycat? How are you, Denton?
I'm doing good, fellas. Made a little bit of money this weekend. Hope you guys did too. B-Mitch, I haven't seen B-Mitch in forever. He looks great.
Guy just always on vacation.
You know.
That's what I mean.
No, he can't say that.
I know.
Just reporting the facts. To kick things off here, we wanted to welcome in friend of the program, Stevie. Hi, Stevie. How are you?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Stevie is Landfill's oldest friend, I believe. Is that accurate?
The fan's longest tenured employee.
Right.
Fan's longest tenured employee.
Mystery woman.
Stevie is our friend. Stevie, I would consider a legitimate friend to me.
She's
friend,
four of our friends.
Friend to
Oh,
Brian.
thank you.
Friend to Landfill and friend to Jeff.
My favorite show.
Oh, that's very sweet of you, Stevie. Thank you. Stevie, we're having a cookout on Friday. You're invited. I'm bringing in a gang of Omaha steaks, and we're going to cook them up.
Oh,
No, I can't wait.
I can rearrange plans.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
Now, Denton, in the, 6 minutes he's been sitting in here, has already demanded a camera. He doesn't understand why he doesn't have his own camera for the stream. And
That is true.
he just invited himself to our Omaha Steaks cookout on Friday. I don't know if everybody heard that, but he did.
Oh, I'm crashing that bet. If I'm not invited, I'm crashing it.
Okay.
That don't only
scoot in
happen
a hair so everybody can see you.
When we have people here and we have food, everybody normally crash out.
Everybody.
Of
does.
course they do.
I don't get paid here, so this is like the payment. You know, I'm free 99.
Now we invited Stevie on for a very specific purpose. The floor is now yours.
Okay, so last week on your Bleep You Thursday, right?
Yes.
And there somehow my name got brought into the story about the putter
Yes. Yeah.
being missing.
Yeah.
Do you remember who that was, Denton?
That brought her name into it.
Yes.
You were the one that found it. So
well,
Jeff
no,
brought your
but
name into
let's
it.
go back. I don't want to take up too much of your time.
No,
here. Let's get to
take
basic
your
facts.
time, Stevie.
Yeah, let's get to basic facts here. So I'm in the corner studio, minding my own business, doing my Washington Report interviews and the whole nine.
Right.
And so Jeff comes, I see him, I'm taking a moment. I see Jeff coming through like he's got 6 shooters on his hips. You know how his shoulders get real broad when he's on a mission. And his head is like going around and around. I pop up, I go, "What's up, Jeff? What's happening?" He goes, "Man, somebody stole our putter. They're messing with us." And I go, "Oh, I'll help you look." So I'm looking
You're
around.
a kind woman.
Yeah, I'm just like, "Hey, I got a minute. Let's go look." So Jeff is beefeating it around the studios, peeping into, front studio windows. And I kind of go, oh, yeah, I peep in the 980. I don't see it on the guest side. Jeff's over on the other side, and he goes, man. So I go, let me look. So I go inside the studio. I look behind the console, and where the rack is, there it is, just laying on the floor.
Stevie found the putter.
I found it. I did not take it. So that's where we need to clarify.
So Brian
You
was
throw my
unaware.
name
We
in
found
there.
the putter.
Okay.
Yes, I found it.
We were all convinced it was Rooster. However, that was a day that somehow we had 5 people working with us. It was me, Doc, Jeff, Landfill, and Denton.
Yeah, simulcasting.
And Denton proceeded to say, why aren't we considering Stevie a suspect?
See,
Yeah,
nah,
accurate.
no, not happening.
I mean, that's just good investigatory work, right?
Yeah, but you're wrong. I mean, you just flat out.
I don't know. That
no,
seems like a likely story there. We might need to check the tapes.
Well,
on
No,
this
you
one.
might need to check a whole lot more than the tape because I'm giving basic facts right here.
If you're worried about getting paid now, imagine.
Yeah, you cut off, bro. Hey, look,
Yeah,
I'm already
steal my
down.
free 99.
Hey, look, I'm already down to $8.50 an hour. I don't know what you're doing.
All right.
I think you and I need to go on a search for the powers that be to get paid.
Now, we usually save this for Thursday, but considering the logistics involved of getting personalities like Stevie and Denton in the same place at the same time, Stevie, for the first time, I believe in program history, the floor is open for you to issue a bleep you on a Wednesday.
Oh, Denton. My goodness.
I'll take it.
Bleep you, bleep you. You're going to get hit on the head with the putter, bleep
Well,
you.
you
The
gotta
ball's
give me the
going to go
finger,
in
too.
one ear and out the other, bleep you. Keep my name out your mouth. Isn't that what they say?
Stevie's name out your mouth.
And that's what we call a mic drop. Thank you,
Yes.
gentlemen. I feel so much better.
And this is why we need a camera in that studio, too, because how great would that have been if everyone
Yeah,
could watch
you
her
see my
giving me the
hands
double
flying around?
birds?
Thanks. You guys have a great show.
Thank you, Stevie. Thank you, Stevie.
God, how am I going to follow
I
that
don't
with
know.
some college football talk?
I don't know.
in May.
We're not worried about college
I
football.
don't know
right
how
now.
we get back to business here. My Terps just run into a buzzsaw against Notre Dame.
Yeah, I mean, Notre Dame is so good. You know, they got up early. They were up 2-0 in that
Yeah, I got up
championship
early,
game.
and then all of a sudden, you just
It
fell asleep.
completely fell apart. I was very upset. Your boy had over 21 and a half goals, so if Maryland would have been a little more competitive, I would have cleared
What'd
the
you
over.
make money on this weekend?
A little bit of basketball. I got into the WNBA gambling section finally.
Is betting against the Mystics a pretty sound strategy? They're 0-6.
That's a good strategy. Betting against the Fever is a pretty good strategy right now, even with Caitlin Clark.
Yeah.
They don't win a lot.
Landfill is our lead WNBA betting analyst. And are you 4-0 betting Caitlin Clark point totals, Landfill?
I'm like 5-1.
Which one did you miss? An over?
Not yesterday.
Yeah.
The Mystics play tonight against Atlanta. You gonna have any action?
No.
What
It was just a Memorial Day thing. I was like, I need some action here. Let me get some Cameron Brink props.
What are you gonna bet on tonight? There's nothing to bet on. There's no hoops. Is there hockey? There's got to be puck.
There's got to be some sort of hockey tonight. Yeah, there's no basketball. I did have the Pacers getting swept though, so that was my big bet.
What kind of odds you get on that?
It was like plus 330, I think.
Okay,
Something like that.
pretty
So
good.
not terrible. Yeah.
So what is going on in the college sports landscape? There was that huge lawsuit. When was that? Last week? You
Right.
might have been gone. Like, there's now an agreement between the Power 5 conferences and the NCAA to pay these kids. Somehow they're going to divide up $3 billion
From 10 years ago?
Yeah,
10 years ago?
$2.7 billion dating all the way back to 2016. So my understanding on how
My
that
question, all the
works,
people before 2016 gets nothing?
nothing. The reason is because it was based on a lawsuit filed in 2020, and the statute of limitations for that lawsuit was 4 years. So they go back to 2016 to acquire those payments. And it's mostly television contract money. So it's mostly going to be football and men's basketball that are getting that segment of the $2.7 billion.
Yeah, that's what's supposed to get it.
How the hell is that going to work?
So that
It's going
has
to come down to like $2.75 per person.
like that we don't know because we don't know if they divvy it up based off of like who deserves the most. There are going to be some people that get like $2.75, and Zion's going to get like multiple millions, and like Trevor Lawrence will get like multiple millions. But I think they're going to take some sort of approach to where it's
They're gonna make it
a
an
little
equal
more
thing.
even.
Yeah.
But that's just going to feel because like there's going to be some guys who like rode the bench at Maryland that are going to get like potentially $40,000 for doing nothing on the field, but because this deal came down, they get that money.
Hey,
What?
I'm not
but
mad
it
at
just
them.
shows you
Yeah.
how screwed up the NCAA is.
Where
already.
is this thing going? Because you talk to coaches basketball and football that are impacted the most,
Mhm.
they are besides them. Like they are
They hate it.
miserable.
They
But
hate
my
it.
question to my statement to the football coaches would be this one thing: adjust, just like the damn players have to adjust all the time. Why don't they adjust and figure out a deal with a new way? You know, they've had it their way the whole time. They have gotten paid handsomely
Mhm.
off of a lot of damn players. Now the players will get their money, become more of a leader then.
Well,
Don't-
so most of the coaches are upset because they're not coaching. They're doing more of the recruiting and the NIL stuff because right now the way that's formatted, you can't have like a general manager, so to speak. So if this continues the way that it is based off of this new rule, which is that teams are going to be allowed somewhere in the neighborhood of like $30 million per year that they can divvy out to athletes that would essentially be playing them like employees, so to speak. You could
But
then
shouldn't
carry
that
it.
be more of the AD and the school's
It
job
should.
than the coach?
It should, but the way that it's laid out now, it's not. It's all on the coaches. So, like, that's why you see a guy like Chip Kelly leave UCLA to go be a coordinator because all he gets to do is coach. So, if you just want to coach, you
I
gotta
understand that, but you know what? That's what I go back to make some damn adjustments. Because let's be real, how many months before you have a coach filtering some of that money to himself?
I'm sure. I'm sure that would.
Regardless of, I just don't think this is the final destination. I
No.
think because there's got to be massive. If you read the letter of the law with Title IX, like there's got to be some significant violations going on that people are just kind of looking the other way, and eventually that's going to come home to roost too. Like, where the hell is this thing? Obviously, guys are going to get paid now. Now that that's open, it's not going back.
Right.
But what else? Where can this get where it's not the complete Wild West?
I don't know
It's
if it'll
gonna be
ever
Wild
not
West.
be the complete. So,
But the whole thing, when it comes down to the Title IX situation, now you got outside people. Title IX is about the universities. It's not about the outside people. You can't tell the outside people who to pay and who not to pay.
Well, that's what they're doing now. But once it becomes the
But it's about to be the
universities,
schools.
yeah, then you have to divvy that up.
So
And
is the school going to take $30 million and put aside?
No.
Or are they going to be getting it
This-
from other people?
No, this new settlement
they
is
have
all right. The NCAA has to give the schools this money, and then the schools have to give this money out. Like,
It's coming
it's-
from television.
It's
contracts.
it's coming from the actual college, and that's
Right.
where I don't know how the hell you reconcile
see,
that with
but
Title
listen,
IX.
man, it comes down just like I had an argument with a parent of a softball player in college. She was upset about something with the players. I say, "You mad at me?" She was yelling at me. I'm like, "I basically pay for your damn daughter's scholarship because they don't make no money over here at the softball field. They make a lot of damn money at the football field."
Dude, while you're completely correct, like mathematically, Title IX doesn't care.
Yeah, Title.
Yeah, but that time
But it's federal legislation.
It's going to get changed.
It's going to be fascinating to watch unfold.
How would you really go out and say, okay, we're going to pay people that aren't even making the amount they probably going to be paying an individual? How you going to try to make that to a fair thing? Because I understand what you're trying to do with football and another sport, they don't make the same.
But dude, I think you use University of Maryland as an example. Leah, the quarterback, should be making more than the fourth string tight end.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I don't know that they can delineate that either, can they?
So you can decide based off of this money, you'll be able to decide who you pay, but it is going to get influenced by Title IX to a certain percentage of that money is going to have to likely go to women's athletes. Where this is going, to your original question, JP, is there's going to be a lot of schools because you're opting into this, essentially. You have to opt into this as a program. And
I thought if you were part of the Power 5 conferences, you're in it.
you effectively do
Hell,
opt
who
in.
are the Power 5 right now?
Well, it's Power 4 now. So the Pac-12 is dead. They were on the graphic.
But they got the money because this is the last 10 years or whatever?
They got the money because of the last 10 years. But what this is going to do is this is going to take certain programs that cannot financially afford this, and it's going to tank them. So you're going to end up with a super league, and then schools that
What
cannot.
schools are getting tanked?
So, like, if you remember during COVID, like Stanford cut, I think it was Stanford cut like, I think it was 10 or 12 athletic
different
programs.
sports,
Yeah, and there's going to be a bunch of like Washington State and Oregon State right now are effectively, they just got ousted from the Power 5 conferences because they're not valuable enough in the grand scheme of things to be able to afford and be worth something like this. So if you're a program like a Vanderbilt or an Indiana, and I mean, to an extent right now, I mean, Maryland's in a different class, but to an extent, Maryland, when you get to the Super League, if you are not constantly providing an ability to make money, you're going to get dropped from the Super League, and then you're kind of on, I guess,
But
on the outside looking
that's
in.
something that we were projecting already.
Right.
When all
This
this
just
stuff
further.
first started, we started saying it's going to be one big
What
league.
happens to all the other teams?
What should happen is some sort of setup like what they do with European soccer, which is you can play your way into the big league
Relegation?
and then you get relegated from the big league. But that's also with European soccer where there's so much money involved into it, where this is college athletes who are not professionals. So
They're
there's
not professionals,
like
but there's so much money involved.
but there's not a good way to do this in a similar facet to what they're doing because of that student athlete moniker that they have.
It is, I suppose on some level it was inevitable. Like as the only former college athlete among this conversation,
Mhm.
where do you think it goes? Where do you think it should go?
I think it's going exactly where it should go, and I think that the people that has always been in charge, that were all getting all the money,
Mhm.
and it was great then, but now they got to come up and try to figure out a way to make this thing a standard way. So now, like they always say, the adults got to become adults. They got to be adults now.
I agree. I'm glad the kids are getting paid. They should have always gotten paid.
Right.
The fact that they couldn't make money off their own name was just asinine and frankly anti-American.
Mhm.
Right.
However, like I just you went to UL.
Yeah.
They're out of this. I root for App State. They're out of this. Sounds like
Yeah, Liberty's
depending
out of
how
this.
far down they
But see, that's the
drive,
thing about
like
it.
Maryland,
But
Georgetown,
still, App State
UVA.
and UL were not already involved with the Power 5.
Right.
App State and UL were not getting the same level of money that those schools were getting. But App State and UL has enough support they can take care of their players on their team.
Right.
Right.
Because let's be real, the players that go to App State and UL won't all of a suddenly be able to go to damn Stanford or LSU or anywhere else because they're still not that level that they're looking at. So it's going to still be the cream of the crop, going to be the ones making the most and getting it how it's always been. Let's go all the way back to when they were doing it illegally.
Right.
The top schools were still
Yeah,
paying more, weren't they?
That always.
So
they
it's
always
not
were.
going to change in that sense.
Yeah,
Now
like,
it's just making the NCAA
LSU
not be able
football's
to
gonna
lie
be
about
good
every damn
wherever
thing.
they go.
Yeah.
The people at the NCAA can't lie about everything and be loading their coffers up, and
Oh,
the
yeah,
players
I mean,
get nothing. That's the only thing that's changing.
Mark
in the whole
Emmert
deal.
has been for years one of the biggest public thieves
Yeah,
in this country
time.
because he has been profiting off of the work of student athletes who saw none of that.
So eventually, right now the Big Four is ACC, Big 10, SEC, Big
10
12.
and Big 12. Yeah.
Okay. And the only schools that have really gotten kicked out so far are Washington State and Oregon State. And that's,
Yes.
let's be honest, it's pretty removed, pretty remote.
And we've actually seen more schools get into that than kicked out with like Houston, BYU,
Cincinnati.
and all those schools.
When they get to a next round of cuts, which inevitably, like, do you think eventually this just becomes SEC, Big 10?
Yes.
And both schools grab who?
And you're going to grab your Clemsons and your Florida States, probably Miami, probably UNC out of the ACC, potentially
Miami, huh?
Remember,
Yeah, Miami for
basketball
football.
plays a role too.
Right.
So they're going to be trying to pull the Houstons and the
And
teams that are damn
What
good at
about
basketball.
what
as
about
well.
Duke?
Nah, Duke
They don't have a
probably
football
won't.
team.
Their
They
football
have
team-
one.
That's
Their football
support that's
team's
going to be able
not.
to be at that level.
What
But
you're
they
probably
may fit in because Duke they have a hell of a basketball following now.
what I think is going to happen is when they make the decision to go to a super league, they're probably going to make that decision football exclusive. So that way that's what they should do.
So then college hoops exists
So
on
college
its own.
hoops exists on its own. So you keep some of the ACC because with all the stuff that's happening now, with so much movement, if you just focus on it as football specific, it does all of a sudden get a lot easier to jump through some of those hoops. So you're not just ripping guys and teams from wherever.
What does Notre Dame do?
Notre Dame would have to jump in. They have to jump in once
Does
the
Notre
SEC,
Dame not get any of this money that's now coming out?
they
The
do.
$3 billion?
They're part of it.
They're going to get some of that, but
Yeah.
them moving forward and being in their own thing, they probably is going to come to
When
an
a
end.
super league forms, they're going to have to be forced to jump in. They're going to get their arms twisted, and they'll probably work out some sort of deal television wise. That's why they're not in a conference now, is for that television deal. They'll work something out, but they'd have to jump in.
Yeah, so this is just an article I found. I don't know anything. This is on3.com. I got you, Landfill. Big Ten will become Penn State, FSU, UNC, UVA, Pitt, and Maryland.
Mhm.
I would actually, as a Terp, I would love that.
That'd be great.
It's like the old ACC.
Yeah.
And then the Midwest is Michigan, Michigan State, Notre Dame, Indiana, Purdue, Rutgers. So I then would assume Florida State, Clemson go SEC, and they add Baylor and Oklahoma State or something.
Oklahoma State, and maybe like a TCU, and maybe
Utah's
a BYU.
good.
Yeah,
Utah
you got to
plays good
keep
sports.
Utah,
Colorado,
maybe Colorado.
We got to go.
Yep.
Thank you for your time.
Appreciate
and for
it. Thank you, Stevie.
Yeah,
for ratting out Stevie.
Yeah, you narc. That's dead and day. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. The NBA playoffs have tipped off, but it's not too late to get in on the action with FanDuel. Because right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $150 to use on same-game parlays, championship futures, live bets, and so much more. There's no better place to bet all the playoff action than America's #1 sportsbook. Just go to FanDuel.com/Brian to get started. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 18 years old and present in D.C. First online, real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-426-2537.
Breaking news on the Fan, and breaking news is brought to you by BetQL. Scotty Scheffler has had all the charges dropped against him. Louisville officials today dropped all the charges against him after the traffic incident outside of Valhalla Golf Club on May 17th. Again, all the charges dropped against Scotty Scheffler. With the dismissal of charges comes a stipulation that neither side is going to pursue any further legal action against the other. Against Scotty Scheffler, all charges dropped against the #1 golfer in the world. I'm Toby Altizer with breaking news on the Fan.
some lunch during commercial breaks. And this dude, John Rayo, said, LOL, cut to JP spilling food on his shirt. And I was really excited to tell this guy to go bleep himself because I didn't spill any food on my shirt. And then it was my last bite. And I'll show the stream. I got food on my shirt. And I tried to blot it away. We'll see how that goes. But the problem is I have to do television in about, I don't know, hour.
Better get you a new shirt.
I don't know if I have one.
Dagger.
Yeah. So it's gonna get interesting. Maybe I got a jacket in the car. Jeff, you want to trade shirts?
Just make sure that shot on you is real tight.
Yeah, it's just a face.
I was about to say, he got a little sweat stains under here, I think, JP, but
Get Ryan the Stallion shirt.
Get Ryan in here. We need a Nats
Yo,
update.
Ryan, come here.
B-Mitch said he might call in. I don't know if he is. The Scotty Scheffler stuff we just did the breaking news on. Of course the charges were dismissed. There was never anything there. That is the ultimate overzealous cop. Whatever. Hold on. That's B. I think he wanted to comment on the Scheffler thing. Come on in, Stein. You can be on the stream. Sit in Brian's chair. We got B-Mitch up.
Yep.
B, what do you think of the Scheffler situation?
Well, I expected it. I mean, when you see that the officer was basically reprimanded and things of that nature, you knew something had gone wrong. And then there's a lot of the videos are starting to come out right now. And listen, man, I don't care who you are, what color you are, police officer. You can't put your hands on people, you know? And it started off as if, like, he just dragged somebody. I knew there was more to the story. If you reached through and punched me or hit me, I don't know if I'm going to just stop for you either, especially if I don't know if you're a police officer or not. You know what I mean?
Right. And it's pouring rain and it's dark. And they were dressed the same as, like, the regular traffic volunteers. I mean, I'm just shocked that the people in Louisville went as far as they did with this and didn't call it all off last week.
I think they wanted to make sure they had every piece of information before they made that decision, you know, because I think when all this stuff was going down, when we talked about it early, I said if he's out already going to a tee box, this stuff is going to be thrown out.
Yeah, I said the same thing. There's no way if he actually did what was alleged that he would have been on the tee 3 hours later.
Not at all.
If he's next on the tee, he must be set free.
Nah.
All right.
I don't think that was the reason. But the whole thing is sometimes you can, when there's like there was someone got killed earlier that day. So everybody emotions are up a little high. But there are professions out here where you're supposed to play under control, okay? Like if I'm a football player and somebody does something to me, I'm not supposed to retaliate or I'm going to be blasted by media and everybody else. Well, sometimes the people that are public defendants, you have to keep your cool as well. You can't escalate situations.
Yeah. I mean, clearly this dude was on edge and flipped out. Whatever. I'm kind of over that story because I always thought it was just getting dismissed. Where are you headed right now?
I'm headed over to, it's called Rise Academy. The commanders are building garden bill and some other stuff at the academy. So I'm participating in it.
I will see you there shortly. Kerwin's already there, so you can say hello to Kerwin. There's going to be a media availability and should be fun, whatever. I spilled some Chinese food on my shirt. Do you have a shirt I can borrow?
No.
All right. Now I tried to clean it off, so we'll see how it goes.
First of all,
yes.
Why were you eating Chinese food without? You know how clumsy you are. Why didn't you have a?
I should have kept my T-shirt on prior to the Chinese food and then switched. But
yeah, that would have made sense.
It would have made sense. All right, I will see you soon. I got Stallion here to give me a Nats update.
All right, brother. No, right. Please.
That's B. Mitch headed to a charity event because he's a good guy. Hello, Stallion.
JP, how are we doing?
We're good, man. How are you?
I'm doing well. You know, just hanging in there. Thank you for the liquor yesterday, by the way. Gave me about 11 handles worth. I mean,
I gave Stallion a bunch of liquor yesterday, Landfill. Have you started drinking any of it?
I almost dabbled into some last night during the thunderstorms, but I actually went a different route.
What, did you just get stoned? We talk freely on this.
Yeah, I did. I dabbled into the pot.
Whoa, the boys just got a whole bunch of food in there. What
I
the
know.
hell is that about, Jeffrey?
Poet bought Landfill and I burgers from her spotlight on the city.
Oh my, awesome. Congratulations.
And by the way, this will look like it could be out of a movie where like the older guy talks to his teenage self.
What, me and Stallion
You
on
and
the street? That's kind of funny. It does look like that. And often when I'm talking to Stallion, it feels like that. Like last week, 2 weeks ago, whenever you had that New York trip.
Yeah.
You came up to, you're like, bro, we partied in New York. And in my head, I'm like, this is what I sounded like when I came back from New York and thought I was the only dude that had ever partied in New York.
Well,
no, but we really partied in New York.
Man,
bro.
no. Like, okay, I know. You might just say that, but like, we went hard in the paint in New York. On a Wednesday night, we were out in the bars till like 2, 3 a.m.
I bet nobody's ever done that.
No, I mean, it was so packed. It was the first time I've been in New York on like a weeknight. It was insane.
All right. You host the Nats podcast.
Locked On Nationals.
Locked On Nationals. We kind of all expected what's happening, and it's happening. Scuffling, I think is fair to say.
Yeah. I mean, going into this month, like this is a really tough month. You start off with the Orioles, obviously one of the best teams on the baseball. You're playing the Braves right now in a 4-game set. You play the Twins, who's a really slept-on team. So kind of going into this month, I prepared for them to take a step back here. And honestly, like, I feel like they've actually been doing a little bit better than what we anticipated even. I mean, you've seen really good pitching performances from Mitchell Parker a few games ago.
We're a big Mitchell Parker radio program.
Love Mitchell Parker as well. Jake Irvin last night struck out 10 in 6 innings pitched. Looked really good. Actually, I believe 7 innings pitched now thinking about that. But still, regardless, the pitching has been really good. It's just been the offense. They have just not been good. CJ Abrams really hasn't been the same. He's kind of turning around, though, over the last few games. So it's really about the offense right now and just the lack thereof, really.
Where are we at? So it's funny. All right, the pitching's been better than expected, I'd argue.
Yeah.
The bullpen's been good. They lack offense. Okay, well, there is a fix in the minor leagues potentially that now he's hurt though, right?
Yeah, James Wood is going to be out probably the next few weeks, I'd say.
What happened?
It's a little hamstring tightness right now, so he'll probably be back in AAA maybe 2-3 weeks the latest. It's nothing serious, nothing to be overly concerned about, but it's definitely something to think about here.
Big picture, they've got some guys coming up, right?
Mm-hmm.
They've got some horses. They've put together a seemingly pretty cheap pitching staff.
Yeah.
I mean, you finally get rid of Corbin, right? And
Corbin's gone after this year.
Terrific. Don't you own a game worn Patrick Corbin
I
jersey?
do. Back in 2020, I can tell the story. Do you want to tell the story here and just open it up?
Sure.
It's a great story. So obviously I was pretty broke back in 2020. That did not matter to me
You
at
think
that
you're
time.
not broke now?
I mean, I'm living a little lavish here. I'm shopping at Marshall's now. I mean, we're doing pretty well. I do dabble in the thrift stores as well here and then.
The radio industry ain't exactly private equity.
That's true. So I feel like I'm doing pretty well. I'll just say that. The podcast is going well and everything, so living a good life. But I spent around $1,300
Oh my God.
on a signed game used Patrick Corbin jersey. And I'm not gonna lie, I look at that thing every day.
So stupid.
It's so stupid. I look at it every day and I'm like, what were you thinking? Because I look at like Tom.
What's it worth now?
Oh, $2. If that. A bag of chips. I could probably trade that burger they just got for that Patrick Corbin jersey.
That is a worse investment than when I bought INND based on Boon Jugs.
Yeah, absolutely.
That might be the worst investment I've ever heard of.
I will give you $6 for it, Ryan.
I would actually consider it.
Cut your losses. Is it framed?
Yeah, it's framed. It's like a legit, okay, here's the thing.
All right, I'll give you $40 for the frame.
You might be able to sell the frame.
Yeah.
The frame is actually really good. Now, here's the thing. You guys know I'm a baseball mark. Patrick Corbin got the winning Game 7 in the World Series. Like, legendary for me. I would still sign that contract.
I think it might retain some value like 40 years from now when everybody forgets how awful he was after the World Series.
Of course, you just remember the good times, or really just the one good season he had here.
Good time.
I mean, yeah, it was 2019. He was good. Like, he was a really good number 3 starter. And again, the winner of Game 7 in the World Series. I mean, that means something. It means really anything.
It means you blew $1,300.
It means I blew $1,300.
The most important thing that can happen with the Nats is the sale.
Yeah.
Or at least a clarification of what the future is, right? Either they're going to start spending money again, or you sell and maybe get some television clarity, all these things. Where is that? Leonsis came on with the Junkies and publicly proclaimed he wants them.
I mean, like, okay, so actually, I had like a weird take on this, to be honest with you. Like, I don't think
I'm
the Lerner.
stunned you have a weird
I
take.
know. I don't think the Lerner family is really as bad as everybody thinks as owners.
They weren't
They
until
weren't.
they decided to be.
Exactly. And, it's not, it's the spending.
Landfill, I might need you to get involved here
It's-
with this line of conversation.
It's the spending at this point. And that's what people are upset about.
That's
but
all the owner's supposed to do.
Exactly. And I know that. But at this point in time, if you were going to be spending to try to put a quality team on the field, you'd be winning 70 games. You're not going to be competitive if you don't have a farm system. And that is what they have built back. And now you're starting to see them reap the benefits from it because they actually have a good farm system. If you were to go out there and have a top 5 payroll at this point, look at the Mets. Number 1 payroll in baseball, and they're worse than the Nationals. Last year, they were terrible.
But hold on, bud. They had homegrown talent
They did.
that they refused to pay.
Exactly. But even then, look at Anthony Rendon. If you were to spend $300 million on him.
Look at Harper and Turner.
Of course, Harper and Turner. Yes, I understand that aspect of it. But even then, it takes a lot more than that.
Landfill,
It does.
Do the Learners own the Locked On Nationals podcast? This is a wacky.
They might.
But if you want to say they shouldn't be reviled or discussed in like the Dan Snyder echelon, I'd agree with that. But they systematically tore down a World Series team.
In fairness to Ryan the Stallion, the one time they spent money on the Learners spent money on a homegrown player, it was an utter disaster.
Exactly. You have contracts like Strasburg that are
about Zimmerman.
I mean,
Zimmerman was not a disaster.
Zimmerman was not a disaster.
Strasburg, they got fleeced on.
Yes. Patrick Corbin, someone they went out in free agency and signed and then said no to Bryce Harper, which is crazy in my opinion, still to this day. Trading away Juan Soto.
They just deferred $4 of the $5 million to Joey Gallo.
I know. It's been terrible.
I think the best thing that could happen is that situation finalizing.
I mean, yes, but even then, I think there are some mixed opinions on Ted Leonsis as well. So
I think that's fair.
Yeah.
But I think that would solve the TV stuff. I don't know. I want them to not suck. They've kind of approached a not suck. But I don't know that it gets better. My boy Greg just texted me. He'll give you $200 for the Corbin framed jersey.
I mean, $200. I mean, I'm not. Now, you think I'm joking? I think I'd actually consider it.
Clearly living very lavishly.
Yeah.
We need a review of all the different liquors I gave you.
Oh man,
there's some weird stuff in there.
So last night I dabbled in the Jack Daniels Classic. It was great. So other than that, I haven't dabbled in anything else. Next time, I will though.
Have you ever tried Sambuca?
No.
Oh, let's find out. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
all been patient, and it's you that we got faith in. Let me tell you something about the city you about to play in. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC.
Let's clarify a few things. Poet got only Jeff and landfill sandwiches. Even though there's 4 of us on the program, only Jeff and landfill got sandwiches. Is that accurate, fellas?
I mean, I only see 3 people here, so
I only see 2 sandwiches.
that's true. We told her not to because you gave Ryan the alcohol instead of us.
What do you think Ryan's going to think when he tries Sambuca?
I don't think I've ever had Sambuca. I
Really?
drink normal alcohol.
What's that?
Drink normal alcohol.
Jeff, you ever had Sambuca?
No.
So I believe the Italians would call it a digestif. Usually you have it after your meal with coffee beans in it. It tastes like black licorice, and it's like very syrupy.
JP, I got a pro tip for you. When you go to the liquor store, right around from where they have the digestif, they have whiskey and vodka and rum. You should just go there instead.
Unpopular opinion. I actually like black licorice.
You might like Sambuca.
So I might like Sambuca. I'm gonna tell him bring me a cup in.
Maybe they sell like airplane bottles at the liquor store downstairs. I don't know. We'll see what we can find out. So that's one thing. Second thing, we're having B. Mitch Finley cookout on Friday. Omaha Steaks. I'm bringing all the steaks I got. I got a lot. Wildcard Scotty has invited himself to this event. How do we feel? He has offered to make something.
I was about to say, I'm cool with Scotty.
We could also have another rap battle. We haven't had one in a long time. It is the middle of summer. It could be prime rap battle time.
Rap battle and steaks. Scotty, you better bring your A game.
I mean, cookouts usually have good beats going, right?
Hey, I'm with it. I ain't ducking nothing.
You know what we should invite to Friday's cookout is Nucci.
Hey, I can hit him up and see if he want to come through.
We can't have like 50 people in here.
So who you want, Scotty or Nucci?
Nucci. Those are my choices. But I imagine, and that's a great point, Sean Minotti. If we're going rap battle, you and Scotty get the seats, and B and I'll get out of here because the rap battle has to be on the stream.
I'm with it.
What do you think, Landini?
I am with it.
Friday cookout rap battle? Clearly, we're not going to get anything done. There's also nothing to talk about.
That's a fair point. Yeah.
We're going to need beer. My case of Scotty's is still in CK's office, so I will provide the vodka.
I think Ryan will probably bring some Sambuca.
There we go. All right, things are really coming together. Jeffrey, hit me with the bets from last night, and what are we doing tonight?
Okay, so B Mitch and I, we did not hit our bets. You did hit. Landfill did hit.
Of course.
And
so
now
we both 2-0, 1-0?
1-0, yep.
There's no hoops tonight. That's sad. We got pucks, though.
I'm taking the Atlanta Dream money line. They're playing the Mystics.
What is that? I mean, that could be over minus 200, dude.
No, it's 150.
You know what?
Give me the Yankees minus 1.5.
How many points are the Sticks getting tonight?
3.
Give me the Sticks plus the 3 at home.
Wow.
Now, it only works for football. That's almost a system pick. Home game at night, getting points. Go Sticks.
I'm just saying, based on a conversation we had in the commercial break, not shocked the Mystics suck.
Thank you to Lonnie Baxter for joining the program. Thank you to Neil Greenberg for joining the program. Thank you to Aaron Schatz for joining the program. Thank you to Denton for joining the program, but a bigger thank you to Stevie for saying bleep you to Denton. Also, thank you to the Stallion for joining the program and not letting me borrow his shirt. When you hear about a guy that'll give you the shirt off his back, know that Ryan the Stallion Clary is not one of them. Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. Jeff owes you an onion ring.
of college. Went to LSU with a little more knowledge. Leader of the O, truly was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass, he is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We could feel it in the air, something big is about to happen. Success is his mission, and the ladder he keep climbing. Jaden, the city we've been waiting for a QB that can lead us back to greatness. I swear we all been patient, and it's you that we got faith in. Let me tell you something about the city you about to play in. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. We about to get paid, y'all. For sure. After 2 years of college, went to LSU with a little more knowledge. Leader of the O, truly was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass, he is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We could feel it in the air, something big is about to happen. Success is his mission, and the ladder he keep climbing. Jaden, the city we've been waiting for a QB that can lead us back to greatness. I swear we all been patient, and it's you that we got faith in. Let me tell you something about the city you about to play in. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. We about to get paid, y'all. For sure. Turn up, let's go. Left ASU after 2 years of college. Went to LSU with a little more knowledge. Leader of the O, truly was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass, he is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We could feel it in the air, something big is about to happen. Success is his mission, and the ladder he keep climbing. Jaden, the city we've been waiting for a QB that can lead us back to greatness. I swear we all been patient, and it's you that we got faith in. Let me tell you something about the city you about to play in. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. We about to get paid, y'all. For sure. Turn up, let's go. Left ASU after 2 years of college. Went to LSU with a little more knowledge. Leader of the O, truly was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass, he is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We could feel it in the air, something big is about to happen. Success is his mission, and the ladder he keep climbing. Jaden, the city we've been waiting for a QB that can lead us back to greatness. I swear we we all been patient, and it's you that we got faith in. Let me tell you something about the city you about to play in. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to
Good Wednesday afternoon, May 29th, 2024. You are listening live from our Half Street studios. This is Grant and Danny on The Fan. We are broadcasting all over the DMV on 106.7 The Fan and coast to coast on the always free Odyssey app. You can stream the show on our YouTube page, 106.7 The Fan. We are in crystal clear, high definition on the stream. We've got tickets you can win today right at 4 o'clock ahead of the Beltway Blitz. Looking forward to giving tickets away to Old Glory Rugby in D.C. If you want to go to that event, you better be listening. We got a great show planned for you, including at 3 o'clock, we'll talk to the wife of Josh Harris. Marjorie will join us. She's running a charity event for the Commanders today. First time, Danny, we'll have a member of the Harris family on the show since Josh called in and bought everybody beers.
I just want to know if I could buy everyone a beer. I'll ask her what she thought of that. No, I'm kidding. No, we have plenty of real questions.
Ask her, actually. Like, hey, when you got the credit card bill, did you look at it and say, Josh, how many of your buddies did you buy a round for?
Don't do that again. No, that's going to be a fun combo. But yeah, looking forward to having Mrs. Harris. We also need to decide, like, do I just go, hello, Marjorie, and just sort of see what happens? Or is it Mrs. Harris? Like, what do we do? How do you feel comfortable?
I think I feel comfortable.
You're just going to go straight Marjorie? Like your buds? Okay.
Well, I mean, I'll ask her. Do you prefer Marjorie or Mrs. Harris? We'll let her answer.
Yeah, there you go.
But the comfort is kind of my thing.
You just act as if.
Big fan of comfort.
We're just pals. We've lifelong friends. We know each other.
My thing I like to do is just act like we're buddies, as you're saying, and just let the chips fall where they may.
Just see what happens.
You're either going to hate me or we're going to become buddies really quick. It's generally how it goes.
It's a fork in the road. And this actually is going to lead us to our first topic a little bit, at least. I spoke to my son's class this morning. They wanted to have folks. I think this is a cool idea.
Was it a career day?
It was. They've been kind of doing a running career day where they have small 15, 20-minute windows of some parents or guests come in to talk to the kids instead of having a full day that's dedicated to it. Just sprinkle it in kind of throughout the last few weeks of school.
I love that.
Which I think is awesome. It's probably better than actually doing a full-on career day. So I actually got the kids out of a pop quiz, which I'm pretty pleased with. They were very excited about me.
You became pretty popular.
Well, the reception was way warmer than it probably would have been. I'm like, hey, this is whatever, whoever's dead. And anyway, it's part of what I say, hey, this is what I do, and this is how I got into it, et cetera, the normal story. I talk about myself. Great. Here's the reason I bring it up. This was right after this Washington Post story with the polling data came out, which we're going to talk about here in a second. I just said, for my own edification, there are 20-some kids in this room. How many of you guys and gals are fans of the Nationals? And probably half the kids raised their hand. How many of you are fans of the Wizards? Nobody raised their hand. How many of you are fans of the Capitals? Probably a few less than the Nationals raised their hand. Then I asked people, who here is a fan of the Washington Commanders? Not a single hand among those kids went up. Then I said, okay, who are you a fan of? One kid said the Cowboys. One kid said, I like the Chiefs, which is understandable. They win all the time. And then other kids were like, oh, I like them too. Then it descended into chaos for a moment. The point is, not a single one of those fourth graders volunteered that they liked the local Washington football team. Again, it's anecdotal, but I can tell you that when I was 9, 10 years old, if you'd had somebody come to my class and say, who likes the Washington Redskins? Every single hand but like the one kid that moved from Nashville
that month, or one of my buddies who's British who would have known who they were. Everybody else would have raised their hand. It would have been 90% and that's with every fourth grade class in this area. Not one kid raised their hand.
I'm always stunned when I see a kid wearing a Commander's jersey or any kind of current player kit, right? You see it at Caps games. You see it at Nats games. You never really see it for the football outfit around these parts. It just doesn't really happen. And I can't tell you how discouraging that is. And I'm the same way. I don't go into classes and talk to kids yet. My kids aren't old enough for that. But if we're in the neighborhood hanging out with a family or something, I'll say, hey, are you a fan of the team? They'll answer. And just typically it's no. And then I'll ask a follow-up, right? And I'm like, do you like the other teams in town? And a lot of them are Caps and Nats fans. You don't get as much Wizards. I think that's part of them being out of sight, out of mind, and just not good for so long. But I give this ownership group a ton of credit for a lot of things. I like them as human beings. I think it's a dramatic upgrade in terms of decency. Obviously, we're going to have to see if they win or not, but they have a shot to for the first time ever because they have the correct structure and empowered football people and an actual general manager for the first time since it was 9 years old. But remember what we played the clip on the show several times, but what Mitch Rales said on the 2-hour podcast I listened to that he did was an investing podcast.
Just phenomenal.
And he talked about how you've got to we're got to work on this right away at the highest of levels with the people that are at the stadium paying money. But this also has to be a grassroots effort with children. And he talked about wherever they build the next stadium or training facility, they want to have a Hall of Fame that celebrates the entire history of the organization, starting with the earliest days of Washington having a team in the 30s, the Redskins, the football team and Commanders eras, and hopefully by then, maybe another team era.
Am I right?
We'll find out. But regardless, they want to essentially appeal to those young people. And they said, he said this is the owner of the team. Josh is number 2, Mitch Rales. We should pay every single school for the school bus, sending the kids, for any kind of expenses for each year in 3rd grade or whatever grade they pick. All the kids have the ability, if they want to come to our Hall of Fame, to spend a day around our facility, to get a t-shirt and a hat, which we give them, and then they leave. He said, we need to create fandom at that age, at that level. People still have that story. When I went to my first game, when I met my first player, when I went to a store that doesn't even exist anymore, I think it's called A&N. You remember that store?
I don't know.
It's like a clothing store. I'll have to look it up. A&N. But Gus Frerotte was signing autographs. Gus Frerotte wasn't particularly good, but he was my guy. He was my quarterback.
It was your Gus.
Probably like 97-ish, 98. Sure. And I went and I stood in line, and my mom and dad let me stand there for an hour on a school night. And I got to the front, and I had a 30-second conversation where he said, what's your name? You like the team? Yada, yada, yada. And he signed a football, like a rubber burgundy football with a black Sharpie that faded within a year.
Jammed so many fingers, those balls.
I still have the football. The time I met Gus Frerotte, who, by the way, is one of the most beautiful signatures of anyone in the history of athletics. Look it up if you want to. That big G. Maybe I'm just partial to the G. I don't know.
The G's big. Yeah.
It's a nice G. It's a very nice F. Spells it Frerotte, right? But everyone should have that experience. And you know what you get when you give the t-shirt, you give the hat, you give the day, the tour, the Hall of Fame, you get a kid thinking about that team. And I think Rales is on to something.
He had it right. So, but just to piggyback on that before we jump in, remember the big problem that anybody smart could see with baseball when they would find the demographics every year where the fan base was getting older and older. The average age of the baseball fan was 50 something, now upper 50s, now it's close to 60. And they realized, oh my God, we have an epidemic. We have a huge problem. It took them way too long, by the way. They move at glacial pace. And over the objections of players, changed baseball fundamentally. Forever, I don't know about forever, but they changed it in a way that has never been played before. Yes, you hit a single, so let's do a gyration choreographed dance. Yes, we're limiting visits on the mound. We're limiting pickoffs. We're trying to enhance the game to make it more popular for young people, because we're going to look up and the average age of the baseball fan is going to be 70 before too long. They need to find a way to get more kids involved, point blank, period. Well, that's not usually the case with the NFL. That hasn't been the case with the National Football League for some time. But locally, that's been the case here in Washington. That the only people hanging on, I mean, there are exceptions. There are, guys like Ryan and your age group and even younger that love it no matter what, and that's fine. But they lost decades worth of built-in fandom where grandfathers took fathers who took sons, or, grandmothers took daughters who took their daughters, etc. You had people that were either apathetic or there's too much access to other stuff. And you lost a lot of people. And the acknowledgement of that first was something that Snyder was never going to do. But then the second point is do something about it. And it sounds like, thank goodness, this ownership group is actually willing to do something, is willing to engage, to recognize that just by saying, we have a game on Sunday at 1, and that's enough, it ain't. It hadn't been for some time.
Well said. We're going to dive into the Washington Post poll on the Commander's name in just a moment. Again, your lay of the land, Marjorie Harris, who's the wife of owner Josh Harris, who runs the charitable events that the Commanders put on. They had a huge day today. They were out in the community all day long. We'll let her tell you about it. Coming up at 3 o'clock, that'll be very cool to talk to her. 5 o'clock, Jake Irvin of the Nationals is going to join us. He was nasty last night.
Again.
6 innings, 2 hits, shutout ball with 10 strikeouts. He's been tremendous. He's gone at least 6 innings in 7 of 10 starts now. He's legit good. The Nats lost because they couldn't hit and they couldn't score. Didn't get any support for him. Again, he's their least supported pitcher this year. But we'll talk to Irvin, who's a great interview. We've had him on the show a few times. Coming up at 5 o'clock today. We'll look forward to that. And then George Perry is going to be with us at 6. George Perry was a VP of marketing for the then Redskins at one point. He is now in charge, in some capacity, of marketing at Christopher Newport. But he was named and cited and interviewed in that Washington Post piece that we referenced a couple times about the name today. I want to ask him for his expertise and insight on the lack of popularity of the name a couple years in and how normal and expected that might be when you change brands, but also the possibility of the name growing in favor with the fan base if the team thrives, and what he would advocate for or do if he was still involved heavily in the marketing with the team. So we'll talk to George coming up at 6 o'clock right here on G&D today. So we'll be busy. But let's launch into this. So for those of you that haven't seen it yet, Nikki Javala, Emily Guskin of the Post had the write-up on what was some polling that the newspaper did. What they found, not surprisingly, is that most D.C. area sports fans dislike or hate the Commander's name, according to their poll. I'm going to give some numbers we can editorialize afterwards. From the Post today, most local sports fans, 54%, say that they dislike or hate the name Commanders. Among just local Commanders fans, that's different, because you could claim being a DC sports fan.
That's right.
But not necessarily a Commanders fan. You're involved in that polling. Among local Commanders fans, the category, which was basically you don't care for it, even more stark at 58%, which is to say you dislike it or you hate it. So about 6 out of every 10 people that they polled who claim to be a Commanders fan in this area said at best they don't like it and at worst they hate it. Furthermore, only 16% of Commanders fans think the team should keep the name. I'm going to say that again.
Yeah.
This was the number that surprised me the most. Also, we'll editorialize in a moment. 16% of Commanders fans, that's it, think that the team should keep the name, while most say they would like the team to change to a different name again. We went Redskins to football team. We went football team to Commanders. And you've got basically 84% of people saying, let's try one more time. Let's change the name for a third time since the early 2020s. This is the last one I'll throw at you so we don't overnumber you to death.
Mm-hmm.
Here's why I find this one really interesting. And I think this is a really important data point if you're Jason Wright and his crew over in Ashburn. This is a direct juxtaposition of when the name was flipped and the poll that the Post did then, right away, on what you thought of the name and how you feel now. Because what we've heard from a lot of people, including Jason, who's been kind enough to join us and talk about this a few times, and others, is that any name's going to be unpopular right away. This is the first team really in history that was forced to change its name when most of the people involved didn't want anything to do with that, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to be taken all that well right away, no matter what the new name is. But theoretically, then, over time, you're going to grow more comfortable. you're going to grow to like it. You hear this argument a lot, Danny, with like,
Yep.
the Dolphins is a weird name if you start today. The Packers is a weird name. At the moment that the name was changed, when the Post did that initial poll in the days thereafter, 49% of DC residents reported disliking the name. 17% said they hated it. So remember those numbers. 49% didn't like it. 17% hated it. They did the polling again this spring. 48% of DC residents didn't like it. 15% hated it. Basically the exact same, because the margin of error here is a couple percent.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you could say, well, down from 17 to 15. If you wait 2 more years, maybe it's down to 13. I don't know if that's how it's going to work or not. But essentially, the same number of people today, Danny, hate the name and dislike the name as 2 years ago when they first found out about the name, which if I'm Jason and his crew, those are not the numbers I want to see 2 years later.
100%. And even I'd love to have a split out among so-called Commanders fans or Washington football fans, whatever, of that same data. Does that make sense? Where, okay, it's fine. Because I know for me, and I'm trying to speak outside myself here, but I'll just give you mine. I hate it more now than I did on 2/2/22. It's gotten worse. And everything that happens is another drop in that bucket. Every day, it sucks more to me.
Can I follow up on that?
Please.
Why?
A million reasons. The dumb song.
Which dumb song?
The one that everybody insisted on singing that we should be embarrassed about.
That's made you like the name less?
That's one of the reasons. The insistence that's fine. The sort of there-thering and ushering people away that don't like it. The fact that how it feels or how it is, regardless of how we got here, it feels like the last ruining from Dan Snyder. Whether that's how it happened or not, I don't know. But here's how it feels to me. He waved his hand, said, make this happen. And a team of people, most of which aren't here anymore, that they're already on to their 17th next project, and in their Twitter profile claiming how great a rebrand this was, shoved it down our throats, told us this is what was happening, told us that the options that were preferred couldn't happen because Minnesota Timberwolves are mean or something, dismissed what everybody wanted, unilaterally made a decision. And every day it feels like the old regime. It feels like Snyder. And every day is a reminder that we're past that except for this. So it keeps smacking me in the face, and I do my best not to say it because I hate it. It should be changed immediately. So it's all part of a big stew of suck.
I get a lot of that, honestly, and I agree with a lot of it. My biggest issue with the name change throughout the process, first of all, is how long it took. I mean, 2 years is outrageous. And if you go 2 years, you better get everything right. I don't even know if this was the type of process where you could. No matter what you did, people were going to take issue and some umbrage with various parts of the process.
Sure, and then the survey, not to cut you off, but it reflects that. In other words, there's a group of people that say that when they're like, what would you change the name to? This, or this, and they just wrote in Redskins, like 20% of the people. You change it to anything. It could be the greatest name of all time, and they're going to be mad because it's new. I do think there's a part of the population that's like that.
But my point is just 2 years shouldn't have happened. Like that was the Guardians used to be the Indians. One day fans woke up and they were just a new thing. And there was a video that was narrated by Tom Hanks.
Tom Hanks did it.
And it was just over. They were like talking on the radio, like, are we going to have to change our name one day? And then the next morning they were the Guardians. And that's how that went, right? On a scale of that to what the Commanders did, I'll take the first one or closer to it than the 2-year dragged out ridiculous process. And if they have another name change, I don't want it to be another 2 years where you're making the band.
I don't want to make the band.
You're constantly showing, we're seeing the new logo in the window and all that. You don't need to do all that. The either authentic or pretending, whatever it was, like the fans are involved and everyone's on a panel and we're talking to former players. You don't need to do any of that. Pick a good name, get a good logo, figure this thing out. But I think the best argument for a name change again is that if in fact Dan Snyder was heavily involved in picking Commanders, I don't know if he was or wasn't. I think people have just decided that Dan chose Commanders. And if that's true, then they should absolutely change it. Only Jason Wright and a couple people in the building know that. But if that was like Dan's handpicked name, because there are people, now the new theory, the conspiracy theory is, it was like Dan's bleep you, knowing he was going to sell the team within a year or two, to change the name, ruin everybody's fandom, pick a terrible name, and then roll out with $6 billion to sail in the Mediterranean, get mad about his Donald Trump movie. And that's where we're at now, where I think some people, you're one of them, kind of subscribe to this idea that, like, he purposefully picked this stupid name.
So I don't think he did. I think he, I don't think he picked it to ruin it. I think he had every intention of keeping it until it was ripped away from him. I think he picked it because he wanted the umbrella, wanted the protection. That's something that's generally military provides.
But what I mean is you believe that this is Dan's name, Dan's chosen name, where I think it was more of a Jason Wright and a bunch of people in suits sitting around a boardroom that are going, what can we go with that isn't offensive?
Which might be possible. But to me, that's
and
all.
I think Dan was on a boat in another country.
I don't think at that point, though, when they started it.
He was not that involved for an extended period of time. I mean, really, he was fighting with he was in every lawsuit that was popping up. I mean, he would come back in the football season. I really don't think he was on I could be wrong. I don't know.
Well, to me, when this started, before all these things that kept getting thrown at him actually had an effect, he was still doing Dan Snyder bits, as far as I'm concerned. Maybe not, but it was under his watch. So whether he's the mastermind behind Commanders, or it's someone his employee who was behind it, it's from that time.
But I think that's an important distinction, because if Dan chose the name, then I totally understand people saying, get rid of everything Dan. If there's some of that stench is left on me, it's like a shirt that still smells like the smoke in the bar that you used to go to, just toss it out. I'm cool with that. But I would like to get to the bottom of where the name came from in more detail. But I guess what's more important is it does not seem like the name is becoming more popular.
No.
But I'm very, very interested in this idea that Danny brings up, that you dislike the name more today than you did when we first heard the name. Because when you first heard the name, you loved it. In fact, you went to CK and you asked him to put together this production.
This is false.
You were so happy about the way they rolled it out. I thought you said today's show was the perfect venue. And you even said you preferred just Doug Williams sitting in a chair saying we're the Commanders over something else.
If there's one reaction I want, it's a non sequitur sort of maniacal laugh from Craig Melvin. That's the reaction I'm looking for. That's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping that there's a disproportionate laugh when the name is revealed that we already kind of knew, because it was in one of their videos and then the helicopter the night before and stuff like that. So that, if there's one way to encapsulate how I felt at the time, Craig Melvin spoke for me. Just like that.
I'm actually, what's funny is I am a Craig Melvin guy.
I like him a lot.
I love Craig Melvin. I always have. I was buddies with Lindsay Zarniak when she was here. That's his wife. They've got kids. They're a great family. I've met Craig many times. One of the sweetest guys ever. I really like John Allen. I really, really like John Allen. He's one of the best players of this era. It hasn't been all that great, but he does everything right, and he's a championship kind of mentality, right? He comes from Alabama. He does things the right way. If you were sitting in those chairs, you catch an undue amount of shrapnel from me, because and whatever they did probably wouldn't have been good enough.
That definitely wasn't.
But 3 folding chairs at 8 a.m. on the Today Show.
On the Today Show.
Ugh.
We are the Commanders.
Catch the excitement.
But it worked on some of us. Never forget that Danny went to our boss and said he wanted the imaging for our show changed. When did it change for you? When did you go from really liking the new name to not liking it?
So I'm going to pursue legal action against everyone.
Danny Snyder over here.
Yeah. I'll start with you. You're the first person. But the second name is Darius on this. Okay.
Whoa.
The third name is Ryan, because he knows what he did. But it's mostly you, but especially Darius, but mostly you. And listen, and people have called me out on this, and that's fine.
Flip-flopping on the name?
No.
From loving it initially?
Never called me on that, because it's always been bad. But remember when it was stupid Washington football team? And by the way, there's still people that say, just do that again. Oh my God, 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 oh my God. Oh my God.
Way, that was a lot of people.
I know.
Look at this.
There's still too many.
The Post story today, this polling, they allowed for you to vote on, if they change the name. 17%, the most, said go back to Washington football team. 16% said keep it Commanders. Which, by the way, that's kind of funny. More people would rather change the name back to the bad name before than keep the current bad name. Redskins, which was volunteered. They didn't give it as an option. It's like a write-in ballot where everyone has to write in a candidate's name rather than voting for one of the bubbles you just have to click on. 16% volunteered to go back.
Not knowing if it was an option or not. They just sort of wrote it in. But when it was WFT time, I was like, just give me a plural noun. I don't care what it is. And then people have called me out for saying that. You're right. At the time, I didn't know it was going to be like this. I didn't know. How could I have known? I just assumed it'd be something that everybody liked.
Here's the question for you guys. We'll open up the MGM National Harbor listener lines at 800-636-1067. A, do you currently like the name? B, has it grown on you? C, could you eventually like the name? Is there a path to you liking the name? We're Grant and Danny.
We are the Commanders.
Looking forward to talking to Marjorie Harris at 3 o'clock today in about 25 minutes. The wife of new owner Josh Harris. She had a great charity event. It's been going on all day long. Jason Wright, a bunch of players involved in the community all over D.C. We'll ask her all about that coming up at the top of the hour. Also going to have to ask her how she felt about her husband calling in and buying thousands of beers.
Quite literally.
On this radio program.
Like, do you think he knew he was buying that many? Or was it like, you guys at a brewery, there's like a couple hundred people there, I'll do that? Or if it was he understood this is thousands of people on his tab.
I really hope that, like the rest of us that aren't billionaires, the next morning they're in the kitchen as he's pulling his toast out of the toaster, and his wife's like, why did you buy so many beers last night, Josh? He's like, I just called into Grant and Danny. I didn't know what was going on. She's like, but in the same way that your wife's like, your bar tab was $132.
Or even like someone who goes over the credit card transactions.
Yeah.
Like, did you do this one from Amazon? Did you do this one from Crate and Barrel? Did you do this one from the bullpen for
$56,000 yesterday?
For everybody in DC? Yeah.
So good. But we will chat with her coming up at the top of the hour. So what we're starting with, though, is the Washington Post poll on the name. I want to go through some of the numbers. We'll hit the phones in a second. There's one line open for you at 800-636-1067. The Post, with polling 2 years after their first poll, right after the name had changed, trying to figure out how people feel about the name Commanders. 3% of DC sports fans love it. 3%. 4% of fans of the football team in town love the name Commanders. As far as liking it, 31% of sports fans in town and 32% of Commanders fans love it. So about a third of this team's fans are in on the name, liking it or loving it. The problem is that a total of 57% of Commanders fans hate it or dislike it. And if you just look at sports fans in town, about 53% either hate it or don't like it. And so we're asking you, is it growing on you in any way? I don't know if you agree, Danny. I think the most damaging number here is not any of the stuff I just cited, but rather that 2 years ago when the name first became public, 49% of district residents reported disliking the name, 17% said they hated it. And right now, today, similarly, 48% don't like it and 15% hate it. It hasn't really changed.
It hasn't. And the numbers, two numbers jump out to me. One that you just referenced, but two, it's 57% of so-called fans of the team hate it. Enough. That's the one to me where you like the team. You're in. You've stayed with them through all of this, and damn near 6 out of 10 people are going, I have to do a swim move around the name to enjoy the football game.
As far as the Hogs go, not the name, but the Harris ownership group,
yes.
I don't need them to change the name right now. But as I've said for a couple of months, we're past due on them at least addressing this issue. The kicking the can down the road was fine for me for that first year. But in short order, at some point here, sooner than not, I think that just saying effectively nothing on this issue, that they have basically said, we got other fish to fry. It's not a priority right now. We're doing this, this, and this, not that. You're also in some way preventing people from buying in. I'll speak for myself. I would have purchased my kids' gear and done some things that I haven't done because I don't think this name is going to be the name in the future. But if they come out and say that it is, I don't think all 57% are going to come around on it. But I do think it would make it easier to go down that slide and into the water that is the Commander's name. Let's go to the phones. B's in Haymarket on Grant and Danny. B, how are you on the name at this point?
My daughter is, at the time the name was changed, she was 7. So she was really excited. And after the whole rollout, I had to pretend to be excited just so I could keep her excited about the team. I remember when you guys had Jason Wright on, I think it was your show, and my antenna went up when he said, we're not going to change the name to some random ass bird or something like that.
That was a quote from our show.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be a random ass bird.
He doesn't care what anybody else wants. It's what he thinks is cool. It's not just the name. It's the totality, the uniform, the way it was rolled out. The logo absolutely is not good. I just don't trust anything that Jason Wright has done. So I'm not clamoring for anybody's job, but just the way that they had it in the morning. The kids were in school. How are you going to get kids excited about your team if you're rolling it out and they're at school?
It's a good point.
100%.
I haven't thought about that angle. I hated how they rolled it out for some other reasons, not involving children, but that's certainly relevant, I would say. Part of, I think the idea was that this would catch on with a younger generation. And anecdotally, I think kids were more excited initially than adults were. But a lot of them had the memories and the time with the name Redskins and were more bothered by the fact that it was changing anyway. Quinn's in Rockville on G&D. Quinn, how you feeling?
Hi, Dave and Granny. How are you on they had a poll about the stupid name day?
Day.
There's a big poll on the name day.
There's a Hall of Fame poll.
Day.
First of all, let's talk about the old owner's involvement. I don't think he was involved at all. It's a stupid name. They're hideous uniforms. But if you'll recall, I seem to recall around that time, Red Wolves was a very popular name with the fan base, 40, 50% maybe would have been okay with it. And there's this silly litigious thing where it conflicted with the Timberwolves. I mean, it sounds like $5-10 million in court and you take care of it. I mean, this was the most litigious owner in pro sports history. Why don't you just take care of it? So that I don't get at all. We need to go to, I mean, I wish it was the Redskins. I don't have any problem with that name, but something like that. And back to real football uniforms. I mean, come on, burgundy and gold.
So that's two straight callers that have referenced that it's not just the name. It's kind of a complete package.
Mm-hmm.
The colors altering ever so slightly. Whether that was their fault or not, like it could be we're talking past each other where they say the colors are the same and we're going not so much. Whether the uniform providers changed or in the process of creating the New
certain
Jersey
fabric doesn't exist anymore. I don't know.
I don't know, but it looks different.
Right.
So that bothers people. And maybe if the emblem, the logo, the decal on the helmet, if that was something that people liked at a higher rate than the Block W, and I will be honest, that's one area where the Block W has grown on me. I don't love it. I don't hate it like I once did. I kind of think it's fine and normal and kind of middle of the pack. But it seems like people think that whether it's the uniforms or the logo, the colors, that it's a total package, not just the name, which I want to get your reaction to in a moment. 800-636-1067. Is the name growing on you at all? And how do you feel about it? 2 years in, the Post has a poll that says well over 50%, closer to 60% of fans of this team either don't like or hate the name. We're Grant and Danny. Washington Post poll updating how fans feel about the name Commanders dropped today. That's what we're covering early on Grant and Danny. We're going to talk to the wife of Josh Harris. Marjorie Harris is now the chair of the Commanders Foundation in the community. She's got an event that they've been doing all day long out and about in D.C. We'll talk to Marjorie about that at 3 o'clock in 12 minutes. Nat starter Jake Irvin at 5. And former Commanders VP of Marketing George Perry, who was quoted in the Washington Post piece on the poll that they'd conducted about the name. Want to get his thoughts on what the path forward is for the Commanders here. After 17% of people said they'd rather change the name back to Washington Football Team, another 16% said they wanted to go back to Redskins, which is not happening. I mean, we've talked about this a lot on the show, but it's a non-starter for the league. The team has no interest. Mitch Rales has come out and said they're not going back to Redskins, part of the ownership group. But Red Wolves, Red Tails, Warriors, Generals, among those that were voted on in this poll. And we're not going to get back into what they should change the name, hopefully ever.
We've done that.
But certainly not today. But I just think it's stunning that more people said they'd rather the team name be Football Team than Commanders, if you're just comping the last two names. And the same number of people, knowing it's not a possibility, and when it wasn't even there to be voted on, just wrote in the name Redskins as voted to keep the name Commanders, which tells you a lot.
So I want to seek in two things. Number one, that Timberwolves, Wolves, whatever you want to call it, saga, where I believe it required Jason Wright to come out and say, hey, that's not going to happen, something, they're litigious or whatever.
It was one of his updates in making the band.
Yeah, that showed, I think a lot of people, myself included, oh, this really isn't about the fans. It's not really about what you want. You're not really involved at all, and the decision feels like it's already been made with or without you. Because that was a popular one. Whether that was number one or number two, I don't care about your individual preference, but that was something that made sense to some people. Keep the R, and you could sort of have a nice theme, and it's an animal that works. Great. Yes, no, because that was ripped away, and it was, yeah, we're not going to pay for that, or it felt like we're too lazy. That wasn't a particularly great selling point for me. Number two, the uniform part of the logo and everything. The thing that was so frustrating to me about it is if I'd never been told that it wasn't going to change, I don't know that I'd be as angry. I was told it wouldn't change. I was told the color would be the color. I was told that we're not messing with that. That's not going anywhere at any point in time. I'm looking at the John Allen jersey. It's different. You lied. That part I can't handle. Whether you lied or didn't know, one way or the other, don't make promises that you can't keep.
Let's go to Damon in Oxon Hill. Damon, how you feeling about the name? Damon, you're on Grant and Danny. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Thank you for taking my call.
You bet.
You asked three questions like, did we like it? Is it growing on us? Will it ever grow? Answers are no, hell no, and emphatic hell no. It's sort of like that. Y'all seen that commercial, that Backstreet Boys commercial, where the lady washes the shirt, but it never gets rid of the stench?
The Tell Me Why one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's sort of, I mean, that's what Commanders is. It's that leftover stench of Dan Snyder. And until we get rid of that, it's going to be a little difficult for all of us, that strong 57 of us, to get on board with anything.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Thanks, buddy.
It's a great phone call. Thank you. That is the best argument to me in terms of the change the name again group. It's not that the name's bad because the next name might be bad. It's not that the name's unpopular because the next name unequivocally will be unpopular. Maybe not to the same extent this one is, but because it's not Redskins, for a lot of people, they're not going to like the next thing either. And if they don't change it back to something similar to the past, whether that's Hogs or something like that, it's going to be unpopular. The argument, I think, for your camp, Danny, should be Dan Snyder chose that name, and like everything else in the organization that he touched and ruined for a long, long time, you need to rid yourself and wash yourself from any Dan Snyder fingerprints. And that is a vestige, and it needs to go. Let's go to Matt in Fredericksburg. Hey, Matt.
Hey, guys. Yeah, I don't want to repeat the same Dan Snyder comments because I totally agree. But just an analogy, it's kind of like when we got the name, you kind of step into a classroom. It's new. You're the new kid, right? And if the school kids accept you, you kind of get like a nickname, right? Well, what kind of nicknames does the league have now? You've got like the Fins, the Pats, the Pack, Birds, and we get commies. You know what I mean? It's like you don't want to
Yep.
be anywhere near that. And then I do have a quick question for Danny. Danny, you have any weird like circulation issues where you have to put the other hand up? Does that happen, or you just kind of roll?
So
through
great
it?
question.
It's a
Matt.
very fair question. I have had soreness and downright pain at times in my left arm, and I could stretch it out simply by raising it, but it stays down.
What's under your armpit? Left armpit. Let me see your left armpit.
I can find out during the break. I'll have to take my shirt off, maybe, which you don't want.
Can I see under your left armpit?
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'll listen. I suffer from my art. I will sit here and be uncomfortable in protest. I'm very committed.
There's new Scotty Scheffler audio and video that's come out as charges of Scotty Scheffler have been dropped. We'll get into that next hour. Also, Marjorie Harris is going to join us right here at the top of the hour. Excited to talk to one of the members of the Harris family. Josh's wife was running the charity work for the Commanders today out in the community. You're listening to Grant and Danny. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan, and thank you for making the show part of your day. It means a lot. We know you got options. We are live all over DC on 106.7, our flagship in the DMV. We're also live right now in Richmond on AM 910, FM 105.1, and coast to coast on the always free Odyssey app. The show is exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Kondorian Murat. They provide legal services in estate planning, elder law, probate admin. Schedule your free consultation with their Fairfax-based attorneys. Visit kmlawyers.com. Be sure to mention that we referred you. You'll get a discount. kmlawyers.com. Very pleased right now to go to the BetQL guest hotline and honored for the first time to get to chat with a member of the Harris family in some time, the chair, Washington Commanders Foundation, Marjorie Harris, the better half of the Josh Harris, Marjorie Harris tandem. Marjorie, thank you for the time. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
We're very good.
well.
So is Marjorie okay, or do you want Mrs. Harris? What should we go with?
I like Marjorie. Mrs. Harris is my husband's mom.
Okay,
I love it.
very good. So we'll go with Marjorie. Now, I don't know if you remember this at all, but this is going to start like we're the buddies that went on a golf trip with your husband once and have to apologize. When Josh bought the team, he called into our radio show immediately, and he bought some beers for our listeners. I don't know if he knew he was buying thousands of beers, but you might have looked at that credit card statement and had a little heart-to-heart the next morning.
Well, I think he was so excited about buying the team that he really couldn't help himself. And quite frankly, when you think about how much this team cost, a couple of beers was manageable for him. I was happy for him to be able to share it out there and make everybody happy.
I remember in my early 20s, I had got some great news, and I bought like 5 or 6 mint juleps, so I can relate.
Big promotion for Danny.
We're here at Rocket Ship Elementary School right now doing a community event, and I can guarantee you that I'm buying no beers for anyone.
Maybe all the players that came out and helped out before training camp or something. But we do want to commend you guys. It's an awesome day of service. I saw the itinerary today and reached out and said, let's figure out and get to the bottom of what all they're doing. But I know that you're the chair of the whole event and the ideas behind it. So you guys started with taking some of the kids at one of the schools and doing some drills with players. I know I just saw videos. You're building a playground. What all is going on today?
So this is the first of many days where we are giving back to the community. And we talked about this. I know Josh talked to you guys about this when we bought the team. This is part of buying a sports team. To us, this is a community asset, and we believe in sharing with the community, supporting the community, being a fan of the community because they are fans of our team, and we want to pay it forward. And so this is the kickoff, and it's been an amazing day.
What's the most important thing for you guys in terms of kind of getting your getting just sort of this sort of sustaining and established here so that folks know it's not just a one-time thing or lip service? Because there's been a lot of different times over the years where there's this big outreach day, take a photo, and then maybe there's not as much follow through. How important is it to you guys, and how do you go about saying, no, we're for real, this is going to be consistent, this is something we believe in?
I mean, look, I think that I can tell you that, but the proof will be in the pudding. I will tell you that this is a big part of who we are. We have a big family. We have 5 children, and I know how hard it is to raise children in this environment, even in the best of circumstances. And I love being able to go into the community and talk with the kids and just be a part of it, because that's really what this is all about.
Looking at some of the things you guys have been doing, this started at 9 a.m. It's going through close of business past 5 p.m. today. Skills and Drills, Youth Football Clinic, H.D. Woodson High School. There was a Legends meet and greet and a skills clinic. You've had the Little Combine, which I thought was an awesome idea.
Great idea.
10 a.m. to noon with a bunch of the kids running around doing football drills at the National Children's Museum. All the way through the day, Jason Wright was involved. I see a lot of former and current players. How about the buy-in from the players who have been taking part? It seems like you guys have a huge crew making the rounds in the district today.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that this is a part of the culture of the organization that we're building. And when you think about who has come on to this team, I mean, our coach, our GM, the rookies, our quarterback. I mean, this is quality, thoughtful organization that we want to be a part of, and we want everyone who's a part of it to feel the same, that we're here to build a championship team and at the same time give back to the community and make sure that as we succeed on the field, the city succeeds as well.
Marjorie Harris with us here on Grant and Danny. Have you felt an excitement from the players as well? It does seem like there's a new energy, kind of surrounding the organization and the team, and I think that's a direct compliment to you, your husband, and the ownership group as well. But are you sensing that excitement from the players and that level of buy-in, both on and off the field?
Well, look, this is all kind of new. I was not fortunate enough to be involved in the room in the draft. I'm really looking forward to getting out into the garden and meeting our new rookies. I've yet to meet them, so that's exciting. I know from what I'm hearing that everyone is really excited on and off the field. You know, today we've gotten such great feedback from the community. People are very eager to tell us how happy they are about our new quarterback and some of the rookies. So, I think it spreads, when people are excited about things, you bring them on. And I think that's the sense right now, is that we have a team that's young and eager to, roll up their sleeves and get involved and do a great job. And, they have the organization behind them to help them succeed.
Marjorie, this is not your first rodeo helping to own a sports team, right? And my wife would tell you that a lot of the good ideas in my broadcasting career have come from her. Have you ever thought about just putting in the film and crunching some of the numbers and telling Josh who you want him to sign and what should be done?
In another time, when we're not on the radio, we can talk about my view of who we've taken and who we haven't. But I will tell you that, I agree with your wife. That is for sure. I agree with your wife. But in all honesty, my husband is very, very committed to winning, and he likes to win, and I know he will do everything he can to get us there. So, but I'd like to say it's a group effort.
Marjorie, Josh, and the ownership group haven't purchased the team in like almost a year. What's next in that regard? Is there another team you guys are about to buy?
Slacking lately.
It's almost
Marjorie.
like he doesn't want another team.
Yeah, that's sort of like, am I going to have another baby?
Right. Well, I was joking with Danny earlier. It's got to be when he comes to you and he's like, hey, I'm thinking about buying another team. It's like when my wife saying, did you go out to lunch again? Like, this is $47 here, Grant. What the heck are you thinking? It's like him coming to you being like, what if we just bought a team in Major League Baseball?
Hear me out. Another team.
Okay, listen, I'm going to tell you right now, we are full. I love what we have. I love it. I love it. You guys have a great baseball team here. We're good to go. We're going to focus on the Commanders.
Right.
We're going to make it happen. We're going to make everybody happy. And that's where we're focused.
In all seriousness, though, it's obviously owning a team. There's so many employees,
you're the co-owner of one of 32 NFL teams.
Yeah,
to
make
darn cool.
Yeah, to make everything go, obviously requires so much energy and effort and the like. And you guys are familiar with that, having gone through it a couple different times over with different teams. But I'm curious about the differences between the different sports, the ownership experience, say in hockey, say in basketball, versus what you found here almost a year in of owning the football team.
Look, I mean, I think that is the privilege. That's the work and the privilege. It's really, really interesting. They are all different, and they are nuanced, and they're different sports, and they're run by different organizations. I will tell you that I've been incredibly impressed with the NFL, and I think it's been an amazing experience to be a part of the organization, and they are all different, and I think they all have their strengths, and it's it's like I have 5 kids and I like them all equally.
Which before I had kids, I didn't think that was real. Like I was like, my mom definitely likes me best. And then probably if I had to guess, like maybe Ryan after that. And I could rank the 4 for you. But now that I have 3 kids, Marjorie, I do think it's possible. I agree. Although some days I disagree. Some days I could rank them.
I think that there are days where someone becomes my top pick,
Right.
but it's never a permanent position.
And it's very much fleeting at times. What was your reaction? And I have no idea what the timeline was or how far back it was. You guys were probably on this a year before we ever found out. But when Josh said he was thinking about buying the Commanders, because I think you guys were involved with the Broncos or something at one point. But when he said that, what was your reaction?
Okay, this is with all honesty. When he told me, I thought there was not a better football team for him to buy. I mean, he grew up here. He loves Washington, D.C. He grew up going to the Redskins games, or at least watching them. I don't know. He says sometimes that the tickets were really expensive. I'm not sure how many games he went to, but it was his hometown team. And to see what happened to it and then have the opportunity to come in and try and give it his best efforts to turn it around and bring it back to where it was and even better and make it America's team again, that opportunity was once in a lifetime. And I was really, really supportive of it. I lived down here for a year right after graduation. Before I met Josh, I always loved this city. And so to be back here with him and be a part of it in this way is incredibly special.
Did you guys meet at school then?
No, we met after school.
Oh, after school. Okay. Is he a romantic? Was good, sharp planned dates? Was he thoughtful?
He is a very thoughtful guy. He juggles a lot and he's incredibly thoughtful. And yes, we have a lovely story that I will not share on the radio.
Probably smart.
I love it.
Probably
Marjorie Harris with
right.
us here on Grant and Danny. What is Josh's most annoying personal habit that grates on you, that bothers you?
Good one.
Oh my God. Honestly, he's pretty perfect. So I don't think I have one.
Wow. Okay, that's a win for him.
Okay.
My wife could give you a lot of
I know. I was
habits.
going to say we could fill up the whole
She
segment.
would love to do them on the radio anytime, I bet. She'd love to let
Yeah, but
everyone
then
know
he'd
about
be mad at me. So, what good is that?
That's a very good point. This
Look
is
at this.
marriage advice. And they've been married and you have 5 children, right?
Yes, we do.
One of them all grown, I think all the way through middle school. What about tell us something about Josh that you wish people knew?
Something that I wish. Oh, I have one for you. When he's not being super serious, he's actually super funny.
Like joke telling
I know
funny?
you wouldn't really think that when
Yeah.
you interview him or you see him out there talking. Like he's actually a really funny guy.
I like that.
I believe that. Personable dude.
I could see it.
All right, so Marjorie, we've got to get to this one incident. Here.
Oh no.
Okay. No,
Wait,
we're gonna.
I'm actually sitting here thinking, like, are we almost done here? And you're gonna save the best for last?
Okay. So we've got to get to the bottom of this one. The preseason game. Okay. The handshake.
Oh, the handshake.
Right.
Oh my.
You know what we're talking. You know exactly what I'm talking about. We didn't fault him.
First of all, do you know what we're talking about?
You know
when we
exactly what
say
we're talking
the
about, right?
Are you kidding? Of course I know what you're talking about.
All right. So I didn't think it was Josh's fault. Some people do. I don't. I'm not just saying that because you're on the phone. I said that the next day.
We blame Joe Buck specifically because you're on the phone, but also we also do really think it was Joe Buck's
There
fault.
was a weird half extension. It was kind of curled. It wasn't full handshake, but it was out there. And I think Josh just felt bad. So break down what you saw and what you guys said afterwards. And how did you feel about it?
I just don't think Josh wanted to leave him out there hanging.
Right. That's what I thought. That's
look,
what I said.
I agree with
That's
you.
why I said that.
I mean, come on, he's a good guy.
And that was
He's a
kind of my
good guy. And now, they owe him one.
Definitely.
Yes.
They owe him a couple, I would
Yeah.
say.
I think so too. I think so too.
What is?
But I will tell you at home, We did have a little chuckle. That is
Good.
That is.
Yeah, I would hope so.
I would say so.
We did.
You got
Awkward
it.
dad moment
A
there.
little ribbing of a dad moment.
Yeah.
We've got a few of those.
You know,
Josh,
makes him human, right?
and definitely true. Can he cook a little bit?
No.
Is he a grill master?
No.
Okay. I like hearing that.
Besides being funny, what's his hidden talent?
He's really freaking smart.
Yeah.
That's
I
probably
could
how
see
you win all
that. I
those
could
teams.
see, yeah.
I don't think it's hidden, but that's.
I was gonna say, it's pretty out there.
obvious.
Pretty well known. All right, so you've got the big event today. You guys have all the players taking part. I think the rookie classes, you said you're going to meet this afternoon. They're going to be out there till about 5 o'clock. So this is the first, it sounds like, of a bunch of activations you guys have planned.
Yes.
Very cool.
Yes, for sure. We're really excited about it, and we invited the high school team this morning to come to training camp, and they're really excited about that. And yeah, I mean, we are going to be in the community. It is what we do, is what we like to do. And like I said, this is a community asset for all of us to share. And hopefully together we're going to take it all the way.
One more random question apropos of nothing. What do you think of the team name Commanders?
We're in a school. They're screaming. I can't even hear the question. I'm sorry. Will you repeat that?
Yes. What do you think of the team name Commanders?
Oh, the name. The old question about the name. Well, look, we have a lot to do that is low on the list, but I will tell you that being out in the community and talking about the team, I don't really have a problem with the name. It's kind of growing on me, but I don't think that this is something we're going to focus on right now. We have a lot of other really important things to focus on, and I think this has a way of working itself out, and we'll see what happens.
Well, we appreciate that insight. Tell Josh if he ever wants to just hang out for the afternoon.
He's more than welcome.
Come sit in with his pals. We'll get him his favorite food and his favorite beverage, and we'll enjoy a couple of hours of banter.
All right, it sounds good.
Marjorie, thank you so much.
Wonderful to speak with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You got it. Be good.
All
There's
right, bye-bye
Marjorie
now.
Harris, co-owner and the wife, of course, of Josh Harris. They have a wonderful event going on today out and about.
I legit thought she was doing a great bit.
I did too.
Whereas like, it's so loud here. I can't hear the question. Anyways, I gotta go.
She's like, phone broke up. Very funny. And
very funny.
Good sport.
Indeed.
And hopefully she's not annoyed by us and our questions.
Yeah, that's pretty much my summary. The hope whenever we're done is that the hangout doesn't happen and go, never again those guys.
Right, exactly.
Like that's the hope.
Somebody else maybe,
that's
but
the
not
bar,
them.
not them.
Let's get on the horn about maybe a weekly Marjorie Harris segment on Grant and Danny. We could call it
Marjorie's Take, Marjorie's Corner.
Marjorie's Corner is good. I like that. The weekly Marjorie.
Oh,
maybe.
Say that again. It's time for the weekly Marjorie. Yeah.
I don't know if that plays or not. But just get the latest. Just check in. See what's what over at the Harris household. Has Josh done the dishes this week? What'd you get upset at him about? Did he, use laundry when you wanted him to? Does he leave his socks on the floor?
By the way, how about he's pretty much perfect?
That's pretty nice.
Can you imagine what wife has ever said that?
Well, if she's not on the radio.
Right.
Two strangers. Think about this.
Yeah, it's true.
Two stranger dudes, sports guys, and she knows there's someone in New York somewhere waiting to write a story about whatever she said.
Just sitting there hovering over the keyboard waiting.
Lou DiPietro is sitting somewhere going, what's she going to say next, right? Maybe your answer
he bites his fingernails.
It's a little different if you're sitting with your girls who you've been friends with for 30 years.
Chatting it up with
and they're
ladies.
Going, what's Josh been up to? I don't know if she goes, oh, he's just perfect. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's probably something like he might have left a sock on the floor at some point.
There's something. Chewing with his mouth open, always on his phone at the dinner table. Nothing.
I loved her laugh when you brought up the handshake.
Yeah.
You know they were joning so hard.
Of course they did. The entire Harris clan, I'm sure, just all the sites trained on
And
him.
I stand by. Like, that was not just because she's on the line.
We said it then.
He got screwed.
He got
on
screwed.
that. Yes, it was butt awkward. And everyone's like, oh, billionaires are so awkward. Maybe. And actually, yes, probably.
Yeah, how about middle-aged dads are awkward?
But what is Joe Buck doing?
I don't know.
Joe Buck should have apologized. He set him up to fail.
It was that weird half extension. Now, it wasn't a full-on, making the the I intend to handshake here with the thumb pointed up, doing like the saw motion. It wasn't
Shake
all the
my
way out.
hand or don't, but you can't go half in.
It wasn't all the way out, but it left his hip. It left his side. It was at an angle. It wasn't all the way, but it was some of the way. And it's just out there.
I'm looking at the video again.
Remember?
Of that handshake.
Because he didn't. It wasn't a neutral hand position. It wasn't up. It wasn't gesticulating. It was kind of a gentle, this is closer to you than it was before. Almost like the beginning of a handshake motion. Now, I didn't put that on Josh then. I don't now. And I know I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt because I'm rooting for the guy and I like him. And he bought everyone a beer on our show.
He did buy everyone a beer.
I want to see if everyone wants a beer.
And she wasn't upset. It didn't sound like about. He went out with his boys. He spent too much at the bar. It sounds like she was cool.
She's like, I'm glad you had a nice time.
Ryan says, I don't know about y'all, but I'm 100% in on this team because of Marjorie. Ben says, Marjorie, weekly guest, please. Travis, I'm definitely watching Mrs. Harris interview on YouTube later. 5 out of 5 interview, guys. There you go. People like Marjorie Harris.
I'm watching the video again of the Josh Harris handshake.
Yeah.
Troy Aikman letting off the little bit of a giggle there. That just pops me. It gets me.
I don't think Troy was guilty of anything.
Well,
Joe Buck.
Right. If that's a hierarchy of blame, it's Joe.
Michael wants the name to be Marjorie's Musings of the weekly segment.
That's the leader so far.
So I'll get with my people at the Commanders. We'll try to line it up. Make sure throughout the football season, very detailed analysis. We're going to do charity stuff, and we could do like her take on the game. Most valuable player, least valuable player, favorite play call she would change, and who she wants cut.
Who she wants cut will be tough. I don't think she's going to answer that.
How about Survivor Island? Player you would cut today if you were Dan Snyder.
Can you imagine if she's like, I can't stand that Emmanuel Forbes. Like, no.
But that was kind of my point. Like, we had an owner who just, whoever he wanted, you got. Have you thought about throwing your weight around a little bit and just telling Josh, I just watched the tape. This kid over here playing quarterback at, I don't know, like North Carolina or something. Like, you got to go with him. Or maybe it was Jaden Daniels. Maybe that's why they took Jaden Daniels.
Who's to say?
Maybe it was Marjorie's guy. She watched the film and said Jaden Daniels is the guy. Let's go to Julie in Alexandria on Grant and Danny. Hello, Julie.
Nope.
Oh, Julie just hung up.
Gone. Vapor.
What was her idea? She wanted to name the Marjorie segment.
She did. She actually had a really clever name. A Moment with Marjorie.
Moment with Marjorie.
I love that. Oh, that's elegant. That's good. All right, we'll see. She's probably not interested for a lot of reasons.
Yeah.
Most notably, she couldn't have had that much fun. It was probably more fun for us. But, yeah, I think we're in a good place.
Yeah, we landed in an okay spot.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Scotty Scheffler, charges have been dropped. We'll get to that next. We'll get to these Scotty Scheffler charges being dropped. Just a couple of minutes. Grant and Danny, here on the Fan. We were taking suggestions on social for the segment that may or may not happen that we want to pitch to the Commanders.
The thing that we just made up that we just sort of have gotten to the point where we're now naming it.
We're booking Marjorie Harris for the season every week on the show. And our boss texted me and said, how about the Grant, Danny, and Marjorie show daily from 2 to 6:30? Yeah, sure. Let's go 3 wide, 3-man booth here.
Let's go 3 wide.
Grant, Danny, and Marjorie has a nice ring to it. So I got to tell a little story here, if you guys don't mind. The interview almost didn't happen. It almost didn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
And it's my own fault, my own dumbness. So I get an email, like everyone else did, press release of what the Commanders were doing. And I'm like, oh, this is awesome. Read through it, everything that they're doing today, like start to finish, 9 to 5, legendary former players, bunch of current players taking part. And if you run through the itinerary, and I went through some of the specifics, it's really thoughtful, cool things where they're doing this youth combine at the Children's Museum. Kids can take part in running the 40 and all these different things. They're going to specific schools. They're building playgrounds. Really well done. And I thought, oh, this is great. And there were a bunch of names listed that were going to be involved. And I saw Jason Wright's name. And I reached out and I said, hey, if Jason wants to hop on the show, we don't get him on as that often, but a couple times a year or whatever, something will pop up. I thought we'll get Jason on and then we can talk about what he's doing, ask him about the Washington Post poll today, whatever else. And so the Commanders were receptive and kind, and they're like, oh, yeah, we could try to work that out with him. And then they said, what about the chair of the event, Marjorie Harris? It did not occur to me when they said that initially that Marjorie Harris was Josh Harris's wife and a part of the Harris family and the ownership group, but rather just like the person running the event. I was thinking like, oh, like this is someone who's like involved in the charitable foundation, which is great.
Right.
And like, I would be happy to talk about the event, but we were kind of looking for Jason because, a big name and, he comes on the show and moves the needle and what have you. And so I responded and I was like, oh, yeah, maybe let me run it up the flagpole. I'm not sure if that helps us as much as having Jason on to talk about what's going on today, though. And I went about my day. I come into the studio. I sit down. Darius is sitting across the way here, producer of the program.
Mm-hmm.
Ryan, assistant producer right there. Danny
I'm right
has
here,
a seat in his red seat, moves a bunch of chairs around, sits in his red chair.
The red chair.
He loves his red chair.
I do like it.
And I said, so here's what we're waiting to hear back about maybe getting Jason Wright on. Possibility. I said they have offered, we may also have the chair of the event on. I said we prefer Jason, but we may talk to Marjorie Harris. This is the chair of the Commanders Charitable Foundation. And Darius goes, oh, Josh Harris's wife. And I said, what? He goes, Marjorie Harris, Josh Harris, that they're married. And I said, are they? And he goes, yeah, that's Josh's wife.
And we all race to Google as fast as you possibly
everyone
can.
Googles it. And there it is right there. It basically runs the Harris Foundation, all of the stuff. Better half of the marriage with the owner, Josh Harris, who bought the team for the $6+ billion. And then I said, oh, no, guys. I said we didn't want to do that because, and I quote, Jason would help us more or something like something ridiculous.
Not sure how much that makes sense for us.
Exactly. What a dummy I am. And then I had to tail between my legs. I'm really sorry.
Hey, it's Grant.
I didn't know
from before.
What I didn't know.
This one's on me.
So A, shout out to the Commanders for making it happen.
Here, here.
B, to Marjorie, our new friend.
Yes, our pal.
And hopefully the first of many conversations.
Mm-hmm.
That was tough. That was a slap yourself on the head kind of moment.
Because listen, when you're wheeling and dealing, you're getting ready for the show, etc. But when you just hear someone's name, like, do you want to talk to Stephen Smith, the head of the charitable thing? And it's like, okay, well, I'm sure he's a wonderful guy, but that's not who our audience knows.
And before somebody crushes me for this, like to explain the radio back end, Radio Insider. So like we are in the guest booking game. And oftentimes there is a little bit of we'll get the guest on to talk about the thing. So you think about the easiest way to make this case is like Radio Row.
Mm-hmm.
There's 100 people roaming around that you want to talk to that are promoting something. And maybe it is Old Spice deodorant or something. And you go, hey, we'll get you on. You do your Old Spice deodorant mention, and then we're going to ask you about the time you won 4 Super Bowls or whatever. So the idea is, hey, this is something I thought was a really cool sounding day. Like they put thought into this. It's not just not that this isn't good too, but like we showed up at a school and read a book and left. Like this is a full day of activities, 9 to 5, activation after activation, like well done, well thought out, really good. Team's crushing it. Love to see it. So we're cool. We're going to talk about this. And then let's ask him about, is there going to be a roof on the stadium? And is the Washington Post poll registering with you today in any way? And do you think the name's growing on people or not? That's kind of the idea of the Jason Wright interview. But a lot of times, like Clinton Portis is coming in studio in like a month with us because he's doing an event.
Yes.
And when you say we want Clinton Portis in to talk about the thing, they go, well, what about the person who's running the event who's going to come sit next to him and be in as well? And like that is just not as ideal for what we're trying to do. It makes it sound a little more clunky or awkward. It's not a natural conversation, which is the whole point of radio. The idea is you want people listening to not feel like they're, you're hearing about Old Spice deodorant. You're just having a conversation, right? To really pull back the onion. So I thought that was what about this person that just runs this event today who put the planning together?
Right.
Which it was that. It's also one of the people who own the team.
It's a big also, I will say. It's a
large also.
And the also is doing a lot of lifting. So Grant's like, the director of the foundation or whatever, Marjorie Harris. But like, we're seeing it like they're going to get back about Jason Wright. And like a light bulb, Looney Tunes style, goes off over Darius, Danny, and Ryan. We're like, you mean Harris? Marjorie Harris? The wife of Josh Harris?
Right.
And at first you're like, no.
No, at first I was like, no, not her.
No.
And Darius goes, Marjorie Harris. And I said, yeah. He goes, with the Commanders. And I said,
yeah, why do you ask?
Yeah, that's her. And he's like, that's Josh's wife. And I was like, I don't believe you.
I don't believe you.
Just full point. No. He's like, no, that's her. That's who that is.
It was perfect. Because again, you're the director of the blah 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 blah. These are wonderful people, but like for our audience, that they're not necessarily going to know who the outreach director of senior marketing consultant person is or whatever.
I want to know the person that got the text from me.
Yeah,
where it goes, it doesn't help us as much as Jason. Like, what were they thinking?
They're probably going, he doesn't know anything.
Yeah, exactly. This guy's I knew he was a big fat guy. Now he's just a big fat dumb guy.
This is also
worse.
a buffoon.
Yeah, exactly. Which is a little bit worse. Sarah wants the show to be G&D and Marjorie. Not bad.
G&D and Marjorie. Yeah.
Oh, I see what you did there. What? Here's an idea too. I would be okay with this, by the way. I think you would be as a comedic fellow.
Go on.
Marjorie's minute or a moment with Marjorie where we talk with her once a week on the show. She can be like an ombudsman where she says what is annoying her about the media coverage of the team or if she wanted to do something like that.
Yeah, whatever she wants.
Like it's her chance to go in on us. Like you guys keep talking about this, but not this. Like that could be a feature where it's her chance to really get even. We're providing our platform for you to come. If you want to yell at us, you could do that.
No, I'm not, of course, Marjorie Harris.
No.
But I'd take you up on that if I was.
I would too.
Like, let's just say I'm Marjorie Harris just for a second. Great offer. I'll do that. So you see, that's how I'm playing it out.
I just got video. Major Tutty has arrived at the school where all the kids are steamed up.
Oh.
They're getting selfies with Major Tutty. I will say this. You might be right about the name, you people that hate the name. You might be right about the colors changing, the people that think the colors change. In fact, I think you are right. You're probably right about the block W not being good enough after 2 years. But you are wrong on Major Tutty. Major Tutty is legit. Major Tutty is a winner. Whoever designed, created, and was responsible for the Major Tutty mascot, perfection. One of the greatest mascot introductions in the history of time. Came running out of the tunnel. People went nuts. And if you
Did they went nuts?
Yeah.
They went nuts?
I was there. Were you?
No.
They went nuts, Danny.
They went nuts.
Nuts. His jersey.
Like it would kill Darius. That nuts?
Yes, actually.
That level?
They went so nuts that Darius would need an EpiPen. You'd have to shove it right in his larynx.
Right in the neck.
And
Yeah.
hope that you could bring him back to life and he would perish. Garris would die. Death. Because of how nuts they went. But the point of my story is Major Tutty's great. And the jersey he wears, you know what it is? It's the old colors. It's the old look. Don't you get it? You're mad at the wrong guy. You should love Major Tutty.
I should be mad at Major Tutty?
No, you shouldn't be mad at him.
Oh.
You should respect him. He's fighting the good fight. He's trying to bring back the old colors. He's a hog, after all. He is representative of what you love. You and Major Tutty should be one. You guys agree on everything.
I don't know that we do. That diabetic pig. That's not for me. I'm not into it. That's a no. Now I understand it's also not for me. I get that it's not. I get it's a mascot. It's for kids or whatever. It felt pandering and it felt cheap. It's like you're gonna do that, but you won't do the thing that everyone wants. You know what I mean?
It's a mascot. You gotta have a mascot.
Sure, but like what? Are pigs commanding things?
Yes,
it has nothing to do with anything.
This guy with his Major Tutty hate, I can't do it. You keep hating the name and the colors. Leave Major Tutty out of this.
I will and I won't. It's like an attempt to placate those of us that like, hey, remember the Hogs that were great? It's like, well, I'll give you that much. I'll give you a big stuffed animal.
They can't win with this guy.
It's easy to win.
They can't
don't be
do
the
it.
Commanders and give me the colors back.
Gaby, I'm sure. Who's KB? KB said, all jokes aside, getting Marjorie on routinely to talk about charitable events or things that they're doing would be awesome. That's the point,
Yes.
KB.
Yes, KB.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
That's the whole deal.
Mm-hmm.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Our double play is next. Grant and Danny on the Fan. We'll get to our double play in just a couple of moments. Welcome back. Thank you for checking us out. Top of the hour, 4 o'clock, Beltway Blitz. Spin you around town. All the teams you care about jammed into one segment at that time. Right at 4 o'clock, right at the top of the hour, we are going to be giving away tickets. You want to go see Old Glory Rugby in D.C., you better be listening. Scotty Scheffler's charges have been dropped officially, Danny. As part of the dropping of the charges, the decision was made that neither he nor the police department are going to be pressing charges on the other side.
Okay.
So basically, they're agreeing to shake
drop
hands
it. Yeah, so that's it.
Go in either direction. But shortly before the charges were dropped, we had another video come out that helps connect more of the dots. It was actually the audio of one of the cameras that was turned on from another police officer after Scheffler had been kind of detained, put in the back of a cop car, it sounded like, and then they were going over what had happened. And it does seem like it's exactly what a lot of us were speculating, where he acknowledges, I didn't think that was a cop. I thought it was a security or, traffic person. And the guy's like, well, why didn't you listen to the traffic person? And he's trying to point out that I don't treat them the same as I do as cops. And the cop is saying you should. And it's essentially what a lot of us thought all along. And there's still no video, for lack of a better phrase, a smoking gun, where there was an actual dragging of a police officer. We got the video that came out that looked like it was a nothing burger. And now we got the audio that came out that corroborates that it still seems like it wasn't very much. That's all we got. So if there's a video out there that comes out at some point, I can absolutely change my mind.
I'll be happy to change my mind.
But in the meantime, it looks like somewhere between a massive misunderstanding, an overzealous police officer who did a bad job, and Scheffler, who maybe could have done a couple things smarter or better, but probably didn't do anything that was that out of the norm of what 95% of people would have done, and ended up arrested for it. But here's part of that audio conversation.
My tea time. Yeah. I had to loop all the way around. That way it took me about probably a half hour. Okay. So I pulled in here. The police officer up there told me to come the opposite way with the traffic and then come in. And as I was pulling in, my window was down, and the officer told me to stop. And as first of all, I did not know that he was a police officer. I thought he was one of the security guards that was mistaken. And as I was pulling by him, he grabbed my arm.
Stop right there. Why does it matter if he's a security guard or a police officer?
Because
if somebody's telling you to stop.
Yes, you're right. I should have stopped. I did get a little bit impatient because I'm quite late for my tea time. And as he was reaching in the car, he grabbed my shoulder and hit me. Like
trying to get you to stop, right?
Yes.
Okay.
It seemed to be a little bit over aggressive because the entrance was open.
Okay.
And I pulled a little bit because I was afraid. I thought he was going to start hitting me, and I didn't know who he was. He didn't tell me he was a police officer. All I saw was the yellow jacket. I didn't know what he was doing. I listened to any police officer.
So the thing is, he's wearing a uniform. Okay. He also is wearing the same jacket that I have on that says police.
Yes.
Okay. Also, on that, if someone's telling you to stop, no matter who it is, you don't keep going. So what happened is, you kept going and you took him with you while he's a pedestrian. Okay. Yes. So you took him with your car.
Yes.
And drug him. Okay.
Yeah.
Which is not a good thing,
I'm
right?
very aware that was
to make it so. Listen to me. So make it even worse. When he asked you to get out of the car, you refused to get out of the car.
I still was not aware he was a police officer. I was actually looking out the window of the car to try to find a police officer. I asked.
We're all right here, and he was there.
Believe me, sir. If I knew
we're all wearing yellow vests so you can see us.
If he knew he was a police officer, I would have been much more or less afraid. But panic kind of set in. As you can see, I'm still shaking because I was afraid. I didn't know who he was.
So it goes on. There's more audio there. But the gist is, he's making it very clear I didn't know it was a cop. There's talk about him dragging the police officer. We still don't see that on the video. That's certainly the claim that he made, probably to the other officers at the time, because we saw it in the police report.
Mm-hmm.
But basically, the video we have is him jumping up, banging on the arm of Scheffler through the window, grabbing him. The car may have gone a couple of feet while his arm was in the car, but he didn't lose his balance or anything that we saw in the video. But it does seem like the initial assumption that a lot of us made, or a lot of people speculated, of this misunderstanding is possibly what happened.
Yeah. So the part that I care the most about in that, and I think we've all been in a situation like this before, where I can't think of a better way to express this, but somebody in charge says, you go ahead and go this way. It's fine. The rank and file down on the ground level may not have gotten that instruction that I'm supposed to go right there, or that the person coming through is supposed to do this. I've been told by an authority figure, this is what you're supposed to do. And when someone tries to stop you, you don't have the information that I've got. I also don't know. I can understand that it's dark and cold and raining and foggy or whatever, that you're also an authority figure. You look like parking attendant Peter that's probably just trying to stop a regular person from going around the traffic, right? But I was told by a higher up, is the way it sounds to me. And I'm trying to do the thing I was told to do, and that's where I'm going. Had I known, not that I don't respect traffic people or I don't respect people in yellow vests or whatever, I had information that I thought you didn't have, so I was going to go ahead.
Yeah.
Far less like,
Also,
screw you, I'm dragging your ass with me.
By the book and by definition, 100% correct when the police officer says, hey, if a vested traffic person is telling you to stop, you should stop. But let's all level with each other a little bit. You're not going to react the same way when someone who's just working the traffic at the corner leaving Nats Park or whatever, who's in a vest, who's not a cop, is saying something versus a police officer. There's a little more reverence and respect, and you can disagree or agree if you want to, Danny. I don't know where you're at on it, but I am going to absolutely prioritize a cop over someone directing traffic. That who wouldn't do that in that situation? Like, to your point, it could be a little of yours, little of mine, but this traffic guy doesn't really know what I know. I'm supposed to be there. I'm supposed to go there. Leave me alone. I'm going to the thing.
Yeah, 99% of the people in this line are not professional golfers who tee off in 30 minutes.
Exactly. But the charges have been dropped, and for now, I guess this is all over.
Yeah.
Beltway Blitz is next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. The Grant and Danny Show is exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Kandori and Murad. They provide legal services in estate planning, elder law, probate, administration. Schedule your free consultation with their Fairfax-based attorneys. Visit kmlawyers.com. Be sure to mention that we referred you so that they can give you a nice discount. kmlawyers.com is where you're going. Right now, caller 10 at 800-636-1067. Congrats. You're winning a 4-pack of tickets to Old Glory DC Rugby, Saturday, June 8th against New England at the Maryland Sportsplex. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com. Beltway Blitz coming your way on all the teams that you care about in town, jammed into a segment. Let's start it on the diamond. Our pal Charlie Slows on the call of the Nats and the Braves. 7:20 first pitch tonight right here on the Fan. We're taking you up to pregame at 6:50. Charlie, last night, Jake Irvin, who joins the show in 1 hour at 5 o'clock, was tremendous. 6 shutout, 10 strikeouts for Jake last night. Not a whole lot of support, but man, has he been good.
He's been terrific. He's pitching like an ace. He seems like he's getting better and better every start. I think the only thing you wish he could keep going after 6 innings and 90 pitches, but he was absolutely terrific. And eventually he'll get there. I think they still look at the long haul over the course of the season. But guys like him and Mitchell Parker are definitely guys that are strong, and they're going to be there. And the test will be later in the year if they can keep this up. And they're giving the Nationals chances to win just about every night. The starting pitching has been great. For the most part, the bullpen's been great.
And Charlie, last night, a couple unorthodox double plays, I would say, took the Nats out of scoring chances a couple different times. It's some bad luck, but it's the kind of thing you can't really afford to have happen if you're not an offense that hits a ton of home runs, huh?
Yeah, well, and you're facing Max Fried, who was terrific, and a misread by C.J. Abrams in the first inning after his leadoff double. He kind of got caught on a blue pop with Ozzie Albies backing up on it. And, I haven't talked to him yet, but I think he thought that ball was going to drop, and I think then when he moved towards third and moved back, I think he thought maybe he wasn't going to be able to get back. So hope that it drops in, and then he couldn't get back once it was caught. So that was tough because you had 2 hits later in the inning. And then you had Jesse Winker who got picked off and caught in a rundown after a leadoff single in the 5th inning. And the way Fried's been pitching, if you have chances, you just can't afford to lose those guys off the bases and, basically give them back to the other team.
Charlie, it sure seems like C.J. Abrams is heating back up. He'd homered in 2 straight before last night and then had a couple of hits in his first 3 at-bats.
Yeah, 5 hits for him in his last 12 times up. That's always a good sign. Leading the club in home runs and right at the top in RBIs. Most of the times batting in the leadoff spot. His defense has been terrific. I mean, I think we're just watching the beginnings of a budding star.
In terms of the staff, Charlie, I've been blown away as to how good these guys have been. It's no longer, 1 or 2 starts. Okay. It's, the league hasn't seen it. It's kind of a fluke. We're going around the league several different times over, and guys like Mitchell Parker are pitching better than they ever have. We've already talking about Jake Irvin. This has been unbelievable how good these guys have been.
Yeah. And then Mackenzie Gore goes tonight coming off a really, maybe his best game of the year as well. And so, that's what you hope for. You build a team around the strength of starting pitching. And, they have lights out at the back of the bullpen with Harvey and Finnegan. You just need consistency with that offense because the pitching is giving it to them. ERA is better than a run lower than it was all of last year when it was over 5. And we talked about how the last 2 years, the Nationals have led the major leagues in home runs allowed. And, they're tied for second fewest home runs allowed in the major leagues going into today. They've been right there, the lowest number in the big leagues in home runs allowed from the start of the season. They've been outstanding. I mean, that's the biggest difference in this club, why they are where they are, even 5 games under 500, giving you a chance to win because the starting pitching and the bullpen has been so good.
Charlie Slows on the Beltway Blitz on Grant and Danny here on the Fan. You can listen to him and Dave Jagler just about 20 minutes after the 7 o'clock hour kicks off. The game begins with the Braves and the Nats tonight. Curious moving forward for the Nationals, what your big storylines are to monitor. The next benchmark is probably, the All-Star break in about 5 weeks or so. Like, what are the things you're tracking as they try to hover around 500 and stay in the hunt?
Well, we talk about the starting pitching, maintain this over the course of the long haul of a 162-game season. But, right now this is game 53 tonight. You're just about right there at the 1/3 pole of the season. So, if we were to say, hey, Grant and Danny, the Nats are going to be 500 about a third of the way through the season with a team ERA of 3.94, and you have Gore and Irvin at the top of your rotation pitching the way they are. Again, I think the offense was good out of the gate. It's been disappointing since. That's where they need to improve. There's no question about that. Ruiz has been much better lately. He needs work certainly behind the plate on his pop time and blocking balls. I think he's really hampered with time that he missed. So those areas I think that they have to get better in, obviously. And, when are some of the young prospect position players going to get here? When will they become a factor at the big league level?
Who's a guy, if you were going to circle somebody that you think is primed for one of those hot streaks? We saw how good C.J. Abrams was in the month of April, getting going here maybe at the end of the month with home runs in a couple straight games and hits, I believe, in 4 straight now. And, you mentioned Keibert Ruiz swinging it better. Who's someone you've got kind of penciled in here, maybe an asterisk by his name saying, watch this, he's about to get going?
Well, I hope it's Lane Thomas, because when he's hot, the Nats score a lot of runs. He hits home runs in bunches, extra base hits. He's already a factor just back throwing out a runner at second base. Plays great defense in right field. Nick Senzel swung the bat better of late. And, he had a real long dry spell before his RBIs in the first game of the series. He hadn't driven in a run since early May. They need offense from that position. They need offense from first base. Joey Gallo showed some signs of coming around. Meneses had 3 hits before they pinch hit for him last night. Garcia has been streaky. When he's streaky, he's really good. You have guys that get hot for stretches and then it's somebody else. You need to have somebody going well all the time to have any kind of consistency with your offense.
Charlie, before I let you go, I always like to ask the nerdy question. Atlanta's one of the 6 ballparks I haven't been to. Where is the broadcast location and how is the food in the press box?
Food in the press box is, I would put it in the lower third.
Wow.
For a new stadium.
Charlie throwing his elbows around in Atlanta.
You got to eat there tonight, buddy.
Oh no! Let me tell you. At the beginning, they didn't have press dining. We were eating, Chick-fil-A out of the concession stand. That was what press dining was here. And we're
Was that because of the pandemic?
No, because this park opened in 2017. It was
They just didn't do it.
No, they didn't do it. And then now they have press dining. It's better. But it was better last year than what we've had so far in this series. And as far as the broadcast location, it's a little bit lower than Nationals Park, but it's high.
But what is it?
We're right at the underside of the 1, 2, 3, 4th deck here.
Well, at Nats Park, we know all about.
I'd put us about 7 stories up instead of 10.
I remember you guys were telling me at Nats Park during one of the opening day flyovers, you ducked when the planes came through.
Fly unders, yes, at Nationals Park, but we don't get much of that here. But the one thing that's a major demerit for a broadcast booth is an accordion folding windows, because you have to take everything off your counter and table if it starts to rain to be able to close the windows.
Wow.
Which means you basically, if they're playing and it's raining, it's virtually impossible to do. And the other major flaw of this ballpark is they built it facing southeast towards downtown Atlanta. So when we come back in August and we have a Sunday day game that begins at 12:05, you basically can't have your computer or your phone out on the counter until like 3 o'clock because it's a greenhouse. Basically, every electronic device starts telling you it's about to overheat. And when you start that early for a game here with the ballpark direction, we had a game here last year. Nobody could see the ball off the bat early in the game. It was a blur.
See, this is the nerdy broadcast only stuff that I'm into. We need to do just a nerdy podcast where we rank all the ballparks.
Well, I will also say, don't worry about it. It's going to be a different ballpark the way Atlanta does it in like 3 or 4 years, right? They'll just do another one.
I don't think so, but they're piling them into this place. I mean, they're drawing 38,000 a game. They got their victory lap after winning the World Series in 21. And this is a very popular place, the Battery with what's around it. They're doing really, really well here. And, they did not draw like this in downtown at Turner Field.
Charlie, thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
You got it.
All right, be good. Let's talk football. Our buddy Benjamin Brown of Sumer Sports joins us now on G&D's Blitz. Benjamin, why don't we start with the 2-year deal the 49ers inked with Jawan Jennings? I'm just curious, bigger picture for San Francisco. Are they the best team in the East on paper, in the NFC rather, on paper going into the season?
Yeah, they definitely are. I do think just in general, and obviously this signing is going to signal a lot of, rumor mill type situations happening. But I do think John Lynch's, situation, once they do have to pay at the quarterback position, does get really complicated this year. Does in a lot of ways feel like an all-in type of season, but kind of like you mentioned, I think that does set them up as the best team in the NFC this year. And then the question becomes, how long do they kind of kick this can down the road? Obviously, in a really difficult 2025 salary cap space already from projection standpoint. So we'll see kind of how that plays out. But I very much think, all things considered, especially if they hang on to the Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk combination, very much the best team on paper in the NFC for sure.
Ben, this league is all about turnover so often. Every once in a while, a team's immune to it because they got Pat Mahomes or Josh Allen in Buffalo's case or whatever. But we always have this kind of replacement of half the teams that make it to the playoffs don't the next year, and then a new group kind of comes in. Give me a team that was outside last year looking in that you think jumps into the postseason, and give me a most likely candidate to fall out of the postseason race from the other side.
Yeah, I think it is a really interesting question. To me, I know they're obviously going to be mentioned, kind of ad nauseum here, but I think a really intriguing candidate to get into the playoffs is the Chicago Bears. In a lot of ways, I thought, their schedule kind of sets up really well, have turned around, in a lot of ways, like key positions offensively are going to have a completely new offense. Obviously, Caleb Williams at the helm, much thought of, highly drafted quarterback. I think that they're basically, kind of like a 50-50 proposition to make the playoffs this year. I think in a way, Detroit might not be quite as good as the betting market expectation is for them. And I think in a lot of ways, the Packers might fit that bill as well. So although the NFC North does seem in a lot of ways loaded from a top-down, division standpoint, I do think the Bears are a really intriguing team and could very easily, I would say, position themselves to kind of get into a wild card spot. A team that I think is probably going to be, very much on the outside looking in. I think in one way it is still really easy to go to the NFC. The Buccaneers obviously didn't do anything, dramatic, I would say, this offseason, buying into Baker Mayfield for, a secondary year. Obviously, the NFC South is really wide open, but I do think the Buccaneers, the Packers, maybe even the Los Angeles Rams, all very much candidates, I think, to actually slip out of the playoffs and not be that playoff type team that we expect kind of heading into 2024 for sure.
I saw yesterday Nico Collins got a nice fat contract from the Texans. They had a great offseason after their breakout this past fall. Are you buying them as a Super Bowl contender?
Yeah, I very much am. And I know, obviously winning on paper, in March, in April, and May never really, translates fully to in-season NFL success. But to me, when you have kind of that guy at the quarterback position on a rookie deal, these are the types of moves that you go ahead and make, right? And I think they go out and get Danielle Hunter. I would say in a lot of ways they could have, hung on to Jonathan Greenland. That would have maybe not necessarily opened up their championship type window as quickly as a guy like Danielle Hunter actually does in that sort of setting. So I think all things considered, they have gone all in. I do buy into the fact that they can be, that two, the 1B team in a lot of ways for the Kansas City Chiefs. I'm just not quite sure, come January in Kansas City, do they have enough to actually go toe-to-toe with Patrick Mahomes? That's an entirely different question. But I think as far as like legitimate contenders around the reigning Super Bowl champions, I very much think the Houston Texans are, for all intents and purposes, probably the most dangerous team outside of the Chiefs in the AFC right now.
Ben, that Philadelphia collapse last year was very real. I mean, they were kind of getting away with some things and won some games maybe they shouldn't have. That was true of them over the last couple of years, by the way. But that collapse was so bad, and that left such a rotten taste in everybody's mouth. People, I think, are writing them off. A, are you? And B, I don't know how much carryover there is year to year with all the turnover that happens in this league. I think people are kind of forgetting that there's some pretty good bones there in Philadelphia.
Yeah, I mean, obviously from a front office standpoint, it is second to none. And I do think, roster, building out like a quality roster, I think is such a key part of, year over year success at the NFL level. And I do think they have the framework in place for that. To me, going back to what happened last year with Philadelphia, kind of like you said, in a lot of ways were fraudulent, better than their records, performed better or performed worse, I would say, than what the record actually indicated through the first 10 games of the season. I think in a lot of ways, losing both offensive and defensive coordinators, head coaching positions last year, in a lot of ways maybe didn't translate to guys continually developing in the Philadelphia Eagles sort of approach because of that, kind of seismic shift both offensively and defensively. I think in a lot of ways they're still trying to build out the pieces that are really going to be successful at those specific and key coordinator positions. And I'm not quite sure they've hit on the exact recipe that they need to have the long-term success. So although I am confident from a front office standpoint, actually getting those guys once they are into the building to develop, I still think is somewhat of a question mark for how the Philadelphia Eagles handle that sort of player development going forward. And I think in a lot of ways could be probably the reason why a lot of people aren't as bullish on them, continuing on this path that they have been in prior seasons and really being, I would say, one of, if not the best teams in the NFC when we kind of talk about the offseason approach and where teams kind of fit in this pecking order.
Ben, great as always, man. Thank you. We appreciate you. Be good.
Thanks, guys. Have a great show.
That's Beltway Blitz on Grant and Danny. Washington Post poll came out today. Upwards of nearly 60% of fans of the Commanders either don't like or hate the current name of the team. Will Commanders still be the team name in 5 years? Let's get into that next on G&D. Thanks to Toby for the update on Grant and Danny. We just found out that Toby was not preparing for his update shift last night.
No.
He should be putting together notes, getting ready for his update shift. Somehow he's still doing a good job. He's a professional.
Mhm.
Toby and Darius were playing MLB The Show deep into the evening, as I believe Darius called it a co-op. So basically, Darius, correct me when I botch this. You guys are on the same team. You're taking on other co-ops of human beings.
That is correct, yes.
So these are other tandems that you play online, and then you alternate every other at bat and every other inning pitching.
That'd be correct. Yeah, absolutely. When I'm pitching, he's taking control of the infield and the outfield, and vice versa. Yeah.
What team were you guys?
So we are using our created Diamond Dynasty teams, which is a mode where you like collect player cards, and you use those player cards as the actual players on the field, this, that, and the other. So we alternated. Most of the time we were playing as my team, which is the Los Angeles Rhinos. And then the other couple of games we played as his team, which was the Barbie World Kindles. Yep. You heard that.
Are there major league teams in this game still?
So there are, but in this particular mode, no, you're not using major league teams. You're using your created Diamond Dynasty team with major league players. But it's think of it like a fantasy football, like a fantasy mode.
Who was your ace of the staff last night?
We mostly used a 97 overall Jacob DeGrom card.
Okay.
That was our primary ace. And
now, was the card healthy?
He was healthy. It was
card's
great.
healthy.
It was great
Wow,
that he was
how
healthy.
about that?
We also used Kerry Wood a couple times, which is awesome.
Yeah,
Kerry Wood's silly.
That helps.
I just heard that and I'm like, wow, that is so nerdy and so great that they're just deep into the night. I need to get I think I would love doing this kind of stuff, and I just don't have a system. My brother hit me up recently because now that the college NCAA football is coming out, which we used to play religiously.
Oh,
as
yeah,
kids,
so many games.
He's like, bro, you got to get a system. Me, you, and Steve can play like every night when the kids go to bed. And I was like, maybe. But then I probably could because I say I don't have the time. But I end up watching some kind of documentary or something on Netflix or at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, that's the
baseball
dad
game.
window when everyone's in bed
Yes.
and there's a few hours, or sometimes 2, sometimes 1, sometimes 5, whatever
What time
it
do
is.
your kids go to bed?
10.
Oh, wow, that's late. So my kids go to bed currently. Well, we start the process at 7 o'clock. Last night it was 8:57, and my son was back down for his 6th cup of water, and to say that his Sweetie Pug, his little stuffed animal dog, kicked him out of his bed.
Okay.
And I said, Sweetie Pug did not kick you out of
He
bed.
can't do that.
He said he did. He
He
told
did.
me I had to leave the room. And I said, he did not. He goes, you weren't there. You don't know.
He hit you with that. Now you don't know. You're right.
I guess it's possible that Sweetie Pug did really kick him out of bed.
By the way, what if it did?
Now
Are you ready to deal with that?
No.
An exorcism at the Balls and
Not
House?
at all. So I had to take him back up there. So it was a 2-hour process last night.
All right, do you not familiar?
Those happen.
Yeah, solo dad last night. Tell me how the Western Conference Finals was. Just me arguing with the kids.
When does your wife go to bed?
That varies. Usually it's like she's just so exhausted after dealing with me
Yeah.
and our children, but it's like all of us, are like a united front that just make her life more difficult. So she'll do like when the kids go to bed, she'll go to bed sometimes. Sometimes it's a little bit later. We can actually like watch a show together, something like that.
So 10-ish?
Yeah, like 10, 15, 10,
Okay,
30.
so my wife goes to bed really early. If it's 9 and she's not in bed, that's only about her time to go upstairs. So the point is, I've got generally from about 9 to 9:15ish. The very occasional we'll watch a Bridgerton episode or we'll watch something else, if the Nats aren't playing, if they're off or they played a day game, like 8:30 to 9:30. But right around mid-9s on to midnight 1 a.m. when I decide to retire to my lair. That's just me.
Yeah.
So I could be a video game
You
guy.
could be on the sticks.
A lot of times, that's why I always say when we do the Bustin' Loose tapings, it's always got to be after 9 when I'm not dealing with fam stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe I could be a video game guy.
You could do it. You could do it.
There is 3v3 co-op in MLB The Show.
No way.
We could use a third.
We all get 1 AB per inning.
Yes, indeed.
I'm kind of psyched for this. I'll be the number 3 starter in the rotation. Little Koji Uehara.
Well, you've also seen the reviews too for Sensu Hellblade 2. Like they're coming in with huge numbers, huge scores. So you can play that.
Let me be clear.
Yep.
Let me be clear. I'm not doing any of that crap.
What do you mean? Game of the Year candidate.
No.
Elden Ring DLC is coming out probably this month.
0 chance.
What are you going to do? How are you going to not play that?
I could have all the time in the world.
Uh-huh.
and you could pay me by the hour that I'm playing.
What's the let's go. What's the rate?
What are you offering?
Like, what if I was like, Grant, this is in your free time. $25 an hour to play Elden Ring.
Definitely not.
30.
How many hours?
It's up to you.
So I could just play for one night for 2 hours and make $60.
If you wanted.
No.
35 an hour.
No.
50.
Let me start it.
51 an hour.
I would
54.
No. To play 2 hours of this dumb game?
First
and
of all,
do I have to be on the controller? Or can I just sit there on my phone while you play?
no. You got to play.
I'm playing.
You're the tarnished,
Do
and
I
you
have to
enter into
care and
the
be
land
engaged?
beyond. Yes, you have to try. You got to play the game.
100 an hour.
75.
No. I want $200. Take it or leave it.
$80 an hour. You wouldn't just play a game for 2 hours
No.
at home?
No.
That's a ridiculous stance.
I've dug my feet in. $100 an hour, $200.
A free $160 just to play Elden Ring. You wouldn't do it.
Not doing it.
What, The Last of Us Part 2?
No, none of them.
Nothing?
I'm only playing Madden, NCAA. I'll play an NHL game if we got it. I'll play the show. I'll play FIFA, soccer.
NBA 2K?
Yeah, we'll play NBA 2K.
Final offer.
Sport games. We'll play all sport games.
Final offer.
Yeah.
Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
No.
Second final offer.
Okay.
Helldivers 2. Darius Place.
Oh, wait.
Helldivers.
Do you know my thing about Helldivers 2?
What's that?
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
Not happening.
Yeah. The latest God of War.
Nope. We could anytime you're ready, we can move on.
I'm just gonna keep thinking of
to
fun
the
games.
next thing. But I'm proud of you guys for your game bonding. That's pretty good.
Thank you.
I know you would invite Ryan, but he's busy watching the Yankees.
Yeah. He's
Big
way
Yankees
too
guy.
busy. He's a big Yankees dude.
I won't tell you guys what Ryan said today about the Yankees
I love them.
and the Nationals and how it relates to his family.
I'm not that concerned about them.
I can spread the news out here. I watched the Yankees and the Nationals on a 2 TV screen situation in the living room.
Big Yankees guy. Falls Church High School.
Which is fine on a 2 TV screen. But what did you say to us earlier?
I'm a Yankees guy.
First of all, Darius, can you play a little theme music for Ryan? I feel like Shmi kicking the floor so the red carpet
Stomping
comes
it,
down
yeah.
so that Hook can come out. You ever watched Hook?
I haven't watched Hook.
You know what the boo box is?
No.
Not
You might
the boo
belong in there.
box. Not the boo box. You know who played the pirate that was going in the boo box?
Glenn Close.
Yeah. Well done.
I'll go all day.
All right, back to Ryan. So you watch the Yankees every night.
I try to. Not gonna lie. I keep up with Juan Soto. Now, here's the thing, though. Can I add this before the listeners just pummel me here?
Go for it. Your world. We're all living in it.
My roommate is a massive Yankees fan.
Cool.
So he's also a Nationals fan, but he is a Yankees fan first.
That's
I'm a
absolutely ludicrous.
I know, but he is from New York, so it's understandable. He's a Yankees fan, New York fan, whatever.
I'm not upset at him.
I'm not upset at him.
I'm a little.
A little.
Yeah.
But also, I must add, I don't hate the Yankees. I've never hated the Yankees.
No.
Juan Soto is my favorite player out there. And when we are both watching baseball, we're both massive baseball fans, we have to have a 2 TV setup.
You're defending yourself as if you're on trial for this. You're not.
Fair.
That's not the part that got you in trouble. Maybe Danny's upset that you're watching Yankees games. I don't know why he would be. It's a great team. They're entertaining. They're fun.
There's so much.
Judge having a field day. The greatest player in baseball this month. Soto's been unbelievable. Career highs projected at every category. I get it. It's my favorite player in the game. Where I'm a little bit upset and frankly miffed, if I could say that, is something that you told us today about your fandom as it pertains to the Nationals and the Yankees. Do you care to share that?
What was that? Was it that I said I'm a Yankees guy?
Well, you did say you're a Yankees guy, which
You
is
did
a
say
lie.
that, yeah.
But no, it wasn't that.
I don't know what I said.
So let me peel back the curtain a little bit. It's been hard to get Ryan to go to a Nats game with us this year. Okay. He just, for some reason, he doesn't want to go to Nats games. Now, last year, you couldn't swing a cat at Nats Park without bumping into Ryan.
Ryan's just
somehow.
there, just chatting up the folks in the
Look,
stands.
we get it.
Yeah.
You know, you get your own place,
Mhm.
right? You got to go spread your wings and live life. We're like parents, and, you know, our little boy doesn't want to hang out with us anymore. That's fine.
Sharing his space with the Yankees
we
fan.
totally get it, right? But here's what's interesting. Even when he's there for work, he's not staying for the game. We call this the Danny Rouillet.
Mhm.
So Danny, we have to be there to do shows or whatever. Second our show ends before the first pitch is on Half Street. hoofing it down the street to go do something. He'll blame it on a kid activity or something, but really he just wants to be in the air conditioning of his house. And we all know that, and that's fine. He doesn't want to sit at the game. No problem. Ryan, who's a diehard Nats fan, who, like me and Darius, likes going and enjoying himself at the ballpark, this year, for whatever reason, he pulls the Rouillet. Left, right, center, left, right, center. So what happened was, today, we were joning. It's just one of our favorite little bits. I kind of get the sense Ryan hates the bit. I'm not sure. But we hate it. Do you hate the bit a little bit?
I don't hate it because it's just not true.
But constantly.
One time this year, I have left early, and that was on opening day where I had to do Locked On Nationals.
You've been at 4 games this year.
No, I've been to like 8.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
I've been to 8 games.
So this
it doesn't
weekend,
count when we're doing the show, and then when the games are when we leave.
So, but this weekend I texted Darius. I'm like, Darius, you at the game? He's like, yeah. Ryan's on the same chat. Ryan, what about you? He's like, no, I'm at home. And our favorite thing is just to Joan, right? So I went around the room. I'm like, Toby, how many games you get to this weekend? 2 out of 3. Darius, 2 out of 3. Ryan's like, knows it's coming. He's like, I didn't get to any.
The podcast.
But here's the thing that's amazing.
Uh-huh.
Is we asked, I said to him, I said, why aren't you going to Nats games this year? And what he said to me was, I'll be honest, man. I like being at home so I can watch the Yankees.
And the Nationals.
Okay, but you can watch the Nationals at Nats Park.
I can.
They're available there.
What he said was he is going to less Nats game in person at Nationals Park so that he can stay home to watch the Yankees. That's what you said.
That's absolutely ludicrous.
It's a little bit of what I said, and that part is
in the sense those are the words.
It's a little bit of what I said, but now let me say this. I'm a Juan Soto guy, and I'm a baseball fan. I like watching baseball, and I like watching good baseball. You know what? The Yankees, they're pretty damn good right now. I like watching Juan Soto hit bombs. He is having a career year right now. Aaron Judge is on a tear right now. Anthony Volpe has been incredible to watch. I like watching the Yankees,
You
too.
got to check out. We got this player in town named CJ Abrams. You're going to
CJ.
love this guy. Wait till you see this
Wait till
kid,
you see
CJ
CJ.
Abrams.
I love
One
CJ.
of 3 shortstops in the sport with 9 homers and 8 steals. I think you're going to like this kid.
I
Give
like
him a chance.
I watch him every night.
We got a guy calling in at 5, Jake Irvin. When he calls in, let Darius answer because Darius knows who
He
he
pitches
is.
for the Nationals, Ryan.
But yeah, he's one of ours. He's a right-hander, big guy, 6'6". I think you'll like this guy. He
That's
attacks people.
It's fair. But as a Yankees guy, also, I gotta watch Juan Soto. I gotta watch him.
Yankees guy. This is okay with people? We're fine with this? Now, I do listen to your podcast. It's very good. Locked On Yankees. And it is outstanding. I got to say.
This is a great video backdrop.
Yeah. The video backdrop of Yankee Stadium right behind you when you're breaking down Anthony Volpe's latest at-bats. Danny.
Yeah.
Nothing here?
Oh, a lot. There's plenty. Again, it's ridiculous. It's so reprehensible, but it's emblematic of the younger generation where when I went to the little kids class today, they're like, I like Pat Mahomes because he's the best. That's not why you're a fan of a team.
Yeah, so you started the show by saying you were at a class, you asked the kids to raise their hands. If you walk into our studio and you say, who's your favorite baseball team? Now we've got one that says the Nats and one that says the Yankees.
Yeah, the Yankees, because they're winning right now.
Though.
But that's not true also. I grew up hating the Red Sox because they were the winners. They were the team that won every year. The Yankees haven't won anything since 2009. It doesn't matter. They are not winners in my lifetime. And at least my adult lifetime as a baseball fan. They haven't won.
I got a new nickname for Ryan. So you know how Darius is D-Daddy?
Yep.
Clary can be Daddy Yankee.
Daddy Yankee.
What do you think? D-Daddy and Daddy Yankee. Don't you have a song called Rompe? It's pretty silly. Well, I'm proud of you, man. You just, look.
You find what you love, and
You're
you love the
becoming
Yankees.
your own boy. And I like this about you. I do. You're cooking your own. You got Clary casserole. You're flying out of the nest. I now know what it's a little preview of what it's like when your kid grows up.
Yep.
And all the stuff that you taught him.
You tried to teach him so well.
He's rebelling. Here we were a year
Is that
ago.
what this is? Is the rebellion?
A year ago, I'm trying to teach Ryan about the 6-4-3 double play and how to keep score. And here he is now, out there just watching the Yankees, telling me about Yankee Stadium.
You got to see Volpe.
You should have seen the captain, Jeter. You would have loved him. Daddy Yankee.
Listen to some dude like Vinny Del Greca or whatever the guy's name is up there. The guy's a bum. He's up there looking for a walk.
Yeah,
he don't even want to swing the bat.
That's how you'll know Clary forgets who he's with if he ever comes to a Nats game with us again, which is unlikely. But in that situation where somehow he thought he was going to a Yankees game and he found out they weren't playing, and so we're at the Yanks game and Ildemaro Vargas boots a ball or something. He's like, "Come on, you bum!" Like, dude, you're not at Yankee Stadium, bro. This is Nats Park. We tell them good try and better luck next time.
I actually know the next series that Ryan's going to attend. It's when the Yankees are going to be here in August.
Oh, good.
Yeah, so we'll see him there.
So he'll come with us.
Yeah.
Oh, not with us, but he'll be.
I mean, he'll be
Well,
there.
Of course, right.
Yeah.
Authentic pinstripes with these him.
The triumphant return. Daddy Yankees back at the park. Could you go then? Because you don't have to watch the Yankees on TV. You can watch them at the ballpark.
You can both best of both worlds.
You don't, but I actually already have tickets to the Yankee series. I'm not even kidding.
Like, that's not funny. Now we've crossed the line, right?
That's too far.
He is officially in on the Yankees.
Oh, dude, we've known this for a while.
Have you asked the Locked On people to take over the Yankees pod yet?
I have not yet, but I will say I think the Yankees are officially my second team. As long as Juan Soto's there, I'm there.
You missaid first. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Jake Irvin of the Nationals. That's the baseball team in town, Ryan. Going to join us at 5 o'clock right here. G&D on the Fan. Welcome back. Taking you up to 6:50 tonight. That's because the Nats are in Atlanta taking on the Braves. That's when pregame with Charlie and Dave starts. First pitch is set for 7:20. Jake Irvin, who dealt 6 shutout, 10 punchies last night, joins the show coming up at 5 o'clock. Right now,
really
though,
good.
we got a few minutes, Danny, to spin people around the NFL. We will start in San Francisco, where the 49ers re-signed wide receiver Jawan Jennings to a 2-year contract. The 49ers, you just heard Ben Brown on the Blitz talking about this. They're everybody's favorite to come out of the NFC again based on talent. Brandon Ayuk, Deebo Samuel. They drafted Ricky Pearsall first round out of Florida at wide receiver. They drafted another receiver in the 4th round, Jacob Cowing. They re-signed Jennings. They've still got former Michigan Wolverine Ronnie Bell. Brock Purdy, loaded up with talent everywhere. Christian McCaffrey, Elijah Mitchell in the backfield, George Kittle at tight end, one of the best lines in the league, led by All-Pro Trent Williams at left tackle. They bring back one of the best fullbacks in the sport, Kyle Juszczyk. You know, they're loaded defensively. If San Francisco's healthy, that's an NFC Championship game team.
Pretty much, right? When they're healthy and good, they go to the NFC title game. I've got several years of precedent for that. Did you take this Jawan Jennings signing as something more than just re-signing a guy that had 19 catches last year? Like I did. It's hard to not look at it, hard to look at it in a vacuum, rather, with kind of the lingering Brandon Ayuk situation.
Yeah, if you're suggesting that it means maybe they trade Ayuk, I don't think that. I do think it's a safety net.
That's how I view it.
It just provides an option. It gives you a little more depth. You probably wouldn't have the urgency to get something done maybe if Ayuk was already locked up for the long term. Let's go to L.A., where the Chargers have signed offensive lineman Alex Leatherwood, formerly of the Chicago Bears, former first-round pick out of Alabama. The Chargers with a brand new regime. This is a lot like Washington. New GM, Joe Ortiz. New head coach, Jim Harbaugh. New OC, Greg Roman. New DC, Jesse Minter. Pretty much everything about them is a fresh coat of paint at this point. Wide receiver room, they got rid of their top 2 wideouts. Insert Ladd McConkey out of Georgia in the 2nd round. Elevate Quentin Johnson, last year's first-round pick. They took Joe Alt in the 1st round. So you're adding to that line with depth now behind Alt and Rashawn Slater. All around Justin Herbert. How good do you think they'll be in year 1 under Jim Harbaugh?
I think they'll be good. Not great, but I think good. This is a formula that's tried and true. And again, to me, it's not the year 1 Harbaugh. That's the good Harbaugh. The first couple of seasons. Eventually, I think he's going to rub everyone the wrong way, but you'll enjoy a honeymoon period where everyone's on the same page. They're going to pound and thump and try to be physical and do something that no one else in that division is doing.
10 wins good?
I think they'll be right in that 9 and 10 win range because the rest of the division is not great outside of Kansas City.
I think they could break through and be a wild card type team. Josh Jacobs in the news. Packers coach Matt LaFleur says he's hopeful Jacobs, who's dealing with a hamstring injury this offseason, will be able to practice when the team gets to full speed next week, well ahead of training camp. Don't forget that the former Raider Jacobs is now the RB1 in Green Bay. They drafted Marshawn Lloyd in the 3rd round. A.J. Dillon's moved all the way down to 3rd on the depth chart. And that's despite the fact that their starter from a year ago is gone. Receiver room still young, but they've got a good group that they have homegrown. Jaden Reed, Romeo Dobbs, Christian Watson among them. They have a new starting left tackle in Jordan Morgan, who a lot of people thought might end up in Washington out of Arizona. He ended up being taken by the Packers. Jordan Love came on strong second half of last year. They've beefed up the defense with money and picks this offseason. Edgerrin Cooper, new Mike linebacker, drafted in round 2. Javon Bullard, their new free safety, drafted in the 2nd round. In fact, they have 5 different draft picks in the defensive huddle that are expected to play a bunch this season. Where do you rank the Packers in the NFC North?
Just behind Detroit. I think they're gaining rapidly.
Ahead of Chicago. Even with a banner offseason.
And I love what Chicago's done. And to me, it's the blueprint. It's the uncertainty there. Just the way Green Bay was playing down the stretch. Once Love really came into his own, the numbers he put up were astounding when you actually look at it, because he had a few ridiculous games, video game style, kind of the second half of the season. But that's a pretty good team, and they're only getting better.
I could be fool's gold victim guy. I think the Bears finished 2nd in that division.
They could.
I'm high on Chicago. I think they're a top 10 defense. They've got great weapons, and Caleb Williams, people are overrating, like he's struggling in practice. Maybe he'll struggle, but I think there's enough there that they're like a 10-ish win team, and I could see them being a game or a tiebreaker ahead of Green Bay. I could see all 3 of those teams making the playoffs.
I could too. To me, this is like the year before the year for Chicago, where they're getting everything together. maybe that, they're better than they were, which is a dubious honor. I feel like Green Bay's ready to win like 10 or 11 games.
Finally, potential comeback story here. This would be fun. Tariq Cohen, speaking of the Bears, former Chicago Bear, was with the Panthers more recently. The Jets have signed him. He has not played a snap in the NFL since 2020. So he's trying to end what was a 3-year respite. He's had ACL and Achilles tears since we last saw him producing in the league. What a great story that would be if he ended up not only making the Jets, but helping Aaron Rodgers and company.
Indeed. I mean, that style of running back is the thing that I crave and covet, right? The scat back, the pass catcher, the guy that's elusive. You don't want him thumping between the tackles 20, 25 times a game, certainly. But yeah, I mean, outside of Breece Hall up at the top, it's a lot of names you aren't really household there at the running back spot for the Jets. He could absolutely make it. I mean, who knows what his health situation is, but it'd be a cool story if he came back.
The latest from this Wednesday afternoon around the NFL, Jake Irvin, who has been dominating for the Nationals next. I want to ask him about some of the young guys on this team he was with in the minors that are breaking out and just how much fun it's been in the clubhouse. Next on G&D. Welcome back to Grant and Danny. The show is exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Murad. They provide legal services in estate planning, elder law, and probate administration. Schedule your free consultation with their Fairfax-based attorneys by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to mention the show and that we referred you so that you'll get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Right now on the BetQL guest hotline, bet smarter to beat the books. Download the BetQL app. Visit betql.com. Joining us from Hotlanta in Georgia, where he pitched beautifully, 6 shutout innings, 10 strikeouts last night, allowing just 2 hits, maybe the best start of his career. 27-year-old Nationals righty Jake Irvin. Jake, last night had to feel really good.
Yeah, kept guys off balance all night, and the focus going into the week was to be able to locate the 4-seam heater, and I think we did a pretty good job of that. And, the game plan from me and Riley and the pitching coaching staff was great, and just gave me a lot of confidence to go out there and throw the ball.
So you got the game plan, but then you warm up in the bullpen before the game. And is maybe the game plan included, I don't know, more cutters or more changeups or something like that. And then I don't know about last night, but let's say you're not feeling that pitch that day. How do you balance that with what the game plan says versus how you feel?
Yeah, I think that's kind of just making in-game adjustments. If something doesn't feel right or, not able to locate something like you want to, it's about being able to be flexible and kind of change something on the fly. But luckily last night, that wasn't an issue.
Jake Irvin of the Nats on G&D, 7 of his 10 starts, quality starts, and he's got his ERA now down to 3.4. His batting average against is in the 220s. He has become a legitimate horse and a middle-of-the-rotation type starter for the Nationals. Jake, you were not written about as like some revered prospect. Nobody on Baseball America or baseball MLB pipeline sites were like talking about, here comes Jake Irvin to the big leagues. Did you always know that when you got there you were going to thrive and you had a chance to become this type of pitcher?
For me, I think it's just kind of being able to stay in the present moment, stay level-headed, and be prepared for any opportunity like that when it came. So, there's a belief in myself for sure, but at the end of the day, it just comes down to taking a moment like that and making sure that you run with it. But there's got to be a confidence level for sure. And ultimately, at the end of the day, it's staying in the routine, staying humble, staying grateful, and just going out there and giving your team the best chance to win every day.
Yeah, and that consistency has certainly been here all year long, Jake. And what is it for you that's kind of the key? If you're doing this right, we got a good Jake Irvin that day.
For me, it's all about throwing strikes early, getting ahead of guys and trying to get as deep into the game as possible. And for me, that's the entire pitch mix. I can't just be locating with 1 or 2 pitches like we kind of just talked about. So being able to keep guys off balance and get ahead and, just force guys to put the ball in play early.
Your curveball really, really just baffled Atlanta.
Nasty.
A lot of swings and misses. That was the majority of the whiffs in the start. Analytically speaking, it's been a great pitch for you. The other thing, diving into Baseball Savant, you're throwing the cutter, obviously, this season, 13% of the time. Wasn't a big part of the plan last year. And then the sinker usage is down from about a 29% to 17%. Are those the biggest differences in the repertoire this year?
Yeah, for sure. The cutter was something that I added this offseason. I hadn't thrown that at all in the past. So that's a new one for me. And I think it's just kind of opened up a couple new avenues for different pitches, different locations, and different pitch planning things that we've kind of done. And, with the curveball, that's a weapon for me and something that I love to throw. But that's all set up from those other pitches and being able to locate fastballs in the zone. And, when guys have to honor that, it makes the breaking stuff a lot better.
Nationals pitcher Jake Irvin with us here on Grant and Danny. What kind of influence does Sean Doolittle have?
Oh, man. Dude's been outstanding. He's you can tell that he really cares, and being able to have that trust in somebody that's working very closely with us every day has been just great. And the fact that he's put so much into this and he wants us to have just so much success, man, it makes it fun. It makes it easy for us to go out and do our job when we have somebody that's working that hard behind the scenes. And that's the entire staff back there, man. Doolittle, Hickey. We got a couple analytic guys behind the scene, Dan Kaplan, John Toscas. They've been doing great jobs.
Has Doolittle boosted, for lack of a better word, like the analytics and R&D usage and awareness? Or what is the secret sauce when we keep hearing everyone point to him? It's very obvious, the proof's in the pudding, that his insertion into the staff's been a godsend. But why is that? Is it just the communication, or is there more belief now maybe in some of the numbers?
You know, he was just in our position. He's a World Series winner and was an absolute bulldog in his big league career for a really long time. So he knows how to pitch, you know, and I think that he's very smart in the numbers part of the game and has been able to explain a lot of that to us. But on top of that, he can give it to us in a very competitive baseball sense. So being able to hear those numbers and then actually put a baseball face to it has been, very helpful for all of us.
Well, Jake, this rotation, the numbers speak for themselves. You guys have all been unbelievable. It's like, this 4x100 relay. You're just passing the baton to the next guy, whether it's Trevor, McKenzie, and Mitchell Parker's come up and thrown really, really well. Is there kind of this, I don't want to say competitive juice between you guys, because you're obviously going out there trying to get major league hitters out, but it almost looks like you're trying to outdo each other on a nightly basis. It's been unbelievable to watch.
Yeah, we're feeding off each other, man. I think that our relationships have really grown over the past year and just getting comfortable knowing one another. And I think we talk a lot, in practice, on the bench. We're just trying to pick each other's brain as much as possible. And I think that, there's a love and respect there for one another. And when we go out there and, root for one another, pull for one another, and just have each other's backs, wanting the best for each other, it helps us create a lot of special things. And you're kind of seeing the fruits of that labor right now.
Jake Irvin absolutely dealing for the Nationals. The 27-year-old former fourth-round pick is with us on Grant and Danny. I look at Mitchell Parker this year in some ways as, this year's Jake Irvin. Like, he came up, the thought was he was going to make a couple starts. We'll see what happens. And he's been shoving. He's been really, really good. Another guy who was kind of down the board in terms of prospect rankings in the system. You spent time with him in the minor leagues. First of all, are you surprised at all with how well he's thrown? And maybe give us a couple of pointers on why he's had so much success. But then you've known him from the past, just kind of his development. Because I remember he was a guy that walked a lot of batters in the minor leagues, and he's not really doing that at all anymore.
Right. I'm not surprised at all. Mitch has the makeup and the mindset to be here and have a lot of success, and he's showing you guys that he can do that, man. He's just a bulldog, a true competitor, and somebody that doesn't let things that he can't control bother him. So, that's what it takes to be a pitcher up here and have a lot of success. And he's killed it, man. Props to him. He just goes about his business day in and day out the same guy every day. So it's been so awesome to watch. And, we were together in high A where, like you said, he had a little bit of control issues. And I think that was just kind of, ironing out a couple different mechanical things. He looks, a little bit different, quite a bit different from where he was at a couple years ago. And I'd say that's, a lot to do with the work that he's put in, but also the Nats development staff coming up. I think they did a good job, kind of helping him iron those kinks out and show him, how his arsenal can really be effective. And he's done a great job and ran with it.
Jake, to pudgy zeros like Grant and I, can't do what you guys do. We'll look at a number like an ERA or hits per nine or something like that. And, sometimes that's just a double down the right field line where you did your job, saw a guy off or something like that. Is there a number or a stat where you go, as long as this is where I want it to be, I know that I'm throwing the ball well. And this is kind of where the proof is in the pudding. Is there a number you care about?
To be honest with you guys, man, I am not really a numbers guy. I think the biggest thing for me is kind of, heart and just competitive nature, being able to go out there and lay it on the line for your team, for the guys behind you, and for the fans in the stands, man. Just give people what they want to see, give them a show, and have fun with it. But, if there were anything, I guess it might be getting ahead of hitters, early contact, and how often I'm able to, put guys in bag counts.
So do you prefer kind of that early out or, quick contact to a punch out? Just kind of with your style?
Absolutely, man. I'm trying to get as deep in the game every time as I can. That 162 game season can be an absolute bear. And if we can save the pen and get as many innings as we possibly can, then, we're going to help those guys out a lot, help them help us in other close games where we need them. And, I think it's just kind of that team mentality of help the guy behind you. And for me, that's eating up innings, getting deep into games, and giving us a chance to win.
6 or more innings in 7 of 10 starts now for Jake Irvin. Proof of what he's talking about. The only guy on the staff who's done that. Last night, in fact, you weren't like at 100 pitches or anything. Do you try it all when Davey comes over in the dugout to talk him into letting you pitch a little more, or are you not at a point in your career where you get to go back and forth with him?
We have a lot of good conversation. I have a lot of respect for Davey, and everything that he's doing is typically in the best interest of me and the best interest of the team. And there's a lot of trust there. So when he takes the ball, I know it's for a good reason. And I respect whatever decision it is that he makes.
When you're away from the field, Jake, what's kind of the way you spend your free time, your hobby, yours, something that you're into?
I've been watching a lot of playoff hockey. I'm a huge hockey fan. So, we get back from these games a little bit later. Some of those hockey games have been starting, 8:30, and get to catch the last couple periods of those.
Jake, where'd the hockey fandom come from?
Minnesota
how far
guy,
back
right?
does that go?
Yeah, I'm a Minnesota guy, man. So, it's religion up there. And grew up just watching a lot of hockey. My older brother played. My dad coached for a long time, and that's just kind of in the blood.
All right, so who are we rooting for? Do we want to see Connor McDavid get his championship as the best player on the planet? Is there a team engaged here still that you like?
To be honest with you guys, I don't really have a dog in the fight. I would love to see McDavid and Draisaitl pull it out just because, those two are true professionals, and it's a lot of fun to watch them play hockey. So I think kind of starting that legacy for those two would be really, really cool.
Eastern Conference final, we got ourselves a hell of a series. Last night, Florida won in overtime, so it's 2-2 going into Game 5. You said you don't really have a horse in the race there, but who would you pick to win at this point?
Oof. It's been a battle, man. A lot of these overtime games says a lot about how these teams play, and they're both really physical, good goaltending. For me, I would say Florida might have the advantage just because physicality kind of beats you up once you get deep into these series, but you can't argue with the firepower that they have in New York, man. It's going to be a battle.
Jake, years ago, I went to Minneapolis for a wedding. I had my first Juicy Lucy. A, are you a Juicy Lucy guy? B, if not, why not? And C, if you are, why is it not ubiquitous? Why isn't everyone doing this?
All right. So Juicy Lucy guy, absolutely.
Right.
Incredible. I think the reason that not everybody's doing it is because they don't know about it. So maybe that's something we got to spread the word about, because the Juicy Lucy is underrated, man.
Me and my brother, when we were living together for a few years, when we would grill out burgers, we always did Juicy Lucy's. It was the only way.
They're so good.
Best.
They just hit different, man. I will tell you this. You got to be careful, though, because that cheese will flow out and burn you.
Yeah.
Oh, it's happened before. It'll happen again.
It has happened before. What's your technique to make sure that doesn't happen as a veteran of that?
You got to cut the backside of it. So you let the cheese flow out just a little bit, and then if you got fries or some sort of side, you can dip that into the hot melted cheese, which is pretty good. And then it keeps it from getting all over your hands or the person sitting next to you if it decides to burst out of there.
What's the key for you as a handsome, fit man to staying so fit? Is it being 6'6" that helps a little bit, stretch you out, or what's been the key?
Yeah, laying on the stretcher every day.
Okay.
Just getting taller every day.
That's what it is.
That's what I'm missing.
I often blame people who are like, why are you so fat? I say, well, I'm 5'8". If I was 6'6", I would look more proportional.
That's exactly right. Yeah, the height helps me there for sure.
It's definitely not any of the physical activity or the professional athlete stuff that you do.
No, not sweating 100 pitches in Atlanta.
None of that. Speaking of which, how's Atlanta as like an off-day town? You pitch last night, you get the afternoon today to go walk around or find a place to go grab some grub or something. How do you rate Atlanta?
Atlanta's pretty awesome, man. We're in a good area, staying around some nice restaurants and whatnot. So me and our analytics guy here, Dan Kaplan, we like to scope out different restaurants in the cities that we're in. This morning we went and got a nice breakfast and top tier.
Favorite city to have a day off in?
Oof. I personally haven't been to Minneapolis yet. That for me would obviously be number one. I enjoy Chicago. Chicago's great, but I'm going to go with number one, probably San Diego, man. San Diego is pristine.
You a street taco, fish taco guy?
Street taco guy.
Yeah. San Diego's a great
I like
spot for that, yeah.
The carne asada tacos.
What is your eating contest food? Thing you could eat more of than, like, you put on a show, like Fate of the World, Aliens Invade, like we take over unless Jake Irvin wins an eating contest. What food are you picking?
Sour gummy worms.
It's a good answer.
It's a great answer.
It's automatic.
Just by the bag. We're counting that competition, I think, by
Amazing.
the bag. Did you guys dress up on purpose for this road trip? Was it like nice sports jacket road trip, or do you always dress that nice? I saw the pics of you getting on the bus to head to the airport for Atlanta.
Yeah, we've, Davey kind of implemented that this year to some of these trips that we're getting into earlier, trying to look nicer, wear sports coats, and dress like professionals.
I love it. I know it's old school. We don't need
Do
to
you
go,
mind it?
We don't need to go full, like, no facial hair, have to, no hair below your ears like Yankees in the 1970s thing. But I kind of get steamed up for the Remember the Titans. You will wear a jacket, shirt, and tie. You don't have one, buy one. Can't afford one, borrow one from your old man. Like, I'm in on that.
Yeah, hey, I'm right there with you, man. I love it. I think that you dress for success, you feel good, look good, play good. All that sort of stuff goes into this. And it makes us feel like, a professional group. I love it.
One more baseball one here. You guys are right in the middle of this division and only a couple games out of, if the postseason started today, it obviously doesn't. It's not even June yet. But how good can this team be? I mean, at the beginning of the season, the prognosticators have views or whatever. I wonder how much of that kind of gets to your ears. But you guys have, to some, overachieved, and it's been a lot of fun to watch this young group kind of come together. How good can you guys be?
Yeah, I can tell you this from the jump that, we can't listen to what people on the outside are saying, and we don't, just because, it's irrelevant. And for us, it's about being a family, staying together, and pushing one another to get as much out of each other as we can. So we got the pieces here, and everybody's working really, really hard to accomplish something really cool. And, you guys are starting to see a little bit of it, but there's more in the tank, and I think that there's a lot of special things to come from this group.
All right, we'll end the conversation here. We're going to give out some superlatives to your teammates, all right?
All right.
Rapid fire here. The teammate that you think is most likely to end up being a funny stand-up comedian, could do a good 10-minute set.
Trevor Williams.
Ooh, okay. The teammate who you think would make the best manager in 20 years.
That's a good question. I'm going to go with Kyle Finnegan.
Sized. I like that. All right. How about you find out that one of your teammates becomes like a renowned politician? He's a senator, he's a governor, something like that. Who is it?
Josiah Gray.
JoJo,
That's
definitely.
that's what I picked.
And then my last one here is, who is the most well-read? Like, if you wanted to have a worldly conversation, you said, you know what, I want to learn a little bit about this, or I want to bounce some big picture things off of somebody. Who are you sitting down across the table with and breaking bread?
I am going to say Trevor Williams again.
We're going back to the well on Trevor Williams.
Back to the well on Trevor.
Interestingly, also the answer when you say who is most likely to go 5 innings, no runs, Trevor Williams.
Trevor Williams.
Guys out here
That's
just
right.
shoving on people.
Unbelievable. Jake, this is a treat to talk to you, man. Congratulations on all the success, and keep it going, buddy.
Danny, Grant, I appreciate you guys. Thank you very much.
Jake Irvin of the Nationals back here in our Half Street Studios. We are tending to some breaking Wizards news today. They have a new head coach. We'll give you all the details as soon as we return next on Grant and Danny. Thank you, Toby. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. In 30 minutes, George Perry, the former VP of marketing for the then Redskins, now works as the marketing director at Christopher Newport, was quoted in the Post story today with the poll about how many fans don't like the Commanders name. We'll ask him about the future of that name coming up at 6 o'clock right here on G&D. Thanks to Jake Irvin for stopping through just a few minutes ago. You heard the breaking news in the update. The Wizards have named Brian Keefe their head coach, essentially removing the interim tag from the coach who took over for Wes Unseld Jr. midway through last season. He was originally named interim coach on January 25th. The mission they gave him was less to win and more to get this group to play better defense and to find a way to develop some of the young players who had been scuffling some. And to his credit, he did those things. They went just 8-31 in the 39 games he coached. But I think with the roster they put together and the plan last year, it's not fair at all to just grade him on that result. They improved in defensive rating substantially, net rating overall, opponent three-point percentage massively. In fact, under his direction, after he was hired, Danny, on January 25th, they became the number 2 team in the NBA in three-point percentage defensively at 34.5%. He gets a lot of credit for that. He was long a defensive stalwart as an assistant. Oklahoma City, the Knicks, the Lakers, Brooklyn. He was the defensive coordinator in a lot of those stops, and that was the area where they made the most strides under him.
And listen, the record isn't much different than what Wes Unseld went through. But the point is, either you watch the games, you didn't, and if you did, you know. They were more competitive under Brian Keefe. Now, that's not enough, but in a rebuilding team that's not interested in maybe in competing for a postseason spot or trying to get to that play-in game with Bradley Beal up against the luxury tax, this is what it was about. You said it very well. It's about development of a couple of young pieces. Made some strategical changes too, like actually, bench Jordan Poole when he came back in the lineup, and he was more on ball than he was off, and they were just better under Keefe. Now, what does that mean long-term? I don't know. This to me, and no disrespect to Brian Keefe, who seems like a pretty good basketball mind, who seems to get through to these guys. They were more competitive again with him as their head coach. This is almost the move before the move to me, right? Like I think of the Randy Whitman type hire, a guy that's not sexy, that's not glamorous, that's not the marquee franchise altering type guy or whatever. It's just somebody that gets you credible, right? Under Whitman, they play defense. They were particularly fun to watch on offense, those Wizards teams, but under Randy Whitman, they were going to get after you a little bit. They were going to play some D, and that was going to keep them in some games. And that was kind of the mentality it seemed that Brian Keefe was able to bring for this group. Now, here's the thing. If they don't win that many games next year, I don't know if anybody's going to hold their feet to the fire. You're kind of looking for those same metrics, continued improvement from Avdia, from Coulibaly, finding a young piece here in this draft, whoever that is, a little less than a month away. So, yeah, I mean, this is not that surprising, honestly, because if you were really ready to go compete right now for an NBA championship, I'm not sure we'd be throwing a parade that Brian Keefe is the name, but this makes sense. All he did was turn in a pretty good set of work in the second half of the year.
Yeah, it makes a ton of sense, and it's probably the right hire only because they're not trying to win at this moment, which is not a knock on him, but you'd be swinging for the fences at that point or trying to reel in a pretty big fish who can get you over the hump. This is a player development phase, and he develops players. Now, you look up his bio and some of the stops that he's had as a 48-year-old, he gets a lot of credit for what we've seen become of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander as an example of SGA. There are plenty of other players on his resume where, whether it's Brandon Ingram or others, where he was at a stop and they go, hey, help us develop this guy. And he did it here, frankly.
Yep.
After he was named the head coach last year, Denny Avdia averaged 18 points and 9 rebounds. Jordan Poole averaged 18 points and 6 assists, played way better. Was it because of that? Was it bound to happen because he was struggling? Maybe a little bit of both. I just know that he got more out of Avdia, got more out of Poole, got more out of Kuzma. 23 and 7 was a little more efficient. So it makes sense. It kind of felt like this was a formality, to be honest. I didn't necessarily think there would be a whole lot of really high quality outside the organization options lining up to accept this job, but felt like this was a long time coming. Now it's official, and now you go on to the next phase of business. One thing I did really like about him is he was not afraid to mix and match.
Yeah.
And just to go with different rotations and say, all right, this is how we were doing it, not anymore. Whereas I thought Wes Unseld pretty much did a lot of the same stuff over and over. And I thought there was way more experimenting and mixing of potions and mix and match ideas and philosophies in terms of rotations with Keefe. which I think they should be doing. This should be an experimental phase, and it should be outside the box, and he was more willing to do that. I'm still curious, what it's going to look like in terms of Kyle Kuzma this offseason. Is he someone that you consider moving? Is that a possibility? What could you get back? Like, what is their blueprint? What is their plan? They obviously have to hit on the number 2 pick in a month, as you said. That's the beginning and end of the conversation of this offseason. But what else might they do, and how do they further jumpstart the reboot? And is Kuzma the next domino to fall?
Yeah, just again looking at it on paper, their highest paid players it's Poole and it's Kuzma. Guys that may not be the marquee players on a championship caliber team or a top of a conference type team, but maybe could come help you. I mean, Kyle Kuzma could have helped a couple teams in some playoff series at times. Maybe not as the focal point of the offense, but certainly as a number 3 or a guy coming off the bench to lead the second unit. I mean, same with Jordan Poole, who was the 6th man of the year at one point for a championship caliber Golden State team. So yeah, you would think that there was a second order effect. There was a second order plan when they re-signed Kyle Kuzma. It wasn't just to be here and put up big numbers on a bad team. There had to be kind of a next wave there. One thing you said I thought was interesting, that this was a formality. I ultimately think I agree with you that Brian Keefe was kind of always going to get this job.
Well, if you see the reporters, just as an aside,
Yeah.
they're all saying like the Wizards make it official.
Yeah.
It's done. It was known, maybe is the better way to put it. But I don't know that there was ever some exhaustive, thorough search. I'd imagine they were interviewing some people, but I can't imagine you were getting odds on many people other than Brian Keefe to get this gig.
And that's kind of where I was going. And it's not obvious just because that's what they've done a number of times when it comes to general manager searches or whatever under Ted Leonsis in Monumental Sports. But I didn't hear a lot of linking. Maybe it could have been a testament to the regime staying very quiet. Maybe that was a thing, but usually you just hear because somebody wants their name out there for like a Mark Jackson or I don't know, Mike D'Antoni hasn't coached in a while, or Steve Nash. They're not linked to any of these names or people that have kind of floated around out there in the coaching carousel. I didn't hear any linkages to the Wizards. For anybody that would come in and say, I'm a young head coach, I'd love to establish something here, and wouldn't it be good on my resume if I got Jordan Poole to play hard or I don't know, work with some of the molding clay of the number 2 overall pick. Koulibaly will still be a teenager at the start of next year. And Abdi is only 22 years old or whatever. You didn't hear any links to anybody at any point. There was no rumor. There was nothing anywhere. Maybe I wasn't looking hard enough, but I didn't see anything. It was sort of like, as you said, the reporters are going, now we know it's official. There wasn't the kind of overtures from agents or anybody kind of getting the word out. So it does seem that this was always kind of inevitable.
Statement from the Wizards, including this quote from GM Will Dawkins. We're excited for Brian to become our next head coach. Brian's a proven motivator and connector of people. As a leader in the organization, he will continue to positively grow and invest into the development of our players. His wealth of experience will help move our team forward as we build for long-term sustained success. I'm grateful to Michael Winger. This is what Keefe himself said, and Will Dawkins for the opportunity to lead the Wizards. I look forward to continuing to work with our players and helping them grow and develop. I mean, the word development is used a lot in the press release, but it's also kind of the calling card of him as a head coach. I saw Stat News, which is just this like sports stat account, put out a tweet after the news, and they said the Wizards under Brian Keefe, 8 wins, 31 losses. He's officially been named the Wizards head coach. And of course, everyone's responding to that going, oh, this is the tank is on. Well, it is on. This is tanking.
Yeah.
This is what it looks like. It's by design, and they're going to build this thing up through the draft. You got to hit on your picks clearly, and hopefully they're 1 for 1, it looks like, with Koulibaly. Now you're actually drafting higher, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're actually getting to the top of the board, albeit in a year where there might not be a slam dunk at the top of the draft, unfortunately. But to circle back, this is not really about the 39 games and the results. Did you develop the guys? Did they get better under you? Were you able to improve what was a horrendous defensive team? And the answer to a lot of those things is yes. We'll dig in deeper on this with Ava Wallace next here on Grant and Danny. Top of the hour, remember, that post poll today that says almost 60% of Commanders fans don't like the name. George Perry was a part of that story, who used to be a VP of marketing for the Redskins. He's going to join us in 20 minutes right here on The Fan. 58% of Commanders fans don't like the team's name, according to a poll done by the Washington Post. We'll get to that at the top of the hour. But speaking of the Post, we have tracked down Ava Wallace, who covers the Wizards, one of our buddies, and who's reacting right now to the news like we are that the Wiz have taken the interim tag off of their interim head coach and now head coach moving forward, Brian Keefe. So, Ava, I said this was a formality. I don't know if that's fair or not, but it was certainly expected. How thorough a search did they do, or how obvious was it when the season ended and he would be the guy?
I don't think it was so obvious. He was certainly a front runner, especially when we sat in exit interviews and kind of player after player was running through the reason of why they really enjoyed working with Keefe so much, and how he really galvanized the team when Wes Unseld Jr. was removed at the end of January. So it's, they definitely did their due diligence. I don't think Michael Winger and Will Dawkins are people to not kind of turn over every stone, but I do think they had a really good idea of what they wanted in a head coach. And especially as a rebuilding team, they wanted someone who was going to be able to work with young players and help shape careers and, teach guys how to do things, quote unquote, the right way. And that was something that definitely Keefe earned high marks on.
Ava, I didn't see them linked to anybody. That could be a Dawker and Wingens production where they're not letting rumors come out, but usually it does, whether it's the agent side or it's a coach wants people to know he's in demand, et cetera. I didn't see them linked to many names.
Yeah, that's, you got two guys who were taught the Sam Presti way of,
yes,
in Oklahoma City, things don't really get out. And they kind of have taken that really to heart. I mean, you guys know as much as I do that the Wizards used to be an organization that was really, really leaky, and you heard rumors and tidbits and coming out everywhere. But things have been locked down when Woj is tweeting the same time the team announcement is rolling out.
Ava Wallace is with us of the Washington Post. So I was trying to dive into difference in numbers, and it's hard to find any defined stats. I don't know if you have them in front of you, but it does seem like, among other things, they got a lot better defensively. They were number 2 in 3-point percentage against after he was named the head coach. And then he gets credit for the development of some of the young guys that started playing a lot better. Fill in some of the blanks for me on, if you're him or his agent kind of interviewing for that job, what you're saying as to why you deserved it.
I'm absolutely pointing to that defensive number. That was a real thing. It's kind of hard to compare. You talk about getting down to the nitty gritty, but it's kind of hard to compare with the season that Washington had just in their record. But something that I noticed that I think, you can definitely quantify if I wanted to go into clutch minutes and everything like that. But this was a team that from the second game in October, second week in October, up until January was just absolutely giving up in games. They were getting blown out a ton. They weren't playing with any you don't expect a team that's rebuilding to be playing with so much joy, but they weren't playing with any effort. And that was the thing that I noticed most of all, is that guys really hung on in the fourth quarter. And even if they were down big, they were trying really hard, and they looked like they were having a little bit more fun, as much as you can. So I think that was something that was really the difference. It was also a lot of why their 3-pointers went up. They were still chucking up good shots kind of late in games. And aside from a couple of really bad blowouts, I can think of the two. They played games much tighter and much more together as a group.
Yeah, and Ava Wallace with us here from the Washington Post talking about the Wizards retaining Brian Keefe as their head coach, taking the interim tag off. You just know if you watch the games, Ava, right? They were more competitive. Of course, there's a blowout loss. It's the association, right? I mean, I remember Phoenix waxed them. I think Oklahoma City got them by 1 million points once, but they did that to a lot of people. It just, how much of that was honeymoon because it's a different voice, and how much of that was this voice is effective?
I think it was a little bit of both. There was definitely a change that was needed midway through the season, where I don't want to say that Wes Unseld Jr. completely lost the locker room, because having talked to players, I don't think that was the case, but something wasn't getting through to the entire group. And Brian Keefe did a really good job in navigating that change with Jordan Poole too, where he was taken out of the starting lineup. He was a part of that decision being made, and we're going to try this and see if it works out. And he was the one who had to talk to Jordan, who was obviously not happy with that, kind of showing that he was not happy with it outwardly until things started turning his way. So that was another kind of mark, another feather in his cap, where he could say, I can deal with these players. So much of being a head coach in the NBA is learning how to balance egos, and he kind of passed that mark.
Ava, thank you for the quick hit and the quick information here with the breaking news. We appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks,
Ava.
Ava.
Be good. There's Ava Wallace of the Washington Post getting you some intel on the decision to roll with Brian Keefe for the Wizards here on Grant and Danny. I just saw that in San Francisco today, The bench is cleared between the Phillies and the Giants, which wouldn't be particularly notable in DC, except Bryce Harper was smack dab in the middle of things. And today is the 7-year anniversary of Bryce Harper charging the mound in San Francisco against Hunter Strickland. And so 7 years to the day, he's in the box today, and lefty Kyle Harrison, who's a stud, pitched up and in. Harper didn't like it and kind of yelled at him and stared him down. I don't know if there was anything that led to that, because I'm not watching the game, obviously. But if that was the first item that was a problem, then Bryce Harper overreacted, like full stop. Because the pitch was up and in, off the plate, and he had to back away. It almost hit him. But it was up and in a way where the catcher reaches up across the plate, and it's like too far inside. Now, if there's history between Harrison and Harper,
that we don't know about,
Giants, Phillies had something going on last night, and somebody was going to get hit. Maybe. I don't know. But based on just watching this, assuming that was the start, I'm going to say Harper overreacted. But then on the next pitch, after he stares down Harrison and kind of redoes his gloves and yelled at him, the next pitch, he comes way up and in up by his chin, and Harper like jolts back, helmet falls off, starts screaming at him, and the bench is clear and there's some shoving. But I just think it's amazing that it's 7 years to the day.
That's wild.
In the same ballpark against the same team where Harper charged the mound through his helmet.
Based on a feud that was, 4 years old at that point, that Hunter Strickland didn't like, that Bryce Harper homered off him?
Yeah.
However many years ago?
Division series in 2014.
Yeah.
So 7 years ago, 17. That would have been 3 years later because he hit 2 homers off Hunter Strickland in the playoffs. Strickland, who's a bit of a nincompoop, hit him a couple of times. Well, I should say hit him after the couple of home runs. And so
Years
Bryce
later,
charged the mound after clearly purposefully being hit.
7 years to the day.
Sports, man.
Yeah.
Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Next, we will be joined by George Perry, former VP of marketing for the Redskins, on the poll the Post had that almost 60% of the team's fans don't like the team's name. The Grant and Danny Show, barreling down the stretch, taking you up to 6:30 tonight. Exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Kondori and Murat. They'll provide legal services in estate planning, elder law, probate administration. Schedule your free consultation with their Fairfax-based attorneys. Visit kmlawyers.com and be sure to mention that we referred you so you get a discount. kmlawyers.com. We talked quite a bit in our first hour today, and off and on a little bit since, about the Washington Post story and poll that dropped today. And fans dislike or hate the Commanders name in bunches. In fact, almost 60% of the team's fans either dislike or hate the name Commanders, according to the poll. We wanted to get some insight on this. One of the folks that was interviewed for the piece in the Post was George Perry, a former vice president of strategic marketing for the then Redskins, now an instructor of management and marketing at Christopher Newport University. And he joins us now here on The Fan. George, thank you for a few minutes. So let's just start with your reaction when you saw that the response in the Post from polling was that almost 60% of fans dislike or hate the name.
Thanks, Danny, for Grant and Danny, for having me on. My initial response was, not surprising. And if I were a marketer currently in that organization, it would be concerning, but not alarming. Building a brand takes a lot of time, and it took many, many years for that Redskins brand to be built. And people have been rooting for that team and that logo and that song, and they've worn that merchandise for over 80 years. So no matter what name they chose, it wasn't necessarily going to be popular, and it's going to take time for people to warm up to it, I think.
So would your prescription to these folks then in charge now would be stay the course and eventually the tide will turn?
I think, it's a little more complicated than that, but I do think that ultimately that's where I would end up. I think, first of all, you've got to kind of dig deeper into this poll and ask those follow-up questions. Is, okay, what is it about the name that you dislike or hate? And we heard some of the callers talk about the fact that it was connected to the previous regime, which would be a concern. But I think, you kind of have two choices, right? You can right now say, okay, we've heard the fans, let's change the name. And what that means, number one, it takes time. It takes money. It's going to take time away for people that should be focusing on other things. You've heard the organization talk about the fact that this isn't their focus, and that's a genuine answer. They've got only a certain number of people in that organization that can work on things like the on-field product, can work on things on like building the brand, can work on things like getting a new stadium. So you could kind of stop all that or add another project, and that would be to get a new name. But then the problem is, ultimately, it may or may not get it right. Okay. And so the option number two is, what? Let's stay the course. Let's continue to take the pulse of the fans. I would assume they're doing some of their own polling and their own research with the fans and their own focus groups. And let's see if we can get it right on the field, and if we can get it right off the field. In other words, if we can put a winning product on the field, and if we can start winning the hearts and minds of these fans off the field through community engagement, through better game day experience, then, hopefully in the next few years, the tide turns and people do start getting into it and start accepting the name and start liking the name. If not, then you reevaluate in 3 or 4 years.
How do they figure out if the name is unpopular because it's not Redskins, or if the name is unpopular because it's a dumb thing that means nothing, right? Like, they had a 90-year-ish, run with something that meant a lot to a lot of people. And my contention was whatever they changed it to, people aren't going to like it. Now, I kind of feel differently, frankly, as we sit here today, George, because I think people don't like this particular name because they think this name is cheesy or sounds like an XFL team or an arcade team or whatever. I'm not sure that it's a particularly good name, but how do they figure that out? If, like, no matter what they changed it to, we'd be going through the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, they've got some smart brand marketers that have seen other changes in brand names or changes in team names, and it kind of looked at how long and it takes, this kind of thing to change. But again, ultimately, yeah, you do have to talk to the fans, and you do have to engage with the fans, and you do have to take polls like this poll and do research and see where things land. But I think in sports, history will tell you that if a team wins on the field, the fans rarely care, at least initially, what the name is, and they'll get behind it. So, if they start winning, or they win a Super Bowl in the next few years, or Jaden Daniels becomes the savior and the quarterback that everybody wants him to be, and somebody on the radio or somebody on the broadcast says, look at that, Jaden Daniels is the true commander of this team, or something. It sounds cheesy, but something like that could take off. And now all of a sudden, people are buying the only Jaden Daniels jersey they can, which happens to have that Commanders logo on it. And now all of a sudden, you're getting that brand out there, and people are liking it. So I think time will tell, but I think kind of a knee-jerk reaction to a couple of polls over 2 years would probably be unwise, would be costly, and you'd just be starting all over again, which, is not necessarily a good thing when you're trying to build a brand in the first place.
George Perry is with us. He is an instructor of management and marketing at Christopher Newport University, quoted in the Washington Post story about some polling data about local fans not thrilled with the Commander's name. So, George, let me ask you this then. Marjorie Harris, Josh Harris's wife, was on our show earlier. Josh Harris, Mitch Rails, and others have kind of mentioned what you referred to, which is we got other stuff to do right now, which I totally understand. They are digging out of a giant pit that was left by Snyder and the previous regime. I get all that. Don't you think they should update us one way or the other, though? Because by not saying anything definitive, saying we're not worried about that right now, that implies there's a later. We are worried about it. And a lot of fans are worried right now, this second. Every day I get out of bed, I want it changed. I want something different. I know I'm not alone. Shouldn't they update us, or do you think that's not a wise strategy?
Well, I think in a way they have updated us by saying it's not a priority.
Mm-hmm.
And what I mean by that is they could come out and say, you know what, we're sticking with the name. We're never going to change it. But, look where that got the last owner, right?
Yeah.
So I think they need to keep the options open and basically say, you know what, in a way they're saying we're going to hold on to this name and we will continue to reevaluate it, because they're trying to do what they can for this fan base. I do think this ownership group genuinely cares about the fan base, and ultimately, if in 3 or 4 years after they've done everything else to try to win the hearts and minds of these fans, they decide, you know what, people still hate this name, then they might consider a change. So I think they want to keep their options open. Because they don't want to say it's forever, have people buy all this merchandise, and then turn around and say, you know what, we've heard you, now we're going to change it. So, but at the same time, as we just talked about, it's just not the highest priority right now. It just can't be because of time, money, and because there's a possibility that they can turn this around with the name as well.
Yeah, I definitely would agree with that. If they're really good on the field, it would certainly help, and they're trying their best to get there as quickly as possible. I guess. And you answered Danny's question, which is what I've been saying for a while. But I need them, if they're considering keeping the name, to just say as much. I view them kicking the can down the road. My opinion is that the name will eventually change. And unless they say otherwise, why am I going to buy in on Commanders? It feels like a waste of my time.
Yeah, I think they generally don't know. And I'm not sure that I know either. I actually suspect that they believe that they can put a winning team on the field, and that they can, maybe make some tweaks to the uniform, because we've heard issues with the color and with the logo. Maybe figure out, a cool mascot or something like that. Maybe tie in the military, etc. That they probably feel there's some things they can still do in the next few years to build the brand. The other part of it is timing, right? So if you're going to change the brand or change the name, one option would be to do it if and when, and most likely when, you open a new stadium, right? So, 3-4 years, kick the can down the road, like you said. And again, if people have embraced the Commanders, they keep it. But if not, that might be the time to say, you know what, let's do this all at once. Let's have a new stadium. Let's have a new name. But I think they're probably more leaning towards we're going to keep the name and not change it than they are to changing it, because I do believe they probably feel strongly. And I haven't talked to anybody there. This would just be my own. I believe as a marketer that they can get to a point where they can build this brand and get more people. It's not going to be everybody. There's going to be a lot of holdouts from the old the fans that have been fans for a long time of the Redskins, and the people that I don't understand who for whatever reason like the Washington football team. But yeah, I think you're going to have people, like Danny, who love the name in the beginning, and then now for some reason 2 years later doesn't like it, and they'll turn around and
How dare you, sir? Who put you up to it?
That's good. I love that.
Good bit.
George, I actually want to double click on a kind of another topic here. You did work for the team. If I remember correctly, was that like 2007, 2008-ish or no?
It was, right. It was actually a week or two before Sean Taylor passed away.
Oh, that's
goodness.
awful. That's terrible to hear.
Yeah,
well,
tough time.
Oh, that was brutal time to work for the team.
Mm-hmm.
Was working with or for Dan Snyder, whichever you prefer to use, better than we would have expected, about what we would have expected, or worse than we would have expected?
I'm sorry, you cut out for a second. Could you repeat that question?
That's very good. Working
No, I
with
actually
Dan.
mean it.
We thought you were
Oh, I
joking
thought you
because
did-
that happened
yeah.
earlier. Better, worse, or the same than you would have expected, than we would expect working with or for Dan Snyder?
You mean when I got there?
Yeah, like when you worked there, just that experience. Was it about what we would expect, or better or worse than we'd anticipate?
Worse than you would anticipate. I had people telling me I shouldn't work there for all the money in the world, and I was like, I thought I could get through it, but it was a tough environment for sure.
I can only imagine.
So one last one I want to circle back to on name stuff. I think there is a huge chunk, and we've referred to it throughout this conversation, and Grant mentioned it, and you spoke about it as well. The folks that are Redskins are bust, right? And they are, no matter what you change it to, be the greatest name in the world, they wouldn't care. I think saying that everybody's like that, though, I think there's a huge chunk that's basically saying, hey, we don't like this one particularly. We could have done better, right? How do we take care of those folks?
No, I agree, and again, the way we take care of those folks is see if we can shift them from, disliking the ones that hate the name. You're probably never going to convince otherwise. So that was about 15% or so. It's the fans that dislike the name. Is there a way we can get them over to the like the name side? And again, the way we, but we don't ignore them either. I mean, we continue, but when I say we don't ignore them, we don't say, hey, okay, we see you hate the name and we're going to change it. What we do is through our actions, through doing everything we can to put the best team possible on the field, doing everything we can to engage with the community, doing everything we can to make sure that game day experience is as good as possible, which, they're doing things like some renovations at the stadium and things like that, getting that new stadium. And if we can, because those are the ones you want to focus on. Those are the ones you want to shift from dislike the name to at least to a point where they like it. And again, if they're not able to do that in a few years, then we reevaluate whether or not we change the name. But I just think it's too soon to do that at this moment.
George, I know you're busy. Excellent with us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, George.
Time.
My pleasure, guys. Thanks for having me, and have a good rest of the show.
Appreciate you. Our pleasure. There's George Perry, former VP with the Redskins, now involved with the marketing at Christopher Newport University, who was quoted in the Washington Post piece today. If you didn't see the Post story, the poll that they did showed that most local sports fans, 54%, said they either dislike or hate the name. 54%. Now, more specifically, when you actually tap into just Commanders fans who claim the team, those numbers go up. 58% said that they don't like it or hate it. Only 16% of Commanders fans think that the team should keep the name, which, by the way, there were 17% that said they wanted to go back to Washington football team, which you heard George poke at. There were, without even the option of voting, you could vote for Commanders, you could vote, keeping the name, or going back to Washington football team or Red Wolves or some other things. You couldn't vote for Redskins. You could just write anything else in, and the most people actually wrote in Redskins rather than just clicking on one of the options that was there for them, which I thought was telling. But perhaps the most damaging thing, and I thought that the quote from George there was really interesting, where he said, "I would be concerned. I would not be alarmed." That's a really good answer.
Yeah.
Like, this is not good, but maybe it's not time to panic yet. When the name came out 2 years ago, 49% of DC residents reported disliking it. Only 17% said they hated it. 2 years later, still 48%, 1% different. DC residents dislike the team name. 15%, essentially the same, couple percent difference, but
It's within a margin of error.
right, say that they hate it. So there is not this groundswell or this growing amount of people who would tell you that they like the name more now. It's basically the same number of people from 2 years ago are saying they don't like it or they hate it.
Yeah, and I would say George, with his information and expertise in this field, definitely poured some cold water on my hopes and aspirations that this thing changes. He's basically like, yeah, the best course would be just to ride this out and see if folks will like it because it costs a lot of money. That's not what I want to hear, but it's information, and I don't reject information, but it's not the information I wanted. I wanted him to say, yes, the wisest course of action is to change this stupid thing because it sucks, but that's not his professional opinion.
One person has acknowledged that the name is growing them, and it was on this show today. The name is growing on Marjorie Harris, who is the wife of Josh Harris, who is the chair of all of the Commanders Foundation. So today was taking part in several events around town, including a combine for young people at the Children's Museum. And we had her on the show and asked her what she thinks of the name.
The name, the old question about the name. Well, look, we have a lot to do that is low on the list, but I will tell you that being out in the community and talking about the team, I don't really have a problem with the name. It's kind of growing on me, but I don't think that this is something we're going to focus on right now. We have a lot of other really important things to focus on, and I think this has a way of working itself out, and we'll see what happens.
Appreciate the answer. It's not what Danny or a lot of people wanted to hear.
So there was a brief pause as she was talking. It's normal cadence.
Me and Darius looked at each other like, dude, she's going to say it.
I'm sitting there going, oh my God, it's coming. The thing that I have wanted an adult to say that's in charge of something.
She's like, I can say it's pretty clear. We're out and about. We know people hate its guts. Nobody likes it. Everyone tells us they want the name changed. That's what I was thinking was coming.
And it's on our list of things to do. Didn't happen.
The opposite, actually.
The opposite.
I mean, the closest thing to an endorsement of the name that we've gotten yet. Now it's, just one person's opinion.
This rash I have doesn't itch that bad anymore.
And she said it's growing on me a little bit. All right. But the end answer there was kind of what Josh and Mitch Rails and others have said, which is it's just not on their to-do list. I actually thought that was a good point from George, even though it seems like common sense, where he goes, if you got a bunch of people working on a name change, they can't do other stuff. They have a lot of other stuff to do. I get that. Now, you might say the name is the most important thing. A lot of people might feel that way. But we don't know what the other stuff is. I mean, they are digging out of a crater left by a meteor the size of a school bus.
Yep.
Traveling thousands of miles per hour and hitting Earth. They are the books have to be in way worse shape than they could have known. The business, I'm sure, is in a horrendous spot where they go, oh my God, we thought this would be a pretty quick fix. We didn't realize we'd have to put a new roof on this house. We did an inspection, but we didn't know there was mold. And like they're finding in every room they go in, they're finding another thing that costs a lot of money. They're still in that phase. They're going, we can't worry about painting the shutters right now. And we're all going, what about the shutters?
Oh, the shutters.
The shutters are bad.
They're so gross. I see them from the street.
What would you have guessed the percentage of people who said that they didn't like or hated the name would have been? Because it feels like 58's a lot.
And listen,
it's about 60%.
I know. It's so hard to think outside of ourselves when we bring our opinions to the radio and try to speak for people. I know I get stuck in this and you do too. That's about what I would have guessed, honestly, is well north of 50%, like a legitimate bona fide majority, just because of everything that goes with it. Like, remember when we would do a thing about FedEx Field or the X or Nubs Field? We're like, why don't you go anymore when attendance was terrible? And everybody had their own reason. And that reason was correct. I don't like this traffic. I don't like getting sewage dumped on me. I don't like opposing fans. I don't like the blah, blah, blah. Whatever it is, they had a valid reason. Everyone's got one of those with the name. Whether you wanted the old one, or you didn't like 2222, or the rollout where they're patting themselves on the back, or they didn't like the fact that Ron Rivera was involved in the selection process, which made no sense then, and even less now. Whatever your reason was, you got one.
I didn't get a lot right with the whole rebrand.
Hit that one.
I didn't get a lot right.
You took that dart and went 1, 2,
But my
3,
guy,
and hit that bullseye on the butt.
That was my Soto off Verlander. Calling my shot off. Why is Ron Rivera, who will be here for 3 hours, involved in this process? And you guys all are happy about this? Well, they're going to go with the military name. And Ron's
Coach military guy, coach, okay.
Shut up. He should not be involved. He should never have been involved in the rebrand.
With anything. Oh.
Now, at some point, and maybe Jason Wright is here as a team president for 15 more years. I have no idea. Jason Wright, to a lesser extent, and I would say this to him, I have a good relationship with him. He is a passerby as well. He's not one of us. The rebrand was done by passerbys. The rebrand, the thing I'm stuck with for 100 years.
I got to live with it.
Good, bad, or indifferent. You guys are coming, you're going, you're in, you're out. I'm here. Me and grandpa. Me and grandma. Me and sitting on mom's lap doing laundry in 1994.
Yeah, well, Jason Wright's a congressman somewhere because he could do whatever the hell he wants, to be honest with you, because he's really, really smart and charismatic.
John Freeze is playing. You're wearing throwbacks against the Colts in 94. It's me and Ma doing laundry on 12104 Ward Road, bonding over the Washington Redskins, okay? This is the thing that is me to my core. Jason Wright, he played for the Browns and the Falcons and some other teams, and he's LA and he's, DC part-time, whatever it is. I need my people to do my thing. And for Ron Rivera, a ship passing in the night who was here for 3 hours picking bad football players to pick my team name, not up in here. So I got a lot wrong, but I was all over that one.
Yeah, that one.
In Ron, you guys trusted.
Yeah.
He gave you Commanders, okay?
We may have been Joey Gallo on this show, going 1 for 19, but that one was a bomb.
I second deck. Section 240.
Do not even mention that.
I got a red seat on that one. Okay. You want to go see me?
If it's fair, it's gone, and it's fair.
You got to go to the top of Nats Park in right field, find a red seat. That was me saying, really? These passerbys are doing the thing?
This dingus.
Now, I don't know who should have done it is the problem. Because part of the issue was a lack of institutional knowledge at that time. And Dan Snyder shouldn't have been involved. Maybe you just can't pick a name. And we would, in hindsight, maybe you wait. You stay with Washington football team. But we didn't know the team was going to be sold either.
No.
At that time, it was just Dan Snyder's thing, and it was always going to be Dan Snyder's thing. But that's tough.
Yeah. Anyway, a lot of cold water poured. I need a towel. That's and again, I understand it's real information. We need to confront real information, but I'll be damned if it didn't feel a little bit depressing.
It is time to get you the Nats starting lineup for a 7:20 game tonight in hot Atlanta against the Braves. Nats lineups and pitching report presented by Window Man. The Window Man, since 1989, has been the educational window company. The Window Man, get your free no pressure in-home estimate at thewindowman.com or at their Fairfax showroom.
Leading off in blank shortstop C. Jake Abrams batting second to right field. Lane Thomas batting third. Your designated hitter, Jesse Winker. Cleanup spot, Luis Garcia at second base. Cabrera Ruiz batting fifth, doing the catching. Eddie Rosario in left field. Nick Senzel batting seventh, playing third rather. And Joey Gallo at first base, hitting eighth. And your guy, my guy, our guy, Jacob Young batting ninth in center field.
I'm going to go ahead and claim Jacob Young. That's my guy, Jacob Young. You can pick somebody else. You can have whoever you want. I'm not here to steal guys. That's going to be my guy.
He's here to steal bases.
Go ahead, lay claim. You can lay claim on someone. It's a Nationals draft.
No, it's fun.
Who do you want?
No, I'm not
Take a guy.
I'm not going to play your game.
Any guy. Take one.
All right. Jacob Young.
Nope. It's not happening.
Damn it.
Not going to be the thing that we're doing. Spencer Schwellenbach pitches for the Braves. If you haven't heard of him, it's because he's never pitched in the big leagues before. 23-year-old, one of the top pitching prospects in the minors. Danny, here were his numbers at AAA this year.
Okay.
8 starts.
Yep.
A 1.80 ERA.
Ooh.
45 innings.
Okay.
And 51 strikeouts.
That's more than one strikeout per inning.
191 average against for Schwellenbach, pitched at A+ mostly in AA. By the way, the Braves are calling him up despite pitching 2 times this season above A+ ball. Think about that.
How about that?
Meanwhile, James Wood is like, hey, I'm just kind of, 300 at bats in.
I homered off that guy. You care?
No, he wouldn't have because he was a level below him.
Oh, I see.
And the Braves are calling him up.
He's got the kind of name where you get to play Big Ten guard or major league pitcher.
That's a good one.
Like that didn't feel like that guy played guard at Northwestern.
Maybe we could play that tomorrow with some callers. Mackenzie Gore, the start for the Nationals. He's been very, very good. Maybe the best we've seen him. Last time out for old Mackenzie. Ryan, you're going to like this guy. Lefty.
Left-handed pitcher,
about
Ryan.
97.
Oh, he's got stuff.
He's going to remind you a little bit of Luis Heel, just in that he's dominant. And a little bit of,
who's a good, not as much, Nestor Cortez, the lefty, with crafty.
He doesn't
he's
have
not
as
like
much
that.
Fidget to him,
yeah.
Right.
Competitor though.
I'm botching. I'm
Cy Young winner Garrett Cole, maybe.
No, not quite like that. The lefty went to NC State with Trey Turner.
Who is Carlos Rodon?
That's
Looking for
to
Carlos.
I kept trying to pull
Rodon.
Carlos Rodon. He's left-handed, just like Carlos Rodon.
He's been silly.
10 starts, a 3.04 ERA for Mackenzie Gore, 53 innings, 62 strikeouts on the season for the 25-year-old ace of the Nats staff who look to get the ERA under 3. Tonight should be fun. 7:20 first pitch right here on the Fan for Charlie and Dave. Good show today. That was fun.
Yeah, a lot of energy on the floor. Good job, everybody.
The debut of a very popular segment we'll be doing all football season long. Mondays with Marjorie, I believe. Or Marjorie's Minute. Or Marjorie's Corner. We still need to come up with the name.
Marjorie's Major and Marjorie. No. Major Tutty Marjorie. No.
Major Tutty Marjorie.
We're just brainstorming. That's all we're doing. There's no bad
Major
ideas.
Tutty going to be a weekly regular as well? That'd be awkward. Not a lot of words.
Yeah, it'd be real awkward.
Radio silence.
Them dirty looks.
For Darius and for Ryan, Grant and Danny saying so long. Thank you for listening here on The Fan. We're back at it tomorrow at 2:00.
Thank you for coming.